Good morning. It's Saturday, July the 6th, day 2 of our breeding class shows. We're ready to begin in all 3 rings. Again, in our blue ring, we have Tunis. In the white ring, we have Slick Shorn Hampshires. And in the red ring, we have Southdowns. So we're ready for those first classes into the ring. Tunis for your National Junior Tunis Show, Fall Ram Lambs. For the Slick Shorn Hampshires, Fall Ram Lambs. And for the Southdowns, Early Fall Ram Lambs. We'd like to introduce our judges for today. In the red ring is Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Dan works the family farm with his brother, and he also coaches high school wrestling. He's involved in all aspects of the sheep industry and thoroughly enjoys all the people. Other than the sheep and the farming operation, he enjoys spending time with his wife, Lisa, and their 3 grown children. In our white ring is Mona Lisa Estes of Sanger, California. Mona Lisa grew up showing Dorsets, Lincolns, and Monadales throughout the country, and she did some custom fitting along the way. Now, with her husband and daughter, they raise black-faced weather sheep. And in the blue ring, we have Julia Ducky Shute of Lipster, New Hampshire. Ducky is the sheep owner at Granite State Sheep Company and the proud gaga of her grandkids. And speaking of that, she just had a new one yesterday morning. Raising and showing sheep since the late 1970s, Ducky has been raising currently blue-face Leicesters. Let's welcome our 3 judges to the All-American this morning. Again, final call to the ring. Hampshire Fall Ram Lambs, we're missing some, and we're not entering yet those Southdown Early Fall Ram Lambs. This is final call. We want to remind everyone that our official photographer for the All-American is KAK Images, Catherine Kuykendall. You can view all the ring shots as well as the photo backdrop shots and order from there at her website, www.kakimages.com.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting off here with some Hamp Ramlands. What I'm going to start with, I think he's the most powerfully built one out here. He's fighting the young lady a little bit when you try to get him on the profile, but when you get him out on the move, I think he comes together. He's not as tight spined as he looks standing here on the side. I just really appreciate him when you put your hands on him and how much rack shape he has and dimension down his top. The young lady here in second, granted he's the smallest frame lamb in the show, but I think the package that he puts together when he gets out on the move, he keeps his spine in him really well. He carries his head good. When you handle him down the top, he's big racked and he's big hipped and he's square out through that hip. And I think that's a little bit of advantage when you get him on the side here for the third one. The third one likes to tighten up in his spine when you get him out on the move, kicks his back legs up underneath him a little bit. I'd just like to see him a little bit fuller and up through his hip and down through his leg.
Good morning. We're going to start the show this morning with your Tunis Fall Ram Lamb. Just a really outstanding ram for me to start this class with. He's smooth down that top. He's really pretty front-ended. Really kind of the buck I'm looking for to start a class with. Exceptional ram. The ram I have here in second follows the pattern and the type and kind of the ram I have in first, but he just kind of lacks that overall top that I'm looking for. Maybe just walks a little bit narrow there when I watch him on the move than the ram I'm starting the class with, but again, a really exceptional ram to be here in second. Then I have this ram that's here in third. He's probably one of the more, follows into the line of the more smaller frame kind of animals, but he's just really nice and smooth about his lines. Love him about that front end. Just is really out horsepower-wise to get any higher than third place. A bigger boned, a bigger framed ram that I have here in fourth. He gets a little bit heavier in that front area. You get in that brisket and that shoulder. I really liked using him and thought about putting him up in that third hole, but when I really evaluate him, he's just a little bit too heavy in that front end for me to get any higher than fourth. We get into the next ram. He just shortens up in his overall makeup. He's got plenty of meat and muscle down that top. He's just getting a little bit more coarse in his shoulder and rough in his overall design. And then we're going to round out the class here with a ram that, again, is very nice. He's just in a lot of deep water today. He just doesn't have that overall completeness that I'm looking for. Nice class of Tunis Fall Ram Lambs.
Results from our slick-shored Fall Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First place to Everhart, 2388 ET, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second to Storms, 1304, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And third place to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to Red Barn Farm, 0450, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to Shady Brook, 178, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third place, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Fourth place, Michaela Bugman. And fifth place to Neely Fair, Burleson, Tennessee. check, 1, 2.
Good morning. Well, it shouldn't come as a shock to anyone that Dave Trotter is better with a mic than I am. Really excited to be here today. The Southdown show at the All-American certainly is something that should be on anyone's bucket list that enjoys lining up show stock. So this is a big day for me. Really excited to be here. Starting out this class with, I think, a really good set of rams. I chose to start with a ram that he's a little bigger framed ram. That's not necessarily why he's in first. I know the Southdown breed has made a lot of changes over the years. I'm not here to tell anyone how to do things in their program. I just like this ram for his foot size. I like him for his color. I like him for his length of top. I think he's got enough structure to him. I like his certainly the sweep to his rib is plenty good for this stage of the game. Certainly a ram that I think brings a lot of good things to us, and certainly a ram that I admire quite a bit. A very impressive ram standing in second. A ram that brings super length of body. I really like the fact that he's got a big hip in him. Again, a good-footed ram. Maybe just a little bit darker at his foot than our first-place ram, but that's okay. He's certainly within the realm of acceptability for me. A ram that I think just brings a lot of good things. We move him about. He travels pretty well, and certainly a ram that balances out. We get to a ram in third here. I think a buck that maybe isn't quite as long as our top two rams, but certainly a ram that brings a big hip, a ram that's got, again, pretty good foot size, good color about him. I like the overall sweep to his rib. I like the fact that this ram is very balanced from front to rear. Again, maybe we just stretch him out a little bit compared to those top two rams. We move him up a notch or two. Ram standing in fourth, a little bit shorter coupled ram compared to our top bucks. He carries it really well, though. A ram that certainly gives us a big hip. He's got some score to him when we see him from behind. A ram that maybe just see him with just a little bit more stature to compare with these other bucks, and we certainly could move him up the line. And we've got a ram standing here next in line that we put him in motion. He tend to want to drop that right rear just a little bit, but certainly a ram that gives us a lot of the same things we're looking for in these top bucks. But a great way to start this Southdown show.
Sorry, guys, we're all sharing mics and airspace today, so every now and then you will be in the show ring a little bit longer in all three rings today. I'm going to start this January buck lamb class with a really just beautiful profiling lamb. Smooth about that front. You just get on that to get out over the top of him, and he's just as wide and nice hipped and as square as they come. Nice animal to start this class. Beautiful, beautiful profiling lamb here today. He is complete. I can't find a hole in him. He is as smooth as he can be up that front. Again, he is wide-topped. He is good-footed. I mean, so far the Tunis bucks just have not disappointed for me today. He is just really out-horsed is what gets him in second, but there's nothing that I can complain about or knock him for. Congratulations, guys.
A nice buck lamb here to start this class. I think he wins pretty handily for me. Just when he walked out here, he just was very impressive. You get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint. He's the freshest handling, hardest handling one in the bunch out here. And I just like him too when he gets out on the move, and he's pretty free and easy moving around the ring. The one here in second for me, he kind of fits in this place pretty well. He's long-sided, he's straight-topped, he's big-topped, he's correct off his feet and legs. Then we start running into just a few little problems here and there, but nothing too major. The ram lamb here in third, I'd like to change him off his back wheels a little bit. He's getting a little straight on occasion and just widen his hip out a tick. The lamb here in fourth, a nice handling type of sheep. He'd just like to change his neck set, the way he ties into his shoulders a little bit. I think that would help these young men get him shown a little bit better too. Just change his neck set, sits just a little too far forward, but big handling, big top kind of sheep. The one rounding out the top five, just not quite the bells and whistles of the ones in front of him. Like to change him a tick behind his shoulders, maybe fix his breed character, just a little lighten him up. A nice set of sheep.
Placing on the early fall ram lamb class for the Southdowns, first place to Northern Star Livestock Service, 23214, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to Longenecker, 2350, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 4, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. And 5, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. Placing on the class of Tunis, January Ram Lambs, first place to Red Barn Farm 0465, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to Swihart 2403, Amanda Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. And placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire class of January Ram Lambs, first to Milner 24016, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place, Storms 1305, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Fourth place, Brendan Preston, Quincy, Michigan. And fifth place, Maddie Sagdalen, Ellsworth, Wisconsin.
This little ram I'm going to start off with, it's just a really nice extended type of sheep, long-sided, long-necked, just puts a lot of nice pieces together, and it looks like he will have a nice future ahead of him. The one coming in second, he's a great hided type of sheep. I just like to change him a little bit behind his shoulders and off his hip when he gets out on the move.
We move into our late falls here with the Southdowns, and I found some rams here I really like. This ram, I think, that wins the class. Certainly the kind of ram I'm looking for. He's really balanced. And you probably hear me say that a lot today in terms of the way these sheep are put together. I think he's just really, he's designed well. When we get him on the move, he just floats. Just a super good walking ram, really good headed ram. He's up on those toes. And yet when we look at that body shape, he comes together through his shoulder and into his rack, move to that back portion of that body, and he really holds himself together. He's got some top, but doesn't look out of balance in terms of his design. I think just a real neat sheep to start with. We move into our second place ram. I think a lot like that first place ram, maybe not quite as much leg, maybe just a tick off in terms of the way he holds his top when we put him in motion, but certainly a ram that I think has a lot of those same commendable qualities that we saw in our top ram. Move into our third place buck, and this is a super long ram. He's definitely the longest bodied ram in the class by far. I admire that about him. Good elevation to his front. He loses some of that top shape and hip shape for me. I think probably partly because he's so long, it just doesn't hold together quite as nice as we see in our top rams. He just doesn't look quite as nice on the move. But boy, if we could have that kind of length and still be put together like this ram that wins the class, we'd have certainly a ringer. The one that stands in 4 is maybe just not quite as neat in his top line as the rams ahead of him, but has a lot of the right shapes for me. And the ram that rounds out the class, just a little smaller. I view him as pretty young compared to the rest of the rams in class. Still a nice shaped ram, just gives up a fair amount of size and scale to our other bucks.
Another class of Tunis bucks that just hasn't disappointed. This isn't the ram I originally thought I was going to start the class with, but he is here because he's just a beautiful straight. He's here because when he walks out, he is right spot on that move. He is good hipped. He holds it all together. Just a beautiful, beautiful ram. Kudos again to this exhibitor. The ram I really thought I was going to start the class with was this ram in second. But as soon as he got out on the move, he just doesn't hold himself together as much as I thought he would. He just wants to get himself tucked up in, doesn't track as wide as the ram I have here in first, but another nice example of the Tunis rams. A smaller frame kind of ram that I have here in third. Beautiful profile, beautiful shaped. There's nothing other than he's just out horse today. He's good down that top, smooth about that front. We get into a different group of rams here. The ram that's in fourth, maybe just a little finer boned. Good-footed, good-headed, just doesn't have the amount of mass and muscle. A younger lamb here in the fifth hole. Again, just gives up overall size and scale today, but nothing that I would be afraid to bring in the show ring or to take home. And we're rounding the class out again with just a repetitive reason. Just what puts him here today is I just need to see a little bit more meat, muscle, and mass to him. Nice class of lambs.
Results from our classes for the Hampshire Slick Shorn February Ram Lambs. First place to Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Storms, 13:28. Second place to DBSL 2423, Ross Doyle, Pleasant Hill, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown class of late fall Ram Lambs, first place to Knettle, 2425, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place, Brennan, R11BC, Chase Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Third place, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Delaney Facky of Hamilton, Ohio. Fifth place, Amelia Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. Placing on the Tunis class of February Ram Lambs, first to Red Barn Farm, 0474, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place, Mum, 2445, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 5, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware.
Another nice class of ram lambs here. This one sorts himself pretty easily to the top. When you get him out on the side profile, he has a striking side view here. He's extended, he's shallow up through his chest floor, he's long-sided. I like the way he carries it, his muscularity down his top. He's big wrapped, he's big hipped. The one coming in second, I think he's a little raw right now, but I appreciate his rack shape for how thin he is and his width of loin. And his width of hip, and I think he's a little bit better off of his front legs than the one in third. The one in third, I'd like to change how he puts down his front legs on occasion, change his front end design just a little bit, and just make him a little bit bigger at the top of his rib.
You don't want any Dorset advantage, neither do I.
Oh, I'm not going to. We're going to hit the brakes here pretty quick. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I am too. Really nice March lamb that we're starting the class with. Really a heavy bone, thick muscled lamb for in this age group. Really love him about that head. Lamb that I can't fault for much other than he's out horsed. He's got a beautiful design to him. He's just quite a bit younger in his overall appearance. Just two nice rams. Congratulations, guys.
Placing on the March Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to Johnson, 2634, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to HTCL 24-780, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And third place to Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placing on the the Tunis March Ram Lamb class, first to Mum, 2454, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to O'Keefe Brothers, 2406, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut.
Slick shear division in the Tunis Ram class. I'm starting with a bigger, larger framed ram here in first. He's not looking the part right now, but when he's out on the move or the kids get him set up, he really is a very exceptional ram. He's thick down that top. He's got a nice front end to him. Nice ram to start the class. A ram that's smaller in stature, I'll put him here in second. Again, I cannot fault him for anything, just in size and scale. He's good down that top. He's really smooth about his front. Just two really exceptional rams. Thank you, guys.
A nice set of ram lambs out here. I think there's a couple that sort themselves to the top for me that just have the look, the touch, the power, and it was a tough decision, and there's a couple things I had to weigh here, and what mattered a little more to me. And the second class here, he's going to be your champion. I think he just puts a little more power in this package for right now, taking nothing away from our reserve. I really like this lamb. I really like his future. Congratulations. I think it's just not enough of him, not quite pulled apart enough today to get around the champion ram.
For our Hampshire show, our champion Slick Shorn Ram goes to first place January Ram Lamb, Milner 24016, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve champion was first in the March Ram Lamb class, Johnson 2634, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Next class is Class 1 of our Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes. Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first goes to S&T 2327, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Second place to S&T 2326, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York. In our Tunis show, placing on the pair Ram Lamb class, first to Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. And 5, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware.
Give a round of applause to the Tunis exhibitors for what nice rams they've brought out here. Honestly, just a fan. I did not see a buck today that just really wasn't exemplarity of the breed. Just a really exceptional group. But I'm not known for really taking a lot of time. Today I'm gonna use my January buck for my champion Tunis ram. I'm gonna follow it up here with my March buck for reserve. Congratulations.
For our National Junior Tuna Show, your champion ram goes to the first place January Ram Lamb, Red Barn Farm, 0465, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. The reserve champion goes to the March Ram Lamb class winner, Mum 2454, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Now ready for Tunis Yearling Ewes.
certainly, you know, a little bit bigger class. Took me a little bit longer because I wanted to sort through a few things that I wanted to get straight in my mind. Really not the one that jumped at me because there was some, as we'll probably find with some of these younger buck lambs, a lot of parts and pieces. Certainly looking for the one that jumps out at me. This ram that starts the class, to me, he's just the most right. Again, he parades out with a great stride. Love this ram in terms of his balance. He's big in his top. He's got some rack in him. He's got some leg to him. And yet when we see this ram, he still handles fairly fresh. I'd love to darken his nostril a little bit. It's dark enough for me. It's just not the way I'm looking for to be ideal. But certainly a ram that I think has good color about his muzzle. Certainly it matches his feet well, and I love the shape to this ram. I think he's just pretty tough to beat in this class. We've got a little bit smaller framed ram standing in second. I'd love to give this ram just a little bit more overall mass, but when I view him next to the first place ram, I think he's designed the most like our first place ram. He's going to follow in second. Would I like to make him a little bit bigger structured, a little bit bigger footed? Yes, to match our first place ram, but I think he's designed similarly. The ram standing in third is, to me, the most impressive when I get in his top line. He's really big topped and big racked. I love the fact that this ram handles firm and fresh. A ram that maybe just doesn't hold himself together well naturally. It takes a little more work to keep that top up. Certainly a ram, we'd like to see him come out of his shoulders just a little bit better, but the way he handles, we certainly could move him right to the top of the class if we could change a couple of those things a little. We've got the big outlined ram that I really liked when he walked into class. I thought he'd probably be a contender to win. Just doesn't balance quite as well for me. I'd like him to just be a little bit nicer through that shoulder. That front third is just a bit coarse for me. If I could see that back 2/3 with a little bit different front end, we certainly would move this ram to the top of the class. He's impressive in his top. He's big-footed. Certainly a ram that gets out and moves pretty well. Round out the class with a beautiful structured ram. I love the way this ram is through his front. He's the coolest fronted ram in the class. He gets out really well. Nicely designed, well-prepared ram. He just shallows up a little bit from rear view. He doesn't have near the muscle or mass that we see in the other rams. He might be a little bit younger. He handles fresh. If this ram is one of the younger bucks in the class, he could be a contender down the line. Fun set of rams. This is the top 5 the way I see them.
Placing on the January class of Ram Lambs for the Southdowns, first place to Buckland 4002, Blake Buckland, Warren, Indiana. Second place to A&M 4R261, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. Third place, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Fourth place, Lincoln Oldenburg of Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to Drew George, Niles, Michigan.
another fun class to sort through. This one, to me, came together a little bit better than the last class for what I'm looking for. Ram that starts the class just puts a lot of things together. I like the color in this buck. Love the way he moves out. Certainly a ram that really puts together a profile when we see him from the side. And yet we put our hands on him, and he doesn't disappoint us. He blends pretty well from front to rear. Just a good outline on this ram, and I think a ram that shows us the kind of muscle mass for this age frame for what I'm looking for. Kind of a powered up buck here, standing in second. Maybe a little bit heavier structured ram through that front third than what I see in the ram that wins the class. He's maybe just a little bit deeper and thicker about that chest plate than what I saw in the ram that wins. And we see that when he walks out too. He tends to walk out just a little wider. But a ram that's really impressive in his top and his hip and his bone structure. He's certainly got balance to that midsection of his body, and I certainly like him quite a bit. The ram that stands in third, a ram that's just getting to be a little bit more plain about that front end for me. Just doesn't come out of his shoulders, maybe a little looser hided. A ram that doesn't bring us the big hip that we see in the top two rams, but he balances out really nice. Frame-wise, he fits right in with these top three rams. I think a ram that just shows me a lot of the right pieces. The ram standing in four is a very intriguing ram for me. I view him as the young ram in this top lineup, a ram that I think is really going to have a great future. I love the way this ram trots out. We put him in motion. He just simply doesn't have the width to his top or his hip or down into his lower leg that I see in the top three rams. If this ram truly is one of the younger rams in the drive, he's certainly going to have a better day down the road here. But boy, I certainly love this ram and the way he's designed, and I think he's going to have a great future. Round out the top five with a ram that, again, is slightly narrower in his bill, but super clean through his shoulder. I love the way he blends into his rack, a ram that gives us just enough in terms of width and top to go with this frame size. I think he fits nicely behind our fourth place ram, but certainly doesn't give us the mass to his top that we see in the top three, but a pretty neat set of bucks.
On the Tunis side of things, let's give the Tunis Yearling U exhibitors a round of applause. Just an exceptional job they've done. Starting the class with a ewe that really caught my eye when she came into the show ring. She is super smooth. She's nice and long. Love the thickness down that top. She's just a really elegant female to start this class with. A larger frame kind of female here in the second hole. What I need to change about her is just give her a little bit more length and thickness down that top to get around the ewe that I have in first, but a very beautiful ewe in her own right. A ewe that I've moved up here into the third hole. You're really going to appreciate her for her overall lines and her design. She just gives up a little bit in overall length, but she sure is thick down that top. She gets a little rougher in the shoulders for my liking, but she's going to fall here nicely in the third slot. A smaller in stature kind of female here. If you view her from the side, she just gives up in overall length. That's what's going to land here in the fourth hole. But of all the sheep, she's probably my most favorite about that front end. Just a decent ewe to be here in fourth. Another ewe that I thought I might be able to start the class with, but when I get her moving around the ring and I really examine her, she gets a little too heavy. She's carrying too much condition for me today, which is what puts her here. She's a little rougher in that front. When you get her walking and she's got a little jiggle in the middle going on, then that's what's going to put her here. She's just a little carrying too much condition. And I kept the sixth place ewe out here. Super cool kind of sheep. I wanted to be able to talk her. She's very elegant by design. When I get her on the move, she just wants to hawk in a little bit more than what I would like to see. But an excellent class of Tunis yearling ewes. Let's give them a round of applause.
This, starting off with this Hampshire yearling ewe class, this was a fun class to sort. There was a lot of good sheep way down the line, few different types and kinds, but a lot of really good sheep. And these top pair, there's just a few differences here that kind of set them apart. The ewe I'm starting with, I just love her front end design. She gets up off the ground, her neck sucks in really well. She progressively gets wider as she gets down her top. I'd like to change her hip loin junction just a little bit. But other than that, she handles hard, she handles fresh. I love her at the top of her hip. The ewe in second, just a really neat female. When you get your hands on her, she's crazy wide at the top of her rib. She's carrying a little more condition than the ewe that won the class, but a ewe you really have to appreciate for just how wide she is. to just make her a little bit bigger at the top of her tail head to get around the one in first. The ewe here in third is a little bit a different kind of style than the first two, but one I really appreciate. She gets around the ring and moves real well. She carries herself really well and true down her top. I like her shallowness for how thick she is. She keeps her chest in her really nice. And the same for the one here in fourth. She's for a big-bodied female, really good up in her chest floor, really straight and true down her top. Carries it down nice into her leg. I'd like to change her off her back hocks just a little. And to round out the class, she's a really complete, nice handling type of female that has a lot of nice pieces. You just got to watch her back legs on occasion.
Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Southdowns, first place went to George Brothers, 24-018 ET, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to Longenecker, 2406 Rizzler, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Third, Braden Buckland, Warren, Indiana. 4, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5, Hannah Needham, Danville, Indiana. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Tunis, first place to Mum, 2378, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place, Spildy, 738, Emmalou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 4, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Placing on the class of Hampshire yearling ewes in the Slick Shorn division, this is Class 1. The early yearling ewes, first to Ambergy, L018, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Second, Wheaton, 23032, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And fifth place, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana.
Again, a fun class to sort through. I think not quite the numbers in this youngest class, but I think sheep that represent the age group fairly well. The ram I chose to start the class with, I think, is designed really nice. I think a ram that shows us some youthfulness, and yet we've got some depth of rib and some, certainly I think what maybe separates this lamb from the second place lamb is we view this lamb from behind. It's just considerably deeper in that leg and rear view to what we see in our second place ram. I'll grant that our second place ram is just a little cooler fronted, ram that comes out of that shoulder a little nicer, a little smoother, handles super fresh. I just need to change this second place lamb in that rear third, deepen it up just a little bit, drop it down into that twist just a little bit more if we were going to beat this top lamb, but I sure admire a lot of things about this second place ram and the way he's designed. The ram in third, I think, is a combination sheep for me. I think a ram that's going to be bold and big and is kind here as we develop this ram into a yearling. I think a ram that's going to be really big through that midsection and big-footed. I like the top in this ram until we get back into that hip junction. Maybe wants to just be a little tipped the wrong way for me and maybe just a little coarser through that hip and rolled to what our top two rams are, but certainly a ram that I think brings a lot of things to the table. The ram in four, a ram that certainly one of the hardest handling rams in the class. I think a ram that handles really fresh. I like that ram for a lot of things. Maybe just wants to be just a little bit PC for me, maybe a little bit deeper in its chest floor compared to the way it is in that rear section, but certainly a ram. I think if we could blend him a little bit different, he might run right to the top of the class. A lot of nice pieces in this ram and a good tight hide on him. The ram that rounds out the class, I thought this ram was probably going to be the one that could challenge to win the class. Love the length of body, love the design of this ram. I love his top line. We put him in motion. I simply need to see him better on those rear wheels, and we get him about what we see in the top four rams in the class. But a cool pattern sheep.
Results of the Southdown March Ram Lamb class. First place to Bowers, 2441, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Second place to BBSS and LSS, 24005, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Third, Addison Ship, Keatsville, Missouri. 4, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Slick-shirted Tyrannus yearling ewe. I'm starting with a ewe that's got the most capacity, the overall mass and muscling to her. She's really cool down that top. Just a nice sheep to start my class with. A really sleeker, just modern design kind of sheep here in second. I'd like to see just a little bit more natural thickness to her. When I walk behind her, she just tracks a little bit more narrow than the ewe I have in first, but two nice specimens to have here in first and second. A beefier kind of female, a little shorter made. Love this ewe about her overall capacity, very smooth. She just gives up an overall length to get any higher than third place today. A ewe carrying a little bit more condition is here in the fourth hole, but I do have to appreciate her for her overall depth, the smooth about her front. Again, if she was just maybe dropped about 15, 20 pounds, she would just look a whole lot different, but a cool sheep to be here in the fourth slot. I'm going to round this top five out here with a ewe that just tracks a little bit more narrow, but you surely have to appreciate her for her overall thickness down her top and the smoothness in that front to really warrant to be in the fifth hole. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause.
For the Tunis, placing on the Slick Shorn yearling U class, first place to Red Barn Farm at 0719 Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place, Mum 2353, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Fourth place, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Southdowns, first place goes to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third place, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And fourth place, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Placing on the Tunis pair yearling U class, first place goes to Bo Mem, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 5, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York.
Well, it's really been a lot of fun sorting through the Rams, and I know the U's are going to get really challenging and going to have huge numbers, and it'll certainly be a lot of fun to sort through them as well. But with Rams, you don't always find a whole bunch to tie to and ones you get excited about, but I found a bunch of them that I really like, and I'm sure as consignor, as exhibitors and breeding programs, I'm sure there's an awful lot of them back in the barn that are going to help your programs. Just wasn't quite what I was looking for today, and that shouldn't change what you want to do with your program. But these are the ones I like out here. I really enjoy looking at these, and there was one that hit me pretty hard. I think, in my opinion, this sheep is just, it's good livestock. I don't care what species, what breed. One that can get out and trot like this one does and look this way from the side. and have this kind of build and balance and look, I think is, and still have some power to it, is really a lot of fun. And that's going to be your buck that came out of that second class. He's going to be our champion ram.
Good job, guys. That's a sweet ram. Good job. You bring that one in? You bring that one right over here for me?
I think moving into our reserve champion ram, the other one that I think struck me, he's built just a little bit different because he's a little bit bigger frame sheet, but I just love the way he's made, holds himself together really well. That's going to be this buck came out of the February class. Congrats.
Good job. Yep.
For the Southdown show, our champion ram came from the late fall Ram Lamb class, Knettle 2425, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. The reserve was from the February Ram Lamb class, George Brothers 24-018 ET, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Now ready to go into Class 1 yearling ewes.
And the senior ewe lamb of things on the tuna side, I'm starting with a ewe that really just caught my eye when she came into the show ring. She tracks real nice. She's beautifully profiling, good-headed, just a nice sheep to start the class with. A girl here in second. She follows the type and kind. I have in the ewe in first. She's just on a smaller scale. Really got to appreciate her for her overall design. She's really just outhorsed by my first place female. A thicker made kind of ewe. Very smooth about that front. Again, she's really good in that baby capacity way, but she just shortens up in her overall makeup. She just gets a little bit rounder in her design, but a nice ewe to fall out here in the top three. A ewe that's a little squarer made is here in the fourth hole. When I get my hands on her, she just shortens up a little bit from that last rib back. Compared to the ewes in the top three, but a nice female in her own right. Real pretty little female here that's in the fourth hole. I love her design, her overall look to her. She's just shortening up a little bit, maybe just getting a little bit finer in her bone, but just a nice female. And we're going to round out the class here with a ewe that just gets a little bit rounder, not quite as square in her design. When she walks out, maybe tracks just a little bit more narrow than the ewes ahead of her, but a nice group of senior ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Tunis Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to Red Barn Farm 0455, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to Mum 23114, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Riggin Klotz, Dublin, Indiana. 4, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. And 5, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana.
What a fun class to sort through. I don't think there was really a bad sheep in the class, so I'm sorry if you're not out here, but don't feel bad because it was very, very deep. I'm starting with the one that puts the most fun pieces for me together. She's neat-fronted, she's shallow, she's straight. She got, I know it doesn't really matter, but it's kind of fun to look at. Neat swoop to her, flank sits down in her. When she gets out, moves around the ring. I like how she kind of prances around. She doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her. She's fresh and she's thick. The U here in second, she just kind of catches your eye when she walks in the ring. She's pretty fronted, she's shallow, she's huge backed. I'd like to change her a little bit off of her tail head, just a little bit to get her any higher, but I just love the look and the freshness of this yearling ewe. This next pair for me, they were challenging because there's some crazy pieces about them, and then there's some pieces I'd like to change. I think what split the pair for me is the third one. She's just a little bit bigger at the top of her tail, which I appreciate. Maybe a tick shallower, but they both are phenomenally thick. And this one in fourth is crazy. Like her lower leg on the side profile, she is huge rear-ended, huge racked. She just needs to be a little bit bigger off of that tail head, and then one foot starting to give her just a little bit of problems. And to round out this class, this fifth place ewe lamb, this young lady's doing, or yearling ewe, this young lady's doing a great job. A really pretty package, just doesn't quite have the mass and the touch to get any higher in the class today.
Placing on Class 2 yearling ewes for the Slick Shorn Hampshire show. First place goes to Wheaton 23-113, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to Northern Star Livestock Service 23023, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Third place, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
Tough decision for me in the senior champion drive on the Tunis side. I've got two sheep that I'm really in love with quite a bit, and as I look at them, I guess I'm gonna just decide what I like about the most about their type and kind. I'm gonna go ahead and use this senior ewe lamb for my champion senior champion female, and I'm gonna follow it up with this big ewe here for my reserve. Congratulations, guys.
In our National Tuna Show, senior champion ewe was first place fall ewe lamb, Red Barn Farm 0455, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Reserve champion senior was our first place fitted yearling ewe, Mum 2378, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire pair yearling U class, first place to Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to Jackson Crisp, Prague, New York.
Class of January Tunis ewe lambs. Starting the class with a female that just holds it all together for me. Very nicely front-ended, super tall, thick down that top, really a nice long female, nice to start the class with. The ewe that I have here in second, again, just shortens up in her overall length. If you perceive her from the side, get your hands on her as well. She's just nowhere near as long as the ewe that I'm utilizing to start this class with. A sheep that's got a really cool design is here in third. You just look at her, she's very smooth about the front, but when you watch her track out, she just wants to narrow up just a little bit as she walks out, but a nice sheep in her own right. I've got a ewe that's here in fourth, a little bit more shallow made, very smooth in the front end, very super sleek, very feminine, but she just doesn't have the depth of body or that maturity for a January lamb that I'm looking for, but a nice sheep. I'm rounding out my top five with a sheep that's carrying just a little bit more condition than I like. She's good and she's deep-bodied, but again, when you watch her walk out, she just wants to track a little bit more narrow than what I'd like to have. But a nice class of Tunis January ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis January ewe lamb class, first place to Red Barn Farm 0458, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to Ridgeway 2410, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. 4, Mackenzie Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5, Brooke Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York.
Well, and the females get started. This first class, I think we had a lot of power. Obviously, we're going to see some differences in builds and frame size and types. But I gravitated to some that I think are my kind of sheep. I like the overall mass and muscle we see in this first ewe. She's almost unusually large in terms of a rump shape and leg for a female. I would maybe make her a bit more feminine through that front. I certainly think we could see just a little bit less cover on some of these top ewes, but certainly we appreciate the amount of mass and hip and top and leg we get in this first place ewe. A lot of bone structure under her. She balances well in her underline. I think she just puts a lot of things together. Again, if I were to change her, I'd make her a little more feminine about that front. The ewe that stands in second, I think, is a slightly more feminine fronted ewe. For that reason, I considered using her, but I just don't think there's as much of her in that rear third. If she carried back just a little bit deeper in that leg as our first place ewe does, we certainly could go ahead and use her, but I think a big, massive ewe with a good hip certainly brings a good sweep to her rib, and I think that's where she excels over our third place ewe. Third place ewe, she's tending to come up into her flank just a little bit compared to our top two ewes. Maybe just doesn't have that depth to the rear part of her rib that I see in those top two ewes. Probably the prettiest patterned ewe. I'd maybe change her breastplate just a little bit and clean that up as we come up through that sweep into that brisket, up into that front end. But certainly I like the size and scale in this ewe, and I love the top line, the hip structure she gives us as well. Maybe the best headed of this top three. We move into a ewe in 4, a little different kind of ewe, a little smaller ewe, but she really impresses me when I handle her. A ewe that really gives me a good touch, a ewe that just doesn't give us the length of body, and certainly she just doesn't give us that overall balance and thickness in that top portion that we see in those top 3 ewes. We wrap up the class with a big framed ewe, but a ewe that maybe just doesn't have the muscle or the overall design to get in the top 3 today, and I think this ewe stands in 4th. This needs to be in this top lineup as well. So just a good set here to work in our first set of yearling females.
Placing on Class 1 yearling ewes for the Southdown show. First place goes to Bowers 2323, Poe, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Second place to WF 789, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Third, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. 4, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5, Braden Buckland, Warren, Indiana.
Another fun class to sort through here. The ewe I'm going to start with, she may not be the smoothest down her top, but she's definitely, for me, the thickest, hardest handling down her top. She's the shallowest made. They're all a little bit tight when they get out and walk around the ring. I think they're just fighting the kids some today. But she just puts all the best, neat pieces together for me. The young man here in second, I love the profile of the sheep. I'd love to clean her up in her chest floor just a little bit and drop her flank just to balance her out a little bit better. But a big racked sheep, big at the top of her rib. Just like to change her out through her hip a little bit to get her any higher than the one in first. The young lady here in third, this sheep's, I love how shallow the sheep is, how hard handling. She's probably the freshest handling sheep in the class. Her neck just doesn't tie in. She needs to sit up a little higher on her shoulders for me today to move her up any higher. And two really nice ewe lambs to round out the class. A really pretty profiling ewe here in fourth. She's got some neat look to her, some neat design. She just shortens up a little bit on the side to move up any higher. Doesn't handle quite as hard as a couple of the ones ahead of her. And the young lady here to round out the class, a really nice, big-topped kind of ewe lamb. Just need to change a few things about her front end to get her up any higher.
In the February Tunis ewe lamb class, I don't swap places very often, but there are times when you get a nice class such as this and you start running them through, especially towards the end of a show. You need to really just get them in place and analyze them one more time. The ewe lamb I'm starting the class with just really is a beautiful fronted, just thick-bodied female. Just really have to appreciate her for her overall elegance. The ewe lamb that I have here in second, boy, she is super, super, super long. When I watch her walk out, she just wants to hawk those rear wheels in just a little bit. That's what's going to land her here in the second hole, but just an exceptional female to be up here in the top two. The ewe lamb I have here in the third spot, just carrying a little bit more condition. She's got a nice depth of body, shortens up in her overall makeup, but just a sheep that belongs here in the third spot. A longer bodied female that I have here in fourth. When I put my hands on her, she just doesn't have that overall depth of the thickness and top, that I'm looking for. She just maybe narrows up a little bit when I get out and walk behind her, but a nice female in her own right. I'm going to round out the top five with a really flashy female here but she just doesn't have that overall mass and muscling of the lambs I have ahead of her. Nice class of February ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall slick shorn ewe lamb class for the Hampshire's first place to Wheaton 24-015, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to Hubbard 24-015, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 4, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana. And 5, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place to Red Barn Farm 0470, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to Mum 2441, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Parker Smith, Cardington, Ohio. 4, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York. And 5, to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
This has been a fun show to sort so far, and I know we're not even partway through it, but these females have been exceptional. And there's so many neat pieces out here, and as a breeder of these things that you really appreciate, and wouldn't mind having, some of these pieces at home to try out and use. And we talked about these a lot in class, and a lot for me. I don't talk a whole lot anyway. You can ask my husband. What husband says you need to talk more? Mine does, but we'll just... So I'll just go out and pick your champion and reserve senior.
For the Slick Shorn Hampshire show, our senior champion ewe was the class winner of yearling ewe class number 2, Wheaton, 23-113, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. The reserve senior champion came out of that same class, Northern Star Livestock Service, 23023, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
March ewe lamb class here on the tuna side. Really eye-catching, really eye-appealing female I'm going to start this class with. I've always found myself a little partial to the late spring ewe lambs. When they're baby lambs like this and they're this attractive, she's just a cool sheep. She's going to be your class winner. The lamb I'm going to put here in second just really is a long-sided, super cool front-ended sheep. Love her head, just a nice sheep. She is just really out-horsed with mass and muscle and design here with the first place animal. The lamb I have here in the third hole, probably one of the more younger baby lambs in the class, but you really got to appreciate her for her overall length. She stands good on all four corners. Just a nice sheep to fall here in that third hole. The lamb I have here in fourth, a little bit heavier in her overall makeup, super thick down that top. She just gets a little bit shorter in her overall makeup to get any higher than fourth place today. The ewe lamb that I'm going to round out this top five in, she just wants to track a little bit more narrow there when she gets out on the move. She's just not as a flashy of a female, but boy, she is super long and very feminine about that front. Let's give these Tunis exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis class of March ewe lambs, First place to Mum, 2455, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Stumpy, 780, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 5, Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. I need the following Oxford exhibitors from yesterday's show to come to the announcer's desk, please. Cohen Brandt, Austin Groves, Cooper Leininger, and Riley Smith.
Well, obviously, we're going to have a lot of classes where there's certainly a lot of power toward the top, and I really like a lot of these females. There's some differences. There's quite a few differences in the ones that I gravitated toward, and that's what got my wheels spinning pretty good, because I wanted to make sure that I was comfortable with the ones that are at the top. So when we get on our champion drive, I'm really in love with the ones that I'm staring at to try to name our champion here at the All-American. This ewe that starts the class, she's the combination female for me. She's plenty big enough for what I'm looking for, and yet she's not too out there in terms of size. I really like the fact that she walks out with a nice proud step. I like the fact that she's long. I like the fact that she's level. More than anything, I just like the fact that she's balanced. She still looks like a female in the front, but yet there's plenty of power through that top line, and I think this sheep is pretty neat. The ewe that I thought I would go with the whole time is standing in second. The only reason I didn't use her is that she maybe just doesn't balance quite as well in that rear third as what I see in the top placing ewe. I like this ewe in the front 1/3. I think she excels the rest of the class there pretty handily. I like this sheep for the way she's designed. She brings us plenty of top, plenty of muscle. Again, if I could just balance her a little bit better in that rear third, we certainly would go ahead and use this one today. A little bit more moderate type ewe standing in third, but one that I just love when we get her in motion. She just gets out with a nice easy stride. She's got a big foot under, probably the biggest footed in this top lineup. Really square about that top, plenty big enough, just a really cool sheep. Maybe just not quite as flashy, maybe not quite as much of her as I see in the top ewes in terms of her front end extension, maybe just a little bit looser in that hide in that front third of her body, but just a really cool sheep in a lot of ways. We got a big bold ewe here standing in 4. I think maybe ewe that's just got a little more cover, a little more front end, but certainly a ewe that I like an awful lot in terms of her mass, her foot, her overall size and her thickness. I think she comes here real nicely. We've got a super flashy ewe standing in 5, one that I thought was going to be a player. She just gives up a little bit of 3 dimension in terms of depth and width when we compare to the top 4.
In the slick-shirted ewe lamb class over here on the tuna side, we're going to start with a ewe lamb that's just really long-bodied. She's really good from that hip out to her tail head. Just a really nice female to start this class with. The ewe that I have here in second, she's a little bit rougher in her front end than my ewe here in first. She occasionally wants to get that head dropped and let her back roach when she's getting out on the move. That's what's going to land here in the second spot. Real long lamb here in the third hole. What's going to land her here is she just tracks a little bit more narrow than what I like. She doesn't have as much of that mass and muscling and that width that I'm looking for, but a nice ewe in her own right. Heavy muscled female here, carrying a little bit more conditioning than I like for a ewe lamb, but you can't help but really like her about that front end and over the top. She just gets a little bit more squirrely there when you get into her back leg area and her tail set. That's what's going to land her here. Just a smaller frame female, not carrying the mass and muscle, but boy, you sure can appreciate her from across that top line. She's just as straight, just as smooth as can be. Just needs a little bit time, a little bit more growth to her. We're going to round out this class with a lamb that just wants to, again, get that back roached up. When she walks along, she just wants to suck herself right up and tuck in. But a nice class of slick-shirted ewe lambs. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the Southdown Class 2 yearling ewes, first place to Wilson 23-13, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Second place, George Brothers 23-023, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 4, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York. And 5, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to T&J Farms, IN 73064-2403, Maddie Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. Second place to Red Barn Farm 0472, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third, Parker Smith, Cardington, Ohio. 4, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5, Talia Peterson of Oakdale, Connecticut.
A nice ewe lamb to start this class. She may not be the thickest, she may not be the shallowest, but I think she puts all the pieces together in the best package for me. She gets out and moves around the ring well when she wants to walk. And when you get your hands on her, she progressively gets wider down her top. She handles hard, she handles fresh. The problem for me kind of here is second, kind of a totally different sheep than what we have in first and third, a lot smaller statured. She's not as shallow as like, but I love her profile. She does run uphill. She's big backed and big hipped and has a nice turn to her rear when you get her out here on the side. The one here in third, I love her front end design. She's shallow, she's big top. I just wish you could change her out through her hip a little bit. That's kind of what would make her move up higher, just make her a little wider at the top of her hip. The young lady here in fourth, she was having some problems getting the sheep to move around the ring, but when she finally decided to move, she looked really good doing it. She got herself together, she did well. When you get her propped up, she handles really nice. I think she ties together really good. Just need to clean her up in her front end to move her any higher. And the young men that ran out the top 5, a really nice complete ewe lamb, just really thick, really good handling, just not probably as fresh as a couple of the other ones ahead of her. And I just like to clean up her front end and make it just a tick more feminine.
Junior champion, you here for the tuna show. Really a nice group of females. The bucks were a nice division, but boy, these ewes just all the way around have really been some nice sheep. Today, when I look at them, the sheep that I really have kind of fallen in love with and want to see her future is going to be this little March ewe lamb. She's going to be my junior champion, and I really just thought that this January ewe lamb was super cool. I'm going to follow her up as your reserve. Congratulations.
For the tuna show, our junior champion went to the first place March ewe lamb, Mum 2455, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. The reserve champion to the first place January ewe lamb, Red Barn Farm 0458, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the tunas, first to Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. And 5, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York. Placing on the first class of January ewe lambs in the Slick Shorn Hampshire show, first place goes to Scales 4059, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to Scales 4015, Tim Reamer, Mequon, Wisconsin. Third place, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4, Lindsay Poole, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky.
Round of applause, folks, for the champion ewe drive. 4 really excellent females that I've got out here. You know, the tuna show has just been exceptionally hot today, just a great, great show, and I'm reasonably sure you're going to see a lot of these females head on out to Louisville and back now in November, and will stand a lot of heat. They really will. I'm not going to take a lot of time today. I'm going to use my senior champion female for your champion ewe. She's just a crazy good sheep. But I really love this little March ewe lamb and can't wait to see what she brings along. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
For our National Junior Tuna Show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe. Senior champion ewe out of the fall ewe lamb class, Red Barn Farm, 0455, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe from the March ewe lamb class, Mum 2455, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Now ready for young flock. Placing on the Tunis Young Flock class, first place to Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. And 5, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
This was a really fun class to sort. I felt like it was just a little smoother sort when we get down to it. I felt like there was more consistency in this top lineup than what we saw in the other two classes. I really like this ewe that starts the class. She's big and bold and yet looks like a female. She isn't quite as long as a couple of the others I've used, but she comes together really well in her top in terms of her power. She has a big sweep to her rib. She walks on a good set of feet and legs. She's got all kinds of power from behind, and yet gives us some extension. If we can find those hip structures and pretty fronts together, that's certainly the kinds that I'm looking for. We move into the ewe in second. I think this is the flattest hip, smoothest topped ewe in the top group here. I think she's super elegant about her front. She's really dead level in that top all the way to her hip. Our pin set's really accurate. I just think we just give up some of the overall power and mass that we see in our top placing ewe if we were going to get her any higher. Ewe standing in third, probably the neatest sheep in a lot of ways in terms of her front, the way she travels about. I'd just change that top line. It's a little more challenging in the way her loin set is. She wants to give us just a little bit of a bump in her top there, but certainly a ewe that handles really fresh, one of the cleanest handling ewes in terms of condition. I really think her best days are yet in front of her. Move into a ewe in 4. This is a little bit darker patterned ewe. I'd just lighten her up a tick to make her more ideal for me, and I think more importantly, just clean up that front. She's just a little bit more massive in terms of that shoulder and the way she's built when we compare to the way she is in her rear third. We round out the top 5 with one that's certainly big in her build. I really appreciate the sweep to her rib. She's still pretty fronted, but we've got a ewe that's got quite a bit more flesh on her, and again, maybe just a little bit soggier about that midsection we get her about, but certainly a big impressive ewe in her own right. Nice class.
Placing on the class of yearling ewes, the third class of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place to Coon Mills 2322, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. Second place to Beckmeyer Brothers 2326, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Third to Riker Beckmeyer. Fourth place, Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. And 5 to Brinley Kretz, Kmart, Maryland. Placing on the Tunis Best Forehead of Ewes class, first place to Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. 4, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 5, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. I'd like to have Austin Groves and Riley Smith to come to the announcer's desk, please.
A heck of a class here. These two first females are pretty neat in my book. It was pretty hard to have to make a decision. I think the deciding factor for me was just I like the front end design a little bit better, and the one at first, she's a little more up off the ground, a tick more feminine. You got to appreciate both of them, but they touch amazing, they handle amazing. There's really not too many holes in these sheep. They're both big back. The loin shape in the second one's crazy. She's big topped. I'd like to change her hip just a tick, maybe smooth it out a little bit. But other than that, two incredible females. The one here coming in third, I think matches these two pretty well. She's big backed. She's big butted. She on the side profile, I love the way her chest lays in her and how she gets progressively deeper. She shortens up her stride a little bit for me. I know she was fighting the young lady, but when she would finally kind of walk, she's just a little too short for me, a little choppy. Young lady here in fourth, a nice sheep, a little bit bigger frame type of sheep, but super fresh, hard handling kind of sheep. You got to appreciate her for how big she is at the top of her rib and how well she carries out into her hip, and she's one of the longer hip to use in the class. And a nice sheep to round out the top five here. Really pretty fronted, shallow made kind of sheep. I really like the way she gets out and moves around the ring. I just like to change her loin shape a little bit to move her any higher.
Placing on the class of Slick Shorn, Hampshire, January ewe lambs, class number 2. First place goes to Johnson, 2534, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Johnson Family Showstock, 24012, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place, Elizabeth Hartman, Flint, Michigan. 4, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. And 5, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. Again, Hampshire exhibitors, we will show market lambs at the conclusion of our slick sheared show, not at the conclusion of the fitted show. So at the conclusion of the slick sheared show, after we've done best 4 head of ewes, then we will show the market lamb classes.
In the Tunis Market Lamb class, I found a lamb there here that really fits the bill. Super thick topped, smooth fronted, just a really good butted Tunis lamb for here in the market class. A lamb that follows its type and kind. It would probably fall more in like a medium weight division, as where my first place would be in a heavyweight, but you really have to admire this sheep for its thickness of top and that good square hip to tail head stature that it has. A long bodied lamb that I have here in the third hole just gives up the meat and muscling and mass that my first 2 does, but you really can't get her any lower than third. Get it any lower than third with the amount of thickness of top. A bolder fronted Tunis market lamb that's here, but boy, you have to appreciate the overall thickness to it without having all that fat and trim to it. Nice job here with the 4th lamb. We're going to round out our market lambs with a lamb that just doesn't have as much of the natural thickness and muscling, but really does carry out this class well. Congratulations. Nice Tunis show today.
Placing on the Tunis market lambs, first place goes to a lamb weighing 111 pounds, tag 2406, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Second place to a lamb weighing 107, tag 2417, Mackenzie Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 4, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. and 5, Maddie Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. That does conclude your National Junior Tuna Show. Our judge has been Julia Chute. We're now ready to go into National Cordale Junior Show.
This class sorted itself pretty easily for me.
Just
This
missed
ewe lamb,
it.
when she walked in, she just caught your eye and you get your hands on her. She's the the hardest handling, freshest handling sheep in this class. She is big backed, she is big loined. She's big loined and she's big hipped, and you just love even the substance of bone and how she walks around the ring. She kind of gets up and goes. Another really pretty ewe here in second. I love her front end design when the young man gets her out and gets her on the move. She really likes to hold her head up and keeps her spine really into her. She just gets a little outpowered by the ewe lamb in front of her. A really nice ewe lamb in third that kind of follows the type and kind of her first two. She's just not as hard handling and fresh today. She's got a little more cover on her, but a really pretty profiling type of sheep. And fourth and fifth here are kind of a little give and take. The lamb in fourth, I love the handle of this sheep. I love how thick this sheep is. I love the width at the top of her rib and her rack. I'd like to change her front end a little bit. I like to set her neck up just a little bit higher on her shoulders, and she gets a little straight off those back legs on occasion. I'd like to change that about her, but there's too much sheep there to put her any lower. And the young men to finish out the class here are really super handling sheep. She is huge racked for as lean as she is. Just like to give her a little more flank and pull her apart just a little bit to get her any higher in class today.
Outstanding class here in class 4, Southdown yearling ewes. I found a ewe that I think really rises to the top in a nice fashion. She complements a lot of things within herself. She's cool fronted, she's big boned. I think when she really wins it's when we get her in motion. She just excels the rest of the class, not only in the way she travels, but the way she holds herself together on the move. Beautiful headed sheep, good footed sheep, well balanced sheep. Move into a ewe in second, I think is a lot like her in frame, size, type, and kind, just not quite as elegant about her front. When I get down on top of her, she certainly has that big width of top. She carries a little bit higher percentage of her weight in that front third, but certainly a big-footed ewe that handles herself really well. The problem sheep for me is 3. I love this sheep when I put my hands on her. She's also cool fronted. I changed 2 things about this sheep. Her front feet want to get just a little bit awkward on her, and she's just not quite as clean out of her shoulder into her rack. She just wants to be a little more pinched and dipped there than what we see in her top 2 ewes. But boy, this sheep handles as fresh as any. She's hard, she's big top, and she certainly looks really good from that rear view. Move into our ewe from 4, the 4th place ewe, a ewe that certainly is, she's a lot like our our second place ewe in the way she's designed. She's long, she's good top, she percentages well. She maybe just doesn't balance out quite as nice, maybe not quite as fresh appearing, and when we get her in motion, she tends to fall apart just a little. And we've got a super elegant ewe, probably the best fronted ewe in this top lineup. Handles really fresh, just a cool sheep in a lot of ways. She gives up a little bit of power to a couple on top, and when we put her in motion, she's definitely more challenged on those rear legs than we see in the top 4, and that's why we dropped her to 5th place today, but a cool sheep to have in this top lineup as well.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Hampshire February ewe lamb class, early division, first place goes to Johnson Family Showstock 24013, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan, with Wheaton 24-096. Third to Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. 4, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 5, Campbell Coyle of Danville, Kentucky.
Starting the Corriedale show today, we are starting here with the senior bucks. I'm starting with a buck that when you just open his fleece, that is super cool from front to rear, very uniform, very unique, and it's just to get him here. But not only that, he has just really got a lot of elevation. He's got a lot of style. He's long-sided, just a ram that belongs here in first place. Not to take away from our second place buck, he is just as cool as the first place. What happens is when I open his fleece, it gives up lacks a little bit of that character that I'm looking for in the Corriedale fleece, but he also lacks in just a little bit of that overall length that my first place buck does today. But really a nice class of senior Corriedale bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 4 yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place went to Longenecker, 2317, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to Gertz, R2302, Riley Gertz, Richmond, Indiana. Third Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Placing on the Corriedale Fall Ram Lamb class, first to Dewdrop Farm, 23-91, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. Second place to Craig, 2332, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
In this January Corriedale Ram class, I'm starting the class with a ram that just really pulled it together for me when he came out into the ring. He's super cool down that top. He's long-sided, smooth-fronted. Love him about his head. He'll be first place. The ram that I have here in second closely follows that ram in first. Gives up the overall length and power that I'm looking for that I have in my first place ram, but two very nice rams. I'm rounding out the class with another ram that I just really like. He just wants to get that top rode straight up on me most of the time when I'm looking at him, and you get him out on the move and he just wants to drop the head and pick up that top. But three really nice January rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Corriedale January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Peters, 2401, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to Craig, 2404, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And third place to Camden Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio.
Another exceptional female to start off this class. When she walked in, she kind of just walked away with the class. It was kind of hard to take my eyes off of her. She just outpowers, outmasses everything in here. When she gets out and moves, she does it really well too. You appreciate her too. She's fresh and she handles well. She's not overdone. She's where she needs to be. The ewe lamb in second, another really neat kind of sheep. She's not as far along as her maturity pattern as the one in front of her, but just has some really neat pieces. I love the femininity about her front end. I love the thickness down her top. I'd just like to change her hip-loin junction just a little bit, but that'll come with, I think, some time too, and once she fills in a little bit. Another nice handling kind of ewe lamb here in third. When you get on her, she doesn't disappoint you. When she gets out around the ring, I love how she just holds her head up and kind of prances around. She ties in really well into her shoulders. She has a great big rack. Again, I'd like to change her a little bit in her hip-loin junction. She tends to break there sometimes. So that's the biggest thing for me why she's in third. The young men here in fourth, a really complete, smooth-made type of ewe lamb. There's, just really no holes in her. She's has a little more condition on her than a couple of these other ones in this class, but she's really round at the top of her rib, which I appreciate, and just a big loin kind of sheep that ties in really well into her hip. The one I'm rounding out the class, probably not as pulled apart in her skeleton as the ones in front of her, but just a little greener, just needs a little more time, but has some really neat pieces.
Placing on Class 2 February ewe lambs for the Slick Shorn Hampshires, first place to Johnson, 2508, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Wheaton, 24053, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third place, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 4, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 5, Davy Scheller, Noblesville, Indiana.
Nice class of February lambs here in the Corriedale side of things. Starting the class with a lamb that again is just really eye appealing. He's very, very striking. You move all around him and he's just a super cool sheep to look at. You part that fleece and it's really uniform from front to rear. I get a ram that follows him in type and kind here in the fourth hole. He just lacks a little bit when you get from that hip out to that tail head structure. He wants to roach as he's moving along around the ring. But again, a really nice ram that's here in the second spot. A ram that's here in third. Again, a ram that just wants to keep roaching on me. Every time I look at him, he gets that head dropped and he gets himself. When he gets himself pulled together, he looks pretty cool. You open the fleece and he loses a little bit of his consistency in fleece from front to rear and changes a little bit. That's what's really going to land him here in the third spot. The ram I have here in fourth. When I open up his fleece, he really has one of the nicer fleeces in here. And I put my hands on him. He's got fantastic meat and muscling. What's going to fault him here in the fourth hole is he's starting to drop on those front pasterns just a little bit more than I like when they're here in a February class, and that always concerns me as to when they get older, but a really nice ram in his own right. Just got a different pattern kind of lamb here in the fifth spot. A little bit younger, a little bit different by design than the four rams ahead of him. Just needs maybe a little bit more time and maturity to come a long way, but a nice fleece, and here we are. The ram that I'm gonna round this class out in, I open up his fleece and it just gets a little bit more dull. It doesn't have that nice crispness to it and the crimp that I'm looking for from front to rear, but also gives up on some of that meat and muscling and that thickness atop. Congratulations, another nice class.
Placing on the class of February and later ram lambs for the National Corriedale Junior Show, first place to Peters 2404, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to Craig 2418, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. 4, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. And 5, to Anja Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the Corriedale Pair Ram Lamb class, first place, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third place, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
Really nice Corriedale Ram show that I got to judge this morning. Not huge in numbers, but there really wasn't a one that I didn't see that just didn't have a lot of super quality. Again, I'm going to scoot this right along. Today for my champion, I'm going to use my lamb out of my late class for my champion, and I'm going to come up here with my fall buck for my reserve. Just a super cool shape. Congratulations, guys.
Champion ram for your National Junior Corriedale show is the February and later born ram lamb of Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio, on Peters 2404. The reserve grand champion goes to the first place fall ram lamb, Dewdrop Farms 23-91, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
Another really high quality class to use. The one I'm starting with, she just outpowers everything out here. She get your hands on her. She's big on the top of her ribs, big backed. Just puts a lot of good pieces together. Gets out and moves around the ring. The one in second, I think, follows her most closely. Granted, she's not as blown apart and muscular as the one in third, but I think she puts some neat pieces together. I love her extension through her front end, how her front end ties into the rest of her. I love her side profile, and I love the turn to her lower leg. I think, I know these are young ewe lambs, so I think she has a lot of potential to get there. The problem sheep for me kind of was here in third. She's a beast. She is crazy big back, crazy big butted. She just doesn't put it together quite as well. She gets a little dumpy on the side, gets a little dumpy through her front end. She has the most condition of anything out here, but I think she's still got to stand up here because you got to appreciate just how much muscle she has. One here in fourth, another kind of, it's more like her second place one, kind of raw, not as much condition on her. I think she has a lot of potential though. She has a lot of natural shape when you get on top of her, and I think a lot of that will come as time progresses. And a nice shoe to round out the class. She's fighting the young lady right now, but I think when you get your hands on her, you really appreciate her for how true she is down her top and how big-hipped and long-hipped she is.
Placing on the class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Slick Shorn Hampshire show. First place goes to Johnson, 2481. J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to Johnson Family Showstock, 24192, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Third to Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. 4, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5, Sam Munsterman, Watseka, Illinois.
Another really impressive class here. I think this wraps up our yearling ewe drives with the 5th class here. I think just an exceptional set of sheep. I really enjoyed looking at this top set. I think this top pair, there's a lot of similarities in these ewes. They're super well in terms of blending. They're really good in their breed character. They both travel out really nice. I think where I break it here is that this first place ewe just a little more extended, a little prettier in that front third. She views just a tick longer. They both handle similar from that 13th rib back, but I think we just see just a little bit more length in terms of her pattern and profile here in our first place ewe. I think there's just a little more gas left in her tank, but certainly a super good pair. As I mentioned with this second place ewe, it's tough to pick a hole in this ewe. She's super elegant. She's gorgeous headed. She's good footed. She's good in terms of her balance. She's got plenty of muscle to her. She handles good. She's just a good sheep. I think she just gives up just a little bit of that wow factor in terms of pattern and freshness and front end that I see in my first place ewe. This third place ewe, maybe just a little bit more of a power sheep in terms of her top. She's big footed. Certainly the most stubborn sheep we've seen today. Didn't want to get out and walk at all, but this exhibitor performed quite well in terms of getting it set and getting it going, but there just isn't enough pretty to get this ewe any higher in the class when we view her against this top pair. We'll look at this ewe in fourth. I think this ewe has a lot of future. She's super elegant. She's really long. She maybe gets a little tighter in her spine when she gets about, and she's maybe not quite as big and bold and robust in terms of her rib shape as some of those ewes in the top of the class, but I think this ewe is just super nice in terms of her pattern, her length of body, the way she handles, the freshness, and so forth. The ewe that stands in fifth, that rounds out the class, I really thought this ewe matched up well with the pair that are on top. I thought she'd fit nicely in that top three, but she's just a little more challenged in the way she gets about on those rear two, so I think we're just going to leave her in fifth today, but just a super set. Really impressed with the top end of this class.
Placing on the Class 5 yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place to Oldenburg, 3149. Brunley Kretz, Kmart, Maryland. Second place to Oldenburg, 3157. Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third place to Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. 4, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee.
This has been a really fun breed to sort. I've really enjoyed all the amazing sheep you guys have brought me, and it's just been a lot of fun. And I know there's been some different types and kinds, but they've all been very good sheep, and I just appreciate what you guys are doing out here. And that said, I think that there's a few ewes up here in the starting lineup. There's a little bit of differences in type and kind, but I think they're all really complete females. They all have some really neat pieces to them. I love their, the front ends. I think they all get out and move real well. They're all super big back, super big, bold ribbed. There's a couple out here that really stand up for me, and I will go shake the hand of your champion and reserve junior champion.
Junior champion for the Slick Shorn Hampshire ewes goes to our first place in the second class of February ewe lambs, Johnson, 2508, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve to the class winner of the first class of February ewe lambs, Johnson Family Showstock, 24013, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin.
In this Corriedale Yearling U class, I'm starting with a U that I really pulls it all together for me. She's really up-headed, she's really cool styled, she's thick down that top, has a lot of capacity to her. I open that fleece up and it really is consistent from front to rear. The U I'm putting here in second. She has a lovely fleece. When I open it up, it just starts to lose a little bit of consistency when I get down into the, move out to the rear end of this animal, but she's really up-headed, she's really stylish, just a nice pretty sheep. The ewe that I have here in third, again, her fleece is a little bit on the short side, but so when I open it up, it's really hard for me to find some character. She maybe is a little bit more shallow made, not as deep bodied as the ewes that I have in first and second, but again, a really beautiful ewe in her own right. I get this ewe that's in the fourth hole, big, massive ewe, nice and long and strong. Again, I'm gonna put some weight on the fleece. When I open that fleece up, it's just a really bit more on the short side, so it just doesn't hold all that character together that my first two animals have. I'm going to round the class out with this fifth place animal. Beautiful fleece on this animal, front to rear. Just again, when I watch it, shortens up a little bit, gets a little bit more shallow in its overall makeup. Nice class of Corriedale yearling ewes.
Placing on the Corriedale Yearling U class, first place to Peters, 2311, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to Craig, 2308, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Third to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4, Brady Craig. And fifth place to Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Placing on the Southdown pair Yearling U class, first to Brinley Kretz, Kmart, Maryland. Second place, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Third, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 5, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Placing on the pair Yearling ewes for the Corriedales, first to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. For the Hampshire Slick Shorn show, our pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 4, Sam Munsterman, Watseka, Illinois. And 5th, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
4 exceptional females out here. This has been a joy to sort through these things. And it's hard to pick just, you know, a couple of them, because there's pieces and parts about a whole bunch of them I really like and I would enjoy having at the house. So this is a tough decision, and it's just a few minor things for me that kind of set them apart, but I will go out and shake your hands.
Grand Champion ewe for the Slick Shorn Hampshire show is our Junior Champion ewe. Coming out of Class 2 of the February ewe lamb class, Johnson, 2508, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve Grand Champion was our Senior Champion. Coming out of Class 2 of the yearling ewes, Wheaton, 23-113, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana.
I'm starting the class with a really attractive, really eye-appealing lamb. What's striking to her, for me, is the thickness down her top, the straightness of her top, but she also really has a nice depth of body that I find very attractive. I'm following up with her bigger body by design ewe that's here in second. She maybe gets a little more heavy-fronted for me, maybe just shortens up body-wise a little bit, but you sure have to love this ewe for the amount of capacity she has. I'm here in the third spot. I have a ewe lamb that's just really maybe a little bit younger. She's just very pretty. You open up her fleece, it's got a nice sheen and shine to it. She just lacks the overall maturity today. And I'm gonna round out these 4 lambs with a lamb that just gets a little heavier in that front for me than I like, a little bit bolder in the front, but a nice glass of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Corriedale class of fall ewe lambs, first place to Craig, 2331, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to Peters, 2312, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And fourth place to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on Slick Shorn Hampshire Young Flock class, first place goes to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And third place, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placings on the best four head of ewes for the slick-sheared Hampshire show. First to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. We are now ready to move into our Hampshire market lamb classes. We need class 1. Those animals weighing 77 to 115.
Class of January ewe lambs here in the Corriedale side of things. Just a really eye-appealing, very attractive female. And I open up her fleece and it just doesn't disappoint. I really like watching this female walk around the ring. She's got a lot of capacity, a lot of bone to her. Super cool to be in this class. The lamb I'm putting here in second is just a whole different sheep by design. She's just a little bit more stretched out, maybe a little more shallow made. But also another nice sheep that needs to be here and be warranted in second. If I could just give her a little bit more capacity, body capacity, I could probably cruise her right up and give the first place ewe a run for her money, but that's where she's gonna stand today. The ewe that I have in third, she's got a lot of, she shortens up in her overall length of body. When I get my hands on her, she wants to just, from her hip to her tail head, just wants to drop down a little bit for me, but another super cool sheep to have in this class. A really kind of shallow made kind of female that I have here in the fourth slot. I really like her. She's probably one of the longer lambs in the class, very smooth fronted, but again, I really want to start seeing a little bit more capacity to that, not have her flank as high as she does, but a nice sheep. I'm gonna round out this top 5 with a lamb that just has a little bit more it lacks in size and scale compared to my first 4 animals ahead of it, but you really have to like her for her design. You open up the fleece and it's really just got a lot of nice eye appeal to it. Congratulations, another nice class.
Okay, you what? They're febbing later.
Placing on the class of Corriedale January ewe lambs, first place to Peters, 2400, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second to Craig, 2401, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. And 5, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
In this particular class, there was some differences in condition scores, some differences in maturity levels. I love the freshness and the cleanness and the top line in this first place lamb. She gets out really good on the move. She balances super well, really good headed sheep. I kind of fell in love with this one when she walked in, and for a while I wondered if she had enough overall three-dimensional size to her, but at this point I just feel like even in this early fall ewe lamb class, this sheep's going to be big enough even if she doesn't have a lot left in her. I just love her design, love the way she moves, I love her pattern. It was just hard for me to not use her. It's my kind of sheep. The ewe standing in second, a little bit bigger built from the ground up. She's a little heavier boned, a little more raw in terms of her type. She also brings just a little more shoulder, maybe a little coarser through that top line than what I see in my first place ewe, but she handles like a rock. She's long, she's cool-fronted, there's a lot of the similarities in these top two ewes are enough that I wanted to keep them together, and I just feel like though this ewe in second handles just a touch better than the one in first in terms of her firmness, I just feel like this ewe in first is more my kind. She's a little smoother, a little neater in her pattern. The ewes that are standing in 3 and 4, I had trouble moving them apart. They're a lot the same in terms of their design. They're big shape. They're robust in their rib. There's an awful lot of similarities in them. I feel like there's plenty of capacity, plenty of top in both these ewes. They're just a little rounder in their kind, maybe just a little farther along, a little fleshier, if you will, in terms of the way they're built than we have in the ewes in 1 and 2. But I certainly like the way they're made. I felt like the ewe in 3 was just a little bit bigger and stronger about her top than the ewe in 4. I think the ewe in 4 is going to be a tremendous yearling ewe. I think she's going to keep coming, make a big sheep. I think though she has some flesh on her, there's an awful lot of good in this sheep, and I think down the road we're going to hear some noise from this sheep as well. You standing in 5, another cool sheep, maybe just breaks a little bit at her hip, maybe shallows up a little bit in her flank compared to some of the ewes toward the top, but I really like this female as well and wanted to keep her in the top 5.
Placing on Class 1 of the early fall ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to Beckmeyer Brothers, 2372, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second to KDK, 2362, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third place, Hannah Needham, Danville, Indiana. 4, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And fifth place to Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. We need the following exhibitors to return to the Skillathon area to complete their score sheets. They left some things out. Hosanna Tipliff, Luke Aslin, Colt McCoy, Anika Heller, Mesa Everts, Sophia Hertz, Sydney Paul, Freddie Craig, and Charlotte Craig. Remember, both the skeleton and the virtual shearing closes at 2 o'clock today, and this is the last day for both of those events.
In the Corriedale February class and after, I'm starting with a ewe that just really rocked it for me when she came out. She just has such a super cool pattern to her. Being such a late lamb, you just really want to look at that extension and that style. She's going to be first place. The lamb here in second follows a lot of his type and kind. She just wants to keep roaching that back of hers, pulling herself underneath her when you get her on the move. But another nice, real nice February ewe lamb. The lamb that's here in the third hole, really another nice lamb that I really like quite a bit. She's more in the, when you look at her, she's just in her natural state. What puts her in third for me, and I thought about cruising her up to the top, more to the top of the class, she wants to drop on those rear pasterns just a little bit, start to track a little bit more narrow than the ewes that I have in first and second. But boy, there's a bright future in this lamb that's in the third spot. The lamb I have here in fourth, another nice long-bodied lamb. She's very smooth up that top. When you get behind her, she doesn't have all that muscling that I'm looking for, but she surely has a nice fleece. She stands a little bit more narrow. That's what's going to put her here in fourth. We're going to round out the top five today with this lamb that I have here in the fifth spot. She's a little heavier fronted, maybe wants to let that top down a little bit once in a while. She's got a lot of depth of body, shortens up a little bit, but you surely can't fault her for not being a really growthy lamb with a really nice fleece. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February and later ewe lambs for the National Junior Corriedale Show. First place to Peters, 2402, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to Craig, 2419, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. 4, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. And fifth place to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
A nice class of lightweight market lambs to start off the show. The one I'm starting with, she just puts the most pieces together for me. I love her handle. She's handling probably the freshest and the best condition right now. She, when you get her out on the side, I love how she runs uphill. She puts it all together. Young man's getting her shown real well too, which I think helps. I like to maybe change her a little bit in that hip-loin junction, smooth it out, but I think as time progresses, that'll happen. Young lady here in second, a really pretty profiling type of ewe lamb, hard as a rock. I love the freshness about this lamb. I love when you get your hands on her. She's still pretty raw, and so there's a lot of potential there, and I love how she puts the package together, how she looks on the side, how she sits up in her chest floor. The problem here kind of was in third for me. Sometimes I get a view of the sheep from the back and on top. I just love her. She's big backed. I love her loin shape. But on the side is where we kind of struggle. She just doesn't want to set up, doesn't want to show. She's a little deeper chested. Her neck doesn't tie in quite as well as the other ones. So it makes it a little harder to evaluate her. The young lady coming in fourth here, a really just complete package type of sheep. She's good through her chest floor, big topped, carries out into a big nice loin. Just maybe a little plainer than the ones in front of her, but a really nice package. The one here in fifth, he's a little raw today, I think, to get up any higher. Not quite as muscular as the rest of them, but he has a really neat package, and I love his silhouette when you get him out here on the side, and I think he has a great future.
Just one entry in this class of the natural ewe lamb. This is a February ewe lamb. Really a nice ewe lamb. You open up her fleece and it's really got a lot of crimp and a lot of style. Doesn't have it doesn't have any competition today, but she surely could have some more. Congratulations on your ewe lamb.
For the Corriedale Natural Unfitted ewe lamb class, our winner was Krieger 1197, Alyssa Rickert, Saranac, Michigan. Placing on the first class of Hampshire market lambs, these lambs weighing between 77 and 115 pounds. First place goes to tag 5687, a lamb weighing 112, Cameron McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Second place to tag 2407, a lamb weighing 113, Shelby Bays, Ashland, Ohio. Third place, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. 4, Rachel Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. And 5, Ava Wilson, DeForest, Wisconsin. Placing on the Corriedale pair of ewe lamb class, first place, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. 4, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. And 5, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa.
our second class of early fall ewe lambs here. I think we've got a bunch of good ones again. I think this lamb that I chose to start with really puts a lot of pieces together. I think really long in her frame and yet holds together nicely. Pretty elegant in her stride. I think holds together real nice in terms of her top line for a long-bodied ewe. Brings a big hip to us and certainly one of the bigger framed ewes in the class, which I tend to like, but just holds together good in terms of her balance, her rib. She's certainly a good-footed sheep and a beautiful headed sheep. The uphill ewe here standing in second. It's hard to not like this ewe when you put your hands on her. She's really firm to the touch. She's big-footed. She's really upscaled in that front end. We see that front third. She's really impressive. She maybe just shortens up a bit compared to our top placing ewe. Doesn't give us quite the width at her hip, but certainly a ewe that's really hard to not look at as a contender. Ewe standing in third. I really like this ewe. When I first put my hands on her, I thought she was probably going to win the class. She's fresh and yet handles with some firmness. She really strikes a pattern when we put her on side view, but she takes a little shorter stride, maybe just a little bit more challenged in her gait, maybe a little darker in her foot. When I look at some of these pieces, I'd maybe just change that about her if we're going to move her to the top of the class, but a pretty neat individual. We've got a very robust ribbed ewe here standing in fourth. Big hip shape on this ewe, probably the most rump shape of anything in the class. She also brings a little more front end and maybe a little more softness to the touch. I'd maybe give her just a little more flex to that rear hock if we were going to move her any higher, but a pretty neat sheep in her own right. Round out the class with an absolutely classy female, a beautiful ewe. She really hit me when she walked in. She's the coolest fronted ewe in the class. She just needs to maybe have a little more three-dimensional mass and size, even though we are working into some younger ewe lambs, but I'd just like to see her with just a little bit more three-dimensional size to compete with the four in front of her, but just a gorgeous female to round out our top five.
On the Corriedale side of things, let's give these kids a round of applause for your champion ewe drive. Just some really nice sheep today from front to rear. Again, just this breed has not disappointed for me today. Today for my champion ewe, I'm going to go ahead and use the big yearling ewe. She'll be my champion female here in the Corriedale show. Just a really impressive. I'm going to follow her up right down here with this little February and after ewe lamb. Congratulations.
For the National Corriedale Junior Show, our champion ewe was our yearling ewe class winner, Peters 2311, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And the February and later born ewe lamb class winner was our reserve champion, Peters 2402, also Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Now ready for young flock. Placing on class 2 of our early fall ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to Davis 4097, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. Second place to Formo 2367, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Third, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 4, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. And 5, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio.
a nice middleweight market lamb here. He just kind of puts all the pieces together for me. He's the freshest to the touch, the hardest handling, the best conditioned one today. You gotta love him when you get your hands on him. He's big in his upper rib. He blends smooth from he's got a big old flat loin into a big hip, and I appreciate that. And when you get him out on the side, I really like the turn to his rear end and how much he runs uphill. The ewe lamb in second, she doesn't get quite as flashy in her front end as the one in front, but you really got to appreciate her when you get your hands on her. She's just big in her upper rib, big rack, big topped. She shortens up maybe just a ticker in her hip for me to move her any higher. The young lady here in third, I love this ewe lamb from the top. When you view her from the top, she is wide. She's pulled apart. Why she's not up any higher is you get her out on the side. She's kind of not as cool fronted, doesn't have quite the wow, I think, the wow factor that the two in front of her do. The young lady here in fourth, a really neat powered up lamb. He's probably the most powerful one here in the class. He just isn't quite as smooth made maybe, doesn't handle quite as fresh today as the ones in front of him. And to round out the class here, another really nice touching kind of lamb. You really appreciate it when you get on the move. It's just like to lengthen his hip out a little bit and flatten that out to get him any higher today.
Placing on the Cordell Young Flock class, first place to Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. And 4 to Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on class 2 of the Hampshire market lambs, these lambs weighing between 116 and 130. First place goes to a lamb tagged 24009, weighing 124, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Second place to tag 24051, a lamb weighing 130, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place, Kayla Pittman. Fourth place, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. And fifth place, Caden Parks, Wingate, Indiana. Placing on the Cordell Best for Head of Ewes class, first place to Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And third to Jackson Jeske of Lakeland, Florida. Best fleeced animal for the Cordell show went to 542, a January ewe lamb, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. That does conclude the National Cordell Junior Show. Our judge has been Julia Chute.
pretty neat set of sheep here, I think, again, in this female class. I think we've got a very unique one standing in first. I think just a huge foot and a beautiful front end on a sheep that handles really fresh. I think there's still a lot of future to this sheep. I think some of these fall lambs are fairly cooked in terms of how far along they're going to go, and I think this one's just going to keep getting better. I really like the way she's built now, and yet I think when we view her as the way she could come here in terms of her top, in terms of her freshness, I think this sheep's just going to keep getting better. One that really impresses me is standing in second, but I'm going to admit that she's a little farther along, a little softer to the touch, but one that's just really built well in terms of her top, her sweep to her rib. Certainly a big hip in this sheep. I like her a great deal, but I just don't think there's quite as much future to her as what we see in the Lamb in one. The different one is standing in third. She's a little bit rounder, if you will, a little bit more powered up. She's got the most rib shape out of this top group, probably the most shape to her butt in terms of how much muscle she's carrying. With that, she's just, again, a little rounder fronted, a little stouter about her neck. Maybe doesn't handle her back legs quite as well as our top pair, but I think incredibly impressive. One of the more impressive females that I've handled in terms of the amount of overall power we see in this female. A very unique one standing in third and fourth as well. I think just a super pattern sheep, really good fronted sheep, just a little bit more fine in terms of her features, maybe not quite as dropped in her flank, maybe not quite as much in her bone structure. When I handle her, she doesn't give me the touch that I see in the top three, but certainly a super fresh sheep that I think is going to have a whale of a future as well. Round out the top five with a super stout-footed one that's just maybe just a touch more coarse in terms of her build, in terms of her hide. We compare with the others in this class, but I think one that really touches us back, and again, super built in terms of her front and the way she stands from the ground up.
A nice class of heavyweight market lambs here. The one I'm starting with, he just puts the most pieces together. He's super fresh to the touch, especially for being as big as he is, and he's deceptively thicker than you think. When you get on top of him, he's round ribbed, he's big racked, he's big hipped, and I just appreciate how it all kind of ties in together. The young man here in second, another really hard handling type of sheep. I love him on the side, how he's up in his chest floor. He's big in his rib, he's big in his loin. I'd like his back to lay him just a tick better, I think, to get him up any higher, smooth him out in his top, but a very nice lamb. The Weather coming in here in third, another really nice sheep. Not quite as fresh to the touch as the two in front of him. Probably like to change that a little bit about him. But another one that just, when you get your hands on him, it doesn't disappoint. It's, big racked, big square loin, and a big long hip. I appreciate that. The young man coming here in fourth, another just really good touching sheep. He's kind of right where he needs to be right now. I'd like to clean him up in his chest a little bit and tie him in a little bit from his loin to his hip, smooth him out there just to get him up any higher. And this one here in fifth, you got to appreciate how well she's been able to hold him together. He's a big sheep. He's not handling quite as fresh as the other ones today, but there's just a lot of product there.
Placing on the third class and final class of market lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to tag S810, a lamb weighing 142, Hudson Hertz of Zephyr, Texas. Second place, tag 2403, a lamb weighing 133, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third place, Gavin Foth, Norwalk, Wisconsin. 4, Branson Belleville, Whitmore, Michigan, and 5, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
First class of Katahdin Rams that are out here. I'm going to start with a fall buck that just really is just a cool made sheep. He's made the way I like him. He's really smooth about that front. He's straight across the top. What impresses me is the amount of muscling. Usually when you get them this tall, they don't have that much of natural muscling and thickness, and he sure does. He's going to be your class winner. I start with a ram that's here in second that's maiden type, and kind of my ram that's in first. You gets that little too much of a break behind those shoulders for me, and I know they can get that little bit of a dip, but it's just a little bit more than what I'm looking for. He's very smooth. He just doesn't have that overall natural thickness that my first place ram does. The ram I have here in third, really like this ram for his overall thickness. What's going to land him in here is the way he balances. He's a little too heavy for me in that front end. Compared to the rear, just gets it a little too heavy shouldered, but I really like this ram. We're going to round out this top four with a ram that is made right. What I really need to see on him is a little bit more natural thickness. He just wants to really just not get as straight down that spine as my top four, the top three ahead of him, but a nice class of Katahdin Fall rams. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to Ed Julian 307, Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place to WAPF 3-1, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois.
A nice market lamb show here in the Hamp division. We talked about these in class, and there are some neat ones, some different types and kinds to pick from. So it's just a few kind of minor details for me. But your heavyweight lamb is going to be your champion, and your middleweight lamb is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Hampshire Market Lamb goes to the Class 3 winner, S810, 142-pound lamb, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. The reserve champion to our middle class winner, tag 24009, 124-pound lamb, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky.
A different class to sort over here in the Katahdin class. I'm starting with this lamb that I really do like for his overall thickness, muscle, and mass. What really impresses me about him is he's a really good-footed individual. When he walks out, he walks good and square and tight and right, as my husband would say. Just a really nice sheep to start the class with. The ram that I have here in second starts to falter a little bit. He wants to hang down on those rear pasterns more than what I like to see. But what I do like about this ram is he's got an awful lot of length and he's got a smooth front end. That's what's going to get him in second. A nice square-made lamb here that's in the third hole. But again, when I get him out on the move, he just wants to keep dropping those rear pasterns on me. And I was really wanting to like him because he's got a really cool pattern. But when I watch him walk out, this is where he's going to place today. Then I'm going to round out the class with this ram in fourth. He's got a nice thick top. He's decent footed. What I would like to change about him is I would like to give him some length, maybe just make him a little smoother about the front, but a nice class of Katahdin rams. Thank you.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Katahdins, first place goes to WAP 4-2, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Aslan 147, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place to Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. And 4 to Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. We are now ready to begin our fitted Hampshire show. So we've got fitted fall ram lambs into the ring. Fitted fall ram lambs for the Hampshires coming into the ring. In the Southdown ring, we are on our final class of late fall ewe lambs. Following this, we will be selecting senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. So those of you back in the barn that's got yearling ewe class winners or early fall class winners, please be getting those ready, as we will go to senior champion, reserve senior champion next.
a nice class here to start off our fitted ham show. The buck lamb that's going to win here, there's just more of him. He's longer sided. He's a little bit taller at the point of his shoulders. I think his front end just blends in better when they get out on the move. I appreciate kind of how his neck and his shoulders all tie in. Granted, the buck lamb in second is a little bit bigger backed, but I would like to change him off his back wheels a little bit. He likes his cow hawk in a little too much for me, and just stouten him up a little bit.
Placing on the class of fitted Hampshire Fall Ram Lambs, first to Meyer, 2405, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to Mum, 23112, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The following exhibitors have written those thank you notes, put their name in the drawing, and they have been pulled for prizes. Here they are: Justin Huckowitz, Katie Ford, Charlotte Bowman, Grace Worley, and Margot Johnson. Go see Marie for your prizes. Speaking of that, Marie's located just right up at the top of the stairs down on that south end of the show arena. If you go to the top of the stairs, Marie's there with promotional items to sell. And just down that aisle going into the bleachers, you'll find the silent auction area. Please go and visit that silent auction area as another means for fundraising here at the All-American.
Well, in this last class, our senior drive here, our second class of late fall ewe lambs, we've certainly got some differences in maturity levels, a little bit difference in type and kind, but I really like these top five. There was about 7 or 8 that I was quite fond of. It took me a bit to sort through them, so I apologize for the extra move, but even though it looks pretty level out here, there are some spots in here that are just a little bit up and down, so every once in a while when I'm scratching my head, I like to move them to a different spot to make sure I'm seeing what I think I see and that I'm happy with the ones that I have at the top. I chose to use this lamb at the top of the class. She's just really big topped, really big footed. She gets to be just a little bit of a challenge. Sometimes she wants to stretch herself out when she pushes, but a sheep that just really gives us a lot of bulk and mass, and yet she's feminine about that front. We get down to that shoulder, I'll grant that I prefer our second place ewe lamb. Our second place ewe lamb is just a little cleaner through that shoulder, a little more feminine. But our second place ewe lamb just doesn't have the hip or the leg, the overall shape that we have to our lamb that wins the class. If we could combine these two, we'd have the one I was looking for. But I think this top pair is really cool. I think this one in second is the one I'd bet on down the road. But today, I just feel like this one in first is just a little bit too much for her. And we are judging the sheep that are in front of us today. If I'm correct and this one in second hasn't been pushed real hard and she's one of the younger ones in the class, she's going to be the one to work around as we get farther down those shows, the shows this summer. We look at our lamb in third. She's just to me, she's a lot like the one that wins the class, but just a little bit looser in her build. She's just a little bit tighter in her flank, doesn't hold together quite as well in terms of her hip and her lower leg, but certainly she brings us a huge top, gets about the ring really well, and I'm thinking third is the best place to handle her today. You in fourth. She's a lot like our second place ewe. I think the future is going to be very good for her. She handles as fresh and hard as anything in the class. I love the way she comes together in terms of her touch. She brings it right back to you when you put your hands on her. But I think for a ewe that's got this much touch, I'd like to just see a little bit more of her. I think this ewe also is going to have a great future. We'll see what she brings down the road, but I think she's very exciting. Round out the top five here with a lamb that I think she brings us a lot of length, a lot of extension about her front. She's big-footed. She's just a little sloppier in her build, maybe comes out of her shoulders just a little bit different, but certainly a sheep that we have a very exciting future with as well.
In the Katahdin ring, I'm starting the class with my most complete ram. There's a lot of different types and kinds in here, but he is by far my most complete. When he walks out, he walks on a good set of feet and legs. He's straight across that top. He has got a really thick, wide loin to him. Just a good ram to start the class. If I could just lengthen this ram out that's here in second just a little bit, he'd be at the top of the class. I just need to widen him out and just lengthen him out just a little bit more, because boy, when you profile him, he's a pretty cool sheep. Just a nice sheep to have in the show ring. I'm going to put the smaller in stature lamb here in third place. If I could just elevate him just a quarter of an inch, that's all I need out of him. He is really long. He is made super right. Maybe a little heavier in the front than the rams I have in first and second, but a really nice ram to be putting here in third. The ram that I have in fourth, really a nice ram. When I look at him and he gets out on the move, he just shortens up in his overall makeup and style. But a nice ram to be here in this Katahdin ram class. And again, so let me just talk about the fifth place ram for a minute. He's the reason we walked around the ring a second time. On the move, this guy is super, super impressive. I get him standing still, and he just wants to get that break to him. He wants to roach down and just hunker his head down in. But on the move, he is one of the more cooler sheep in the show ring. Nice class of Katahdin rams. Congratulations.
A really good complete ram here to start this Hamp class. I think he just puts the most pieces together. He's the most fault-free individual for me. When you get him out and move, he holds himself together really well. And then when you get him stuck, when you get your hands on him, he has the most product to have any of these sheep in here. He is the biggest backed, the most complete, the biggest hipped one. Where I'd like to change him, maybe lighten him up just a little bit. I love his head. I'd like to lighten his legs up, but that's not enough to change anything for me. The second place lamb follows him the most. I think there's a lot to him when you get your hands on him. He's not probably quite as smooth down his top. He's not as quite stout featured as the one in front of him, but a really nice complete ram. The ram lamb coming in third. He's not the biggest one out here, but I think of the remaining three, he's the most complete. He has the most product to him. He's bigger in his upper rib, he's bigger in his loin, and he's bigger in his hip than the two following him. And he's also a little bit sounder when he gets out around the ring. The lamb here in fourth, I appreciate the size of this lamb. I appreciate the style when you get him out on the side. Just when you get your hands on him, he breaks a little bit behind his shoulders there. I'd like to change that about him and maybe raise his hip just a little bit. The one here in fifth, this is a big frame sheep. He has got some grow to him. He's just not enough to him today to move up any higher. He breaks a little behind his shoulders, and he needs to straighten out his dock. And when he gets around the ring, he likes to kick his back legs up a little bit underneath him.
Placing on the second late class fall ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place went to Sowers, E2413ET, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to Sink Paget 2004, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Third, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And fifth, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Placing on the class of Katahdin February Ram Lambs, first place to Julian, 406, Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place to Aslan, 158, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. Third, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 5, to Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the fitted Hampshire class of January Ram Lambs, first place to Charland Farms, 2406, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place, Charland Farms, 2418, Katie Hansen. Third place, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 4, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. 5, to Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
I can't wait to see the other half of the females here with the Southdowns. I look forward to this day for a long time because, as I said, this is a pretty special event to try to sort through, and I take a lot of pride in the fact that I found sheep that I like, and I totally understand that there are people that are going to like a little different kind of sheep than I do, but I'm very honored to be here to sort through this group, and with our senior champion drive, I spent a fair amount of time looking at these sheep, particularly the top end. I'm not going to rehandle these. It's a crowded ring, but I know which two I want. I found them in class, and as I look at them out here, they still hit me when I see them with the rest of them. So I'm going to go out and shake hands with your senior champion, your reserve senior champion, and we'll look forward to a great set of young females as well.
Senior champion U for the Southdown show was out of class number 4 of the yearling ewes, Longenecker 2317, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. The reserve champion came from class 5 of the yearling ewes, Oldenburg 3149, Brinley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland.
On the Katahdin side of things, we're in our last class of ram lambs. I'm sorry, he's really not wanting to do his thing right now. But the ram, when he gets moving around the ring and I get him all set up, he's really a cool sheep to look at. He's going to be your class winner. The ram lamb that I have here in second, he wants to pop those front pasterns just a little bit when he gets trotting around. But he is such a cool-bodied, straight top sheep, but as I watch him walk around the ring, he'll just get those front pasterns just to pop a little bit, and that's what's going to put him here in the second hole. The ram I have in third, he just shortens up and over in his overall style and makeup. He's smooth about the front, but just needs to stretch him out a little bit. And we're going to round out these four Katahdin rams with a lamb that just needs a little bit more growth, a little bit more time, but again, just another nice shaped sheep. Congratulations. The struggle is real.
A nice complete buck lamb to start this class. I think he's the most fault-free individual in here. Yes, there's a few things I'd like to change about him, but he is the straightest topped, most free-moving sheep when you get him on the go here. The ram in second, he's definitely the thickest of these lambs out here. He's not really wanting to show off anything today for these young ladies. I just like to change his spine just a little bit, straighten him out there and straighten him out through his hip. The young man here in third, a nice complete kind of sheep. Just need to stouten him up a little bit. Give him pull his skeleton apart just a little bit to get him to move any higher. And the last two lambs here, nice type of sheep. They just need a little more time, a little more groceries, I think, to get any higher.
Placing on the March and later born ram lambs for the Katahdins, first place to Julian 412, Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place to Pointer, 4-9, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third place, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. Fourth place, Piper Stone, West Kington, Rhode Island. Placing over on the fitted Hampshire ring, our February Ram Lamb class, first place to Meyer, 2433, Ainsley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to 2401, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. Third place, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 4, Jenna Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin. And 5 to Jenna Lindow. Placing on the Katahdin pair Ram Lamb class, placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Katahdins, first place to Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri.
Put your hands together for the Katahdin champion Ram Drive. The kids have really brought out some nice animals from front to rear. Today I'm going to go ahead and use this fall buck for my champion Ram today. He'll be your champion. And when it gets down to what I want for my reserve, it gets a little bit closer, but I believe I'm going to follow it up here with this third class of Ram Lambs. Thank you.
Champion Ram for the Katahdin show goes to the first place fall Ram Lamb, Julian 307, Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. The reserve champion came out of the February Ram Lamb class, Julian 406, also Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio.
A super complete Ram here to start the class. He's really extended up through his front end, really long-sided. He's the best handling one when you get your hands on him. He's the biggest on the top of his rib. He's the smoothest made sheep out here, I think. Doesn't disappoint when you get your hands on him. He's pretty straight spine. He walks on a good set of feet and legs. Lamb in second just gives up a little power and width of body to the one in first. I like him on the side profile. I'd like to just straighten his hip out just a little bit. Young lady's here in third. This lamb's a little deceptive. He looks beautiful on the side, super profiling, super extended, really pretty. There's just not a lot to him when you get your hands on him. I think with time and some feed, that'll help a lot, but he just needs to fill out in his top. And two nice lambs to finish out the class here. The fourth place one's just a little more to him today. He's maybe not as long-sided as the one in fifth, but I think he's just more product there. And it gets off around the ring a little bit better off his back legs. The lamb at fifth, you got to appreciate his length of body here and his extension in front end. We'd just like to straighten his top line out just a little bit.
Placing on the March and later born fitted Hampshire Ram Lambs, first place goes to 7 mile 24077 Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Second place to Meyer 2477 Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. 4, Jenna Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin, and 5 to Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the fitted Hampshire show, first place goes to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 4, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5, Jenna Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin.
a nice lineup here in your fitted Hamp show. There's a couple individuals for me that sorted their way to the top. They're just a little more to them today, a little more structurally correct, a little sounder down their top. I'll go out and shake the hands of the individuals.
Our champion ram for the fitted Hampshire show came out of the January Ram Lamb class, Charland Farms 24-06, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve champion came from the March and later born Ram Lamb class, 7 mile 24077, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana.
Really a good set here to start our young show. We get into our junior drives here, and I expect there's just going to be deep sets all the way through, and this certainly was no exception. The lamb I chose to start with, I'm going to start off by saying I wish her nose was jet black instead of just dark, but I certainly like this lamb. She's feminine, she's long, she's deep, she travels extremely well. She comes together with a really nice hip structure. I project this sheep to just keep coming and keep getting better. And where we see her today, I think she's just about right. This ewe that's standing in second, maybe she doesn't handle with quite the freshness to that front 1/3, but she does give us at least as much depth of rib. She gives us just as much width of top. She's designed an awful lot like our front ewe. She is darker in her nostrils. She's every bit as big in her foot structure. She's a really cool sheep. She's certainly challenged to win this class. If I could freshen up that front 1/3, we'd certainly could make this switch. We've got one here in 3 that I certainly thought was a contender. I considered using her in any one of these top 3 spots. I felt like I didn't want to separate this top pair because I think they're the most alike. This ewe in 3 I think is just a little deeper in her chest floor. She maybe doesn't balance quite as well when I see her in the profile. She's gorgeous headed, gorgeous fronted in terms of her elevation, but again, when I get down that lower portion of her front end, I'd just like to clean that up a little bit, and certainly she could win the class pretty handily. Ewe standing in 4, super fronted ewe, beautiful elegance to the front 1/3 on this ewe, just not enough to her in terms of her top and certain terms of her lower leg to compete with this top 3. And we get into a 5th place lamb here. Young man's doing a great job showing this sheep. I think just a super well designed sheep, maybe just not quite as firm handling, not quite as much to her in terms of flash is what I see in the top end of the class, but a super set here in the top 5, and it went way deeper than that.
Placing on the Southdown first class of January ewe lambs, first place goes to Bowers 2417, Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. Second place, FP Livestock 416, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5, David Welker, Medina, New York.
Put your hands together for the Katahdin Yearling U class. I'm starting the class with a ewe that just is a squarest made kind of female. You know what? She may not be the absolute biggest, but when I watch her walk around the ring, she stands nice and square. She tracks a good footpath. Just a really attractive female. Love her about her front. She's going to be first place. The ewe I have in second, I could have toyed with her a couple of times. What she wants to do, though, is she wants to just get one of those legs. Occasionally just wants to just twist right in on me a little bit, but she sure is wide down that top. She's good across that front end, just a nice sheep. She's going to be second place. Here in third, the ewe, another ewe that I thought I could start the class with. But when I watch her walk around the ring, she tracks just a little bit narrower than what I like to see, but I surely can't get past the overall width, mass, and size of her. She's really straight across the top, smooth fronted. She'll be third. Love this fourth place ewe. Carrying a little bit more condition than I like is what's going to land her here. I either needed to put her here in this fourth slot or start the class with her, and I towed both ways. When I look at her, she's deep-bodied, she's good styled, but she's just carrying that little bit more extra condition than what I want to see on a brood ewe right about now, or a ewe going into being a brood ewe, but a really nice sheep. The brown ewe here, again, another nice female. She just doesn't have that overall mass that I am looking for. She's smooth top, she's pretty fronted, just a really cool sheep. This is what's going to land her in the fifth hole. And I really kept the sixth place ewe out because, again, the shape on this animal is fantastic. She wants to drop her rear pasterns every now and again when she gets around the ring. She's a little bit shorter made in her overall length. If I could just stretch her out and just blow her up a little bit, she would clearly, because I really do like her shape. But congratulations, a nice Katahdin Yearling ewe class.
A nice yearling ewe class out here. For me, the one I'm starting with is kind of the most fault-free individual. She's not the tallest, she's probably not the heaviest, but I think she's the most complete. Yes, I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit, but when you get your hands on her, she's just super complete down her top. She's the biggest backed one of the bunch. I think probably the straightest hip and the straightest spine. And when she gets out on the move, she moves around the ring probably better than any of them. The ewe in second here, she's a little more immature compared to a couple of these other ones, but I just really appreciate for her elevation in her front end and kind of how she holds herself together when she gets out on the move. And she's really true and straight down that top. She's probably one of the bigger ribbed ones in the class, which I appreciate. The ewe in third here was a little bit of a struggle for me because stuck standing here, she looks beautiful. And you get her out on the move, she just likes to drop her front end, she drops her neck and kind of pops her top for me. So that's what lands her in the third spot, but a very nice big top, big handling type of ewe. The ewe here in fourth, definitely the biggest ewe in the class. You appreciate her for that, but she's probably the flattest sided ewe if you were to take the wool off of the top five here. And I would just need to change her and just make her a little rounder in her rib, a little bolder there in her forerib, and straighten out her spine just a little bit. And a nice ewe to finish off the class here. Kind of a fault-free individual, not really any bells and whistles. One thing I'd change her, maybe just widen her up, her skeleton just a little bit, just a little more width across the top of her rib cage and her rack and her loin. Thank you.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Katahdin show, first place goes to Salmon Run 755 Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place to Salmon Run 775 Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Third place to Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio. 4, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Placing on class number 1 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire show. First place to Klug, 23-270, Aaron Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second place to Underwood, 2082, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Third to Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 4 to Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And 5 to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Katahdins. First to Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second to Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. 4, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. And 5, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
a nice pair of yearling ewes to start this class with. Where this ewe that wins the class excels, she's in a very short fleece all over her body, and she's that straight, and she is that thick, and she is that correct. Granted, the two ewes probably a little more extended up through her front end, but I think the first ewe has enough good pieces where I can live with that. The ewe in second is a big, powerful sheep. I'd like to straighten her up just a little bit, maybe stouten her up a little bit, but a very nice ewe. The ewe coming in third, she's probably the fattest of the top 5 up here, but she's also very big backed. You get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you. It's kind of actually surprising how much sheep is actually there and how well she carries down her top. And again, I just probably like to stouten her up a little bit, make her lighten up a couple of her features, maybe give her a little bit more wool. The ewe here in fourth, a really pretty profiling type of ewe. You have to appreciate her for her extension and length of side. I'd like to just clean up her chest floor and her front end a little bit to get her any higher. And a nice ewe to round out the class, just a really complete type of female. Just when you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint. We just like to straighten out her spine just a little bit.
In our second class of January ewe lambs here, we've just got a ton of good ones. This class probably was as deep as any that I've seen sorted over here on this side of the ring, over here in the red ring. This lamb that starts the class, I fell in love with this one when it walked in and I first put my hands on it. Just a big top, square made, big footed. Just a good sheep. I think this one's just going to be the kind of sheep that just never has a hole in it, and I certainly appreciate the way this one's built and the way they presented it. The one in second here, slightly bigger frame sheep. I really like her for her pattern, her design. Maybe doesn't give me quite the boldness when I look at it from the top down that I see in this first place lamb, but certainly I think a lamb with a lot of freshness. I think belongs in this class. Certainly has been very competitive all the way through, and I think this one never really wavered out of the top 2 for me. Move into our lamb in 3, maybe just a little bit longer bodied lamb than a couple of them ahead of her, but she just wants to tip and break in her hip a little bit more when we get her set and she starts to brace. Just like to see her clean up that top line just a touch more, maybe be just a little bit more angular toward that front section in order to compete with the ones ahead of her, but I like her a great deal as well. We move into 1 in 4 here that's maybe just a little bit shorter in her body, maybe just statured up a little bit differently for me. She got good sweep to her rib, very correct. She really handles well, and that's what keeps her here in the top 5. We round out our top 5 with a big framed ewe, that one I liked when I first put my hands on her. I thought she was going to be competitive right to the end. I'd change maybe the way she moves about. She tends to be just a little bit softer in her feet and maybe just a little bit more challenged in the way she gets about on her rear legs today.
In the Katahdin ring, I'm starting the class with a ewe lamb that just holds it all together for me. Yeah, there were some bigger ones in here today, but really I just love the profile on this ewe lamb. When she walks out, she is great, she is good, she is really a pretty sheep. Really like this female, she's gonna be your number 1. Number 2, she is square set. She's a little boxier than I like. I'd like to maybe just stretch her out a little bit, but she is just super cool. This pair of ewes were just, I watched them walk in the ring. Again, they just don't have to be the biggest, they just got to be made right. That's how I look at it. The ewe I'm going to hear in third spot, she wants to just lay down on one of those pasterns a little bit as I move her around the ring. She'll sometimes get a little funky right behind that shoulder niche, but she is also cool. She's going to be third. I get into a sheep here that just wants to run downhill a little bit, be a little bit finer bone than what I like, but when I perceive her and I get her moving, it's the way she walks around the show ring or gets on her profile. She just has a tendency to run downhill more than she does up. I'm going to round this class off with another, high profiling female. I'd like to give her a little bit more real leg muscle to get her any higher and just get her a little bit prettier about that front end. Nice class of Katahdin ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 2 of the January ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place went to George Brothers, 24007, Blake Buckland, Warren, Indiana. Second place to Ryan, 2427, Emma Lease, Plant City, Florida. Third place to Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. 4, to Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 5 to Kate Cordis, Stratford, Wisconsin. Placing on the fall ULAM class for the Katahdins, first place goes to Francis, 7893, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second to ALAM 430, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place, Braden Havlick, Troy, Missouri. 4, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. And fifth place to Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Placing on the class of Placing on the second class of yearling ewes for the fitted Hampshire show. First place to Charland Farms, 2340, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to Meyer, 2330, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Fourth to Bo Mum. And fifth place to William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the fitted Hampshire show. First place to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Fourth, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. And fifth, to Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois.
Put your hands together for the champion new drive for these females. Just a really nice class of ewes. I look forward to seeing the junior ewe lambs. Today I'm going to go ahead and use this yearling ewe for my champion. That's going to be my champion ewe, and I'm going to follow it up with this ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Katahdin show, our senior champion ewe was first place yearling ewe, Salmon Run 755, Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. The reserve champion was first in the fall ewe lamb class, Francis 7893, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana.
Nice fall ewe lamb class here. The ewe lamb that starts for me, she wins it pretty handily. When she walked out here, she kind of caught my eye. When we got her, handled her and got her out on the move, she just didn't disappoint. I think she has the most good pieces in her. She's stout. She's probably the stoutest made one out here. She's big top. She's long-sided. She extended. She puts all the pieces together. The one here in second, granted, she needs a little more flank and probably straighten her top out just a little bit, but I love her when the young man gets her stuck here, and she's deceptively wider than you think. She's bigger back than you think, and so I appreciate that about her. Kind of the same thing for the ewe in third here. She's thicker than she looks, and so once you get your hands on her, it's kind of like, oh, okay, there's more sheep than you think there. I would just like to change her front end design just a little bit to get her any higher. The young man here in fourth, a really nice ewe lamb. Granted, she's not the biggest one out here, but she's standing on a good set of feet and legs. She gets around the ring well. I just like to straighten out her hip just a little if I was going to change anything. And a nice, pretty profiling, long-sided, extended ewe to round out the top five here. Just not enough to her today, and just like to stouten up her bone work just a little bit.
placing on the Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to Held 23-4437, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second place to Rickow 3061, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 4, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky.
A nice set of senior ham-fitted ewes out here. There's a couple different types and kinds, but I think pretty sound ewes, extended ewes, good topped ewes. The 2 yearling ewes from your second class of yearling ewes are going to be your champion and reserve.
Senior champion ewe for the Hampshire show goes to the class winner from Class 2 yearling ewes, Charland Farms, 2340, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve senior champion was second in that second class of yearling ewes, Meyer, 2330, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. A cell phone has been turned in. It was found down near the ring, the red ring, pardon me, the blue ring. It was down by the blue ring, and it has been turned in. It's up at the show ring desk, so if you're missing one, you might want to check on it.
In this class of January lambs, I'm starting with a lamb that's just a really long-sided, very feminine-fronted female. She's by far one of the better footed animals in the class. She's just really eye-appealing, striking. Love her for her muscling and natural thickness. She's going to be first. The ewe I have in second shortens up in her overall makeup. She wants to just drop her rear pasterns just ever so slight in the rear. That's going to be the hair between the two of these females for first and second. The ewe that I have in third. Again, when she get her out on a side profile, she's long-sided. She may be just a little bit more shallow-bodied than the ewes that I have in first and second. But again, she wants to just roach those legs in just an ever so slightly. So that's what's going to land here in third. The ewe that I have here in fourth are super cool sheep. I love her from her last rib back, that last portion of her body. If I could change her in that front end, just kind of tie her together a little bit nicer, she could maybe move up a notch or two. The ewe that I have in the next spot, really nice and thick down that top line, smooth about the front. She's good-footed. What happens is she gets a little bit more shallow-made than the ewes ahead of her, a little higher flank than I like, but a nice individual as well. Then the ewe that I'm going to round out this top six in, when I get her out on the move, or they get her just right, she wants to just drop on those pasterns a little bit front and rear, and she just shortens up in her overall body. But 6 really nice January ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Katahdin class of January ewe lambs, first place to Pointer 4-3, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Aslan 148, Luke Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place to Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. 4 to Cody Aslan. And fifth place to Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana.
another really fun class to sort through. I took an extra minute here just because I felt like we've got some different kinds here, and I just wanted to feel comfortable that I've got my favorites in the front, because there's nothing worse than watching your champion drive walk out and not having your favorite ones in the front line. So certainly it took an extra minute to make sure I had the ones I liked the best. This lamb that starts the class just hit me from the beginning. The showman did a great job with it. This lamb is really put together the way I like them to. She's beautiful fronted. She's got a long straight top with a great hip. She moves about on a set of feet and legs that are just fun to watch walk. And there's just a build about this sheep that's just different from most we've seen, and that makes it really fun to start with. The challenge was finding the one that follows it. I felt like this one in second just touches me back the most. Big-footed lamb, not as deep made, not as wide from hooks to pins as the lamb that wins the class, but touches me back even more than that first lamb does, and that's pretty neat. She's very fresh. I think this lamb's got a great future in front of her. If that hip and tail set widen out a little bit, if she deepens with age, she's going to be a wrecking machine down the road. But certainly this one is fun to show as well. The big sheep is standing in 3. This is the pounds heavy sheep, no doubt. She certainly has touch as well. She's huge topped. She's got a big hip and a big hind quarter. She sweeps into a big rib cage. She brings me just a little bit more coarseness to that front, maybe not quite as much bone work when we balance it with the amount of frame she has, but we certainly have to admire the amount of size and scale this sheep gives us, the amount of frame and thickness that we see in this lamb. I certainly do admire that. I just felt like 3rd was the proper place for it. We move into a super fresh handling lamb in 4, probably the lightest lamb in the class, probably the shallowest lamb in the class. Having said that, it's also the prettiest fronted and maybe the most correct when we see it from front to rear. Just a super balanced lamb that I think as this lamb gets a little bit more mature, more days on feed, it's going to be even more competitive. We round out the class with one that I fell in love with at the beginning. I thought she was going to be a player to win the class. I just can't find a spot in the ring where she runs uphill. She's just a little bit low-shouldered for me. Maybe just doesn't quite want to come out of that shoulder quite as nice as a couple of the others. And certainly maybe the way she lays her front feet down, we could square that up just a little bit. But really a neat top 5 here. Had a lot of fun sorting through them. We look forward to the next set.
A nice class of January ewe lambs. The one for me that starts the class, it's just kind of a logical choice. She's shown in the shortest fleece, so what you see is what you get. She's the biggest top, straightest topped one out here. I think she's also standing probably on the best set of feet and legs. The ewe in second, you really got to appreciate her for her length aside and her extension. I'd like to change the way her neck sets into her shoulder just a little bit. I think it would help get her propped up there a little bit better. But just a really nice, pretty profiling type of sheep. The young men here in 3rd, just a really super complete, structurally correct sheep. There's just not quite enough of her to get ahead of the other 2 today. The young lady coming in 4th, another really extended, long-sided type of ewe lamb. For when she gets out on the move, that's where she kind of falls apart a little bit. She likes to pop her spine up and tuck her back legs just a little, so I'd like to change that about her to move her any higher. And the ewe lamb rounding out the class, kind of the same thing. Her hip structure needs to be changed because she likes to kick those back legs underneath her pretty good when she gets on the move. But when the boys get her set up, she's really pretty profiling, long-sided sheep.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs, and that's the 3rd class of January ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to OH 7652-2423, Caden McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Second place to Canettle 2443, Harper Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Third to Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 5, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the fitted Hampshires. First place to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon, with Charland Farms 24-07. Second place to Meyer, 2439, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 4, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. and 5 to Foster King. Suffolk exhibitors, we've been asked, we will be showing a fitted Suffolk show before the slick show. Fitted Suffolks will be the first to show, and then we'll show the slick Shorn Suffolk show.
In the class of Katahdin ewe lambs, I'm starting with a ewe lamb that just really, when she rocked in the ring, she really popped for me. She's very pretty fronted, she's very long-sided, just an easy fit for first place. The lamb that I have in second, again, a really nice lamb. A little heavier fronted than the ewe that I have in first, but you gotta really appreciate the overall thickness of this female. I'd like to lengthen her out just a dite to get around the ewe I have in first, but an exception ewe to be in that second hole. The ewe I have in third, if I could change her about her rear wheels just a little bit, she wants to just lay those pasterns down every now and again when we're walking. She's super long-sided. I need to thicken her up also just a little bit just to get her any higher than third place. We get into a different kind of maid ewe lamb here in the fourth hole. She may be on a different size and scale kind of sheep, but honestly, she's got heavy muscle and thickness. What I'd really like, what lands her here is that, again, I'd like to pick her up on her front pasterns just a little bit. She gets moving around that ring and really wants to just falter down on them. We're going to round out a class with this nice black ewe lamb that I've got here. Again, we get her moving around the ring, and she needs to just get a little bit more natural thickness and muscling, but a nice class of Katahdin ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the February class of ewe lambs for the Katahdins, first place to Julian, 407, Vivian Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place to Porter, Pointer, 24-5, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to Braden Havlick, Troy, Missouri. 4, Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
another nice class of ewe lambs here. The one I'm starting with just puts all the pieces together for me. She's the most complete down her top. When you get your hands on her, she's the thickest made one out here, I think by quite a long shot. She also gets around the ring really well, which I appreciate. The ewe lamb in second, I'd like to change her off of her feet a little bit. She gets a little, her toes point a little funny for me, but I can live with it because when she gets out and moves, she keeps her spine in her. I love the extension in her front end, and I love her top shape, and when you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you. The ewe lamb here in third, really pretty profiling sheep, a real extended kind of sheep. Why she can't, for me, move up any higher, it's just when you get her out on the move, she just likes to pop her top up a little bit for me, and so that's where I would like to change her. A very pretty picture sheep here in fourth. Just a beautiful profiling sheep, super extended, super feminine, super white. You gotta love that. But when you get your hands on her, they're just not quite as much there under that wool as the ones in front of her. And I just like to make her a little bit bigger out through her hip and down into her rump. And a really nice complete lamb here to round out the class. Just kind of a fault-free individual, just not quite the pop or the wow as a couple of the other ones. And just like to change her out of her hip just a little bit.
Last class of ewe lambs here for the Katahdin breed. Really just a ewe lamb that struck my fancy when she came in the show ring. Is being even as young as she is, she's heavily muscled, she is long, she is just a fantastic ewe. Pretty profiling, you know, just kind of one of my kind of sheep. I really like this female. I like the female that I have here in second. I swapped them when I got them, the second and third when I got them out here. But the second ewe just has so much more top to her than the third place ewe. When I get my hands on her and really work on her, she's a second place ewe all day long. The ewe I have here in third, maybe a taller made kind of ewe, maybe not quite as fancy. I'd like to give her a little bit more mass and muscling, but three nice ewes. The ewe that I have here in fourth, again, a really nice female, and I like her from her last rib back. When I get to that front end part, and I think I said it about another one, she wants to fall apart when she gets on the move and get herself all tucked in and crunched when she's walking around the show ring. The lamb that I'm going to round this class out, I'd like to just pick her up on her rear pasterns, beef her up just a little bit to get any higher, but a nice class of March ewe lambs. Thank you.
Another outstanding class of ewe lambs here as we work toward the backside of our Januaries. We've got one that I think kind of came out and owned this place. She's got a lot of features to her that are pretty commendable. I really like the extension in the front on her. She's big-footed, she's big-topped. She really comes into a big hip for a sheep with some extension. She's got a lot of width and dimension, yet she handles fresh. The ewe lamb in second, be awful happy to see her walk in, but today she's just going to stand second to the big one in first. I think this lamb in second is really fresh handling, super good down her top, really good footed, maybe just not quite as elevated at that point of the shoulders, maybe not quite as big at that point of the hip. We see this first place ewe kind of come out and own it. The ewe standing in third, not quite as good down her top line. She wants to be just a little bit piecier in terms of her straightness of spine, but a ewe that handles every bit as good as these top two ewes. She's big, she's bold, she handles fresh. There's not a lot of flesh on her yet. I think this ewe has a bright future. I just like to see her just a little bit cleaner in her top line to move her any higher. I'm always a little picky on that. We've got a super, super fresh handling lamb in four. I think one that when I first put my hands on her, I was very impressed. She didn't deny me of anything as we look at her with this lineup, but the more I analyzed her against this top three, there just isn't quite as much to her yet. If I read her right, she's one of the younger ones in the class, maybe hasn't been pushed quite as hard. She could be a player down the road here as we move into the later shows. I'd sure like to have this one in my show string when this fall rolls around. And we have this one standing in fifth, just not quite as elegant about her front, wants to be just a little bit less extended about her neck, maybe just a little bit bolder about that shoulder, maybe a little softer to the touch than a few of them standing in front of her. Having said that, she's long, she's big-ribbed, she certainly comes together well, she's big-hipped, she belongs in this top five, but fifth is where she's going to stand today.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Katahdins, first place goes to Pointer 24-6, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to Julian 416, Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Third, Vivian Julian, Mantua, Ohio. 4, Braden Havlick, Troy, Missouri. And 5 to Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to Charland Farms 2419, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to Charland Farms 24-22, Katie Hansen. Third place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Charlie Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. And 5 to Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the 4th class of January ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first to George Brothers, 24-013, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms, 24-16. Third to Lane Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. 4, Molly McCullough, Alhambra, Illinois. And 5, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Yes, ma'am. Placing on the Katahdin pair ewe lamb class, first place goes to Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri. Second, Vivian Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Third, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. 4, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. And 5, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Put your hands together for the junior champion Katahdin class in the ewe drive. Today I'm going to, when I look at all of these ewe lambs and I see all their parts and pieces, there's a ewe that really stuck out to me, and I'm hoping she'll grow into what I think she can. I'm going to use this little March ewe lamb for my junior champion, and I'm going to follow her up with a January for my reserve. Congratulations.
For our Katahdin show, our junior champion goes to the first place March ewe lamb, Pointer 24-6, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve champion went to the first place January ewe lamb, Pointer 4-3, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe. Attention fitted septic exhibitors. We are now selecting the champion and reserve champion ewe for the Katahdin show. They do have a young flock class and a best 4 head of ewes class, but then we'll be going right into your fitted Suffolk show.
a really pretty, striking, eye-appealing ewe lamb here, and she doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her. She progressively gets wider as she goes back, and I really appreciate this one's hip and hip structure, and she gets around the ring pretty well. The ewe lamb in second, she's just a really nice, complete sheep. She's big-backed. She's super correct when she gets out and moves. She's probably one of the best moving ones out here. And I just got to appreciate about there. I'd like to just clean her front end up just a little bit to get her to move any higher. A really deceptive ewe lamb here in third. Looking on the side, she's super pretty, super extended. She's, a little bit more immature looking than the other ones, but when you get your hands on her, she's probably the biggest backed one of the bunch. And you really have to appreciate that. I'd like to give her a little more lower leg, but her width across her loin and how it ties into that big hip, I really appreciate. The ewe lamb here in fourth, just a super pretty profiling type ewe, really extended, long body. When she gets out on the move, she likes to tuck her back legs a little bit, and so I'd like to change that about her, and she just doesn't have quite the mass as the couple in front of her do. And a nice ewe lamb to round out the class, but kind of the same thing. She likes to tuck her back legs up just a tick when we get her out on the move, so I just like to loosen her up a little bit.
Placing on the class of March ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First place goes to Meyer 2493, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to 7 Mile 24048, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Third place, Tate Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 4, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. And 5 to Hosanna Topliff, LaGrande, Oregon.
Today for your champion ewe in your Katahdin division, I'm going to go ahead and use this big yearling ewe. She's going to be my champion female for today. And I'm going to follow her up with this pretty little March ewe lamb, my junior champion for my reserve. Congratulations.
For the Katahdin show, the champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the yearling class, Salmon Run 755, Audrey Julian, Mantua, Ohio. The reserve champion, our junior champion, Pointer 24-6, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois, first in the March ewe lamb class. Now ready for young flock.
A nice set of young ewe lambs here. There's a couple that sort themselves out pretty nicely for me. They're just super correct. When they get out on the move, they keep themselves together. They keep their spines in them. Their feet are they're in the right place. Then you get your hands on them and you just appreciate them for what's really there under the wool. That there's actually a lot of sheep there. Taking nothing away from the rest of them, I'll go out and shake the hands of your winners.
Junior champion fitted Hampshire ewe went to our first place in the February ewe lamb class, Charland Farms 24-19, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve junior champion was first in the January ewe lamb class, Charland Farms 2407, also Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Placing on the young flock class for the Katahdins, first place went to Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third, to Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri. 4 to Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
Really a neat set of lambs here. Some differences in the way these are designed, but this is the way I see them, and I'll give you my reasons. The one that starts the class, I think, just puts the most pieces together. It's a big framed lamb, but yet it's really well designed. It handles itself extremely well on the move. It's a good fronted lamb. It's a big footed lamb. Brings us a big hip. Anytime I can see some femininity to the front and still have a big top and a big hip, big sweep to the rib, and a big foot, it's a contender, and this one has all those things. The lamb in second, not quite as extended as the lamb in first. Young lady does a nice job with this lamb. I think this lamb maybe has just a little bit less projected future in terms of growing out to be more, but when I look at the design on this sheep, it's just super topped, really good in its rib shape, really good breed character. Certainly a lamb that's really hard to fault, and it's just really natural in its design, and that's what I like about it. We've got just an incredibly powerful lamb standing in third. One that I think we look at the rear view on this one, and it's almost impressive to the point that it doesn't look like it balances as well. We put this one in motion, it gets a little tighter in its stride, almost as if it's just a little bit too well built behind, if that's a thing. It just seems to me like it's just not quite as natural, not quite as fluid in its motion. Having said that, there isn't a lamb that I've seen so far today that touches us back quite like this one does. So for that, we're certainly impressed with this lamb. The one that stands in 4, a little bit smaller statured, a little bit more of a clubbier type lamb, if you will, but one that's just constructed extremely well. Unbelievably good breed type, super well built through that rib cage down that top line, just a super balanced lamb. I'd just make it a little more stretched out, give it a little more extension to that front, maybe a little bit longer in its body, particularly from the 13th rib bag if we were going to move it up, but really an impressive lamb in its own right. Round out the class with one that a little more extended, a little bit more like the lamb that wins the class in that regard, but one that just doesn't touch me back as well as the others, just a little bit softer in its design.
Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the Katahdin show. First place goes to Vivian Julian, Mantua, Ohio. Second place, Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois. Third place, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. And 5, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Placing on the pair of fitted ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 4, Aaron Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Placing on the first class of February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place to Longenecker, 2407, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second to Obsession Showstock, 4352, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Third to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5 to Drew George, Niles, Michigan.
A really nice Hamp female show. It's been fun getting to evaluate these animals. We won't spend too much time on these. We already talked about them. I feel all 4 of these females really have a lot of good traits that they can offer the breed, and these young breeders should be commended on them.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our overall grand champion was our senior champion out of Class 2 yearling ewes, Charland Farms, 23-40, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, Meyer, 23-30, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, second in that Class 2 of yearling ewes.
As you know, Jeff is retiring as Executive Secretary of the Hampshire Association. So on behalf of the Junior Board, we would like to present Jeff with this gift of as an appreciation for his years of commitment and his support of the Junior Association. Thanks, Jeff.
Placing on the class of young flock for the fitted Hampshire show, first place to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 4, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
In my first Suffolk class today, fitted class today, we'll have just the one entry in the fall ram class. Really a nice ram. He's very thick down his top. He's good and smooth about his front. Just a heavy-boned individual. Love him about his head. Nice ram to be starting this. If I was going to change anything about him, I might pick him up just a tick on his rear pasterns when he walks around the show ring. But a super cool ram to be starting the Suffolk show, fitted show. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted fall ram lamb for the Suffolk show, first place to R&R Suffolk's Red 734 Sawyer Peak, Hanacroy, New York.
Interesting fun fact for the day, Suffolks were what I grew up showing from in the 70s and probably until the mid to late 90s. So the Suffolks are really a breed that I enjoy looking at, and I'm happy to have the privilege to judge them. The ram we're starting with has a really nice head to him. He's super cool about that front. He's good-footed. He's got good coloring. Really like him to start this class with. Another really cool individual that I'm going to have here in second. He might be a little bit rougher in that overall chest floor of his. Maybe I'd like to clean that up a little bit, just kind of give him a little bit more wow factor. But two really nice complete rams. Thank you for bringing them in. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place goes to Van Grow Livestock, VGRL 14, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Lee Crest, 40034, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted Hampshire class of best forehead of ewes, first to Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. 4, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. That does conclude our Hampshire show. Our judge has been Mona Lisa Estes.
what's really fun when you have a class set up in front of you and you're hoping you can find one that you really like, and turns out there's 5 of them. So that makes it really fun. In this class, certainly there is. The one that leads the class is probably the farthest along in terms of its development. And by that, I don't necessarily mean fat cover, I mean just muscular structure. This sheep is super big top. There's a lot of muscle in that hip structure. She's the widest based when I look at her from hooks to pins, and she brings that right down into her set, and she holds those rear legs where they belong. She's still elegant fronted and good headed, and she parades about the ring real nice. This one's tough to get around just on the sheer raw power that she brings, and has femininity to go with it. Move into our second place ewe lamb, and as I've said in some of the other classes, I'd love to lead the class with a ewe like this. She's beautiful in her kind. She's feminine. She's got top. She's got rib. She's got bone, just not quite as much of a lot of those things as what the number 1 ewe lamb has. So she stands in 2, but she's gorgeous. The sheep standing in 3rd, when I first put my hands on her, I had decided right away that this one was likely to win the class. She touches you back. She's super straight and long down her top. She's good fronted. She's good on her feet and legs. When I analyzed her against the top 2 ewes, she just narrows a bit more in that rear portion of her body, both up into her flank and hooks to pins of what I have in the top 2 ewes, but it's only by a little. And if this one is one of the younger ones in the class, she's going to be a force as we work on down the road. But this one certainly caught my eye from the beginning, and she never let me down. This ewe standing in 4, she grew on me as the class went on. At the beginning, I didn't have her marked as one of the real contenders in the class, and every time I handled her and every time I watched her set and this young man get her at brace here and positioned and profile, I just fell more in love with this sheep, and I wanted to work her up as high as I could. 4th is where she naturally falls for me, just because these 3 ewes in front of her are so good in my mind. We round out the top 5 with a ewe lamb that really has no faults. A sheep that just tends to shallow up a touch more than the 4 in front of her, but just a super, super classy ewe lambs. Really enjoyed working through this top end.
Placing on the Class 2 February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place to Oldenburg 4023, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to Howe Farms 2454, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 4, Jack Thielen, Reading, Michigan. And 5, Claire McCullough of Alhambra, Illinois.
A really nice ram lamb here to start off for Babydoll show. Just a really fault-free individual. He's massive down his top, super correct, super straight. When he gets it out around the ring, he really has prances around and gets his feet down really well. Really nice individual.
The Suffolk Ram Lamb class, I'm starting the ram that really caught my eye when he first came in. Super pretty headed, nice front end, really long across that top. Just a really great example of a Suffolk buck lamb that I'd be looking for. A lamb that's here following here in second. What puts him here is he just shortens up in his overall length. I just need to lengthen him out, maybe give him just a bit more pizzazz, like a big wow factor on him. But he's a really nice ram and a good footed one at that. Congratulations. The ram I have here in third is a ram that gets a little bit more coarse in his shoulder. Love this ram's head. It really has a beautiful head on him. He's got a lot of bone. He's got some substance. The things I'd like to change about him, I'd like to just clean him up about that front a little bit, stretch him out, just give him some overall length, but a nice ram to fall here in the third hole. The ram I have here in fourth, again, a ram that I really like him. from about his last rib back. He's really got some good length to him. From there on, he's good-footed. What I'd like to change about him is his front end. He gets a little bit more rough in that shoulder area, a little too rough for me, and in that brisket, but again, another nice ram. I come in here to a younger kind of ram here. He's just a little more shallow bodied than I'd like. I'd like to just give him a little bit more depth of body at this point, lengthen him out, but another nice ram. We're gonna round out these 6 lambs with a lamb that's just a younger maid, probably, you know, quite a bit younger than the rest of the lambs. It looks like he may have some future to him, but another nice class of Suffolk rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Babydoll Fall Ram Lambs, first place to Bigwood, 618, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing for the fitted Suffolk February Ram Lamb class, first place, Knutson, 24-57, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place to Van Grow Livestock, 1362, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third place, Sawyer Peak, Hannacroy, New York. Fourth place, Jalen Osborne, Oxford, Iowa. And 5, Creed Harker, Oxford, Iowa.
The little buckline I'm going to start out with, I think he's just a little bit smoother made, kind of sheepy. Ties in a little bit better right behind his shoulders and down his top. And he has a beautifully soft fleece on him, taking nothing away from the white bucklam in second. I really appreciate this sheep for his depth of body. And he also has a really nice handling fleece.
Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs for the Babydoll Southdowns, first place goes to Dakota Dolls, 3168, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to Woolly Treasured Farm, 0155, Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois.
In the Suffolk Ram Lamb class, I'm starting the class with a lamb that just, you really can tell how young he is. He's still got some of his baby lamb fleece, but I love the extension up through that front end. I love the straightness of her top, really nice bone to him, super cool head. He'll be first place. The ram I have here in second, just a shorter version of him. I love his depth of body. I love the smoothness about him. I love the overall youthfulness and design of the lamb that I have here in first. Two nice ram lambs. I have a big body, heavy boned ram here in third. Could use him a little bit higher, but I need to really straighten him up about his feet and legs a little bit. He's just, as he's getting larger, he's just wanting to sing on those pasterns just a little bit. Maybe just get his knees just to straighten out just a little bit, but he's a really nice sheep. The ram that I'm going to follow this class out with, same complaint as before, is the ram ahead of him. I really like this overall length to him. I love the front end, but I really need to stretch him up and fix him up on those legs and pasterns to get him any higher than third and fourth. Nice class of junior ram lambs.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Fitted Suffolk show, first place goes to Van Grow Livestock 15, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Slack 2471, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Jacob Lindow. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Fitted Suffolk show, first place to Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Sawyer Peak, Hannacroy, New York. And third place, Jacob Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin.
A nice class of ram lambs here. I'm starting out with a natural colored one. I think he just puts the best pieces together. He's the soundest at the ground. He's the most extended up-headed one. When you open up that fleece, it's very beautiful and soft when you get your hands on it. And he's put together really well. He blends real well from his shoulders into his rib cage, into his loin. A really nice complete package. The power sheep here is in second. You have to appreciate him when you get your hands on him. There's a lot of sheep in a tiny package. Where I would like to change him, I would like to just lengthen his neck out a little bit and just change the way he walks off of his front toes. The young lady coming here in third, a really nice long-bodied lamb. I just like to change his spine a little bit. He gets a little tight when he gets out and moves around, and his front feet, tends to get a little soft on those on occasion. The young man here in fourth, a really nice, pretty profiling ram lamb. Just needs a little more time, I think a little more groceries to get any higher, and I just like to darken up a couple of his points a little bit. A nice little blue ram lamb here in fifth. It's a really pretty soft handling fleece. We just need to smooth him out through his shoulders a little bit. He ties up just a little rough there. And a nice kind of just big capacious ram lamb to round out the class. He's big topped, he's round ribbed. We just need to fix his feet just a little bit to move up any higher.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Babydoll Southdowns. First place to Big Woods, 656, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Big Woods, 654, Vivian Stephenson. Third place, Coralie Taylor, Beersford, South Dakota. 4, Destin Milroy, Glendive, Montana. And 5, Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois.
On the Suffolk side of things, let's put our hands together to, while I pick my champion ram, the Suffolk kids should be commended. There's some really nice sheep out here and sheep that really look the part here in this fitted division. Today I'm going to use this buck lamb right here to be your champion ram. And I'm going to follow up with my January lamb as my reserve. Congratulations.
For our fitted Suffolk show, our February Ram Lamb class winner is our champion, Knutson, 24-57, Cassandra Knutson of Centerville, South Dakota. The reserve champion was first place January Ram Lamb, Van Grow Livestock, VGRL 14, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Jovi Meisner of Ransom, Illinois.
Another tremendous set of ewe lambs here as we work into some of these younger classes. We've still got a lot of muscle in these sheep, and that impresses me that some of these sheep have really got some pounds to them, and they've got some foot under them. But yet we're handling very fresh. This lamb that wins the class to me is plenty long enough, super extended, huge-footed, just really a good job in terms of showing this animal. And I think when we see this lamb, she's long, she's big hip, she's got some power. Just a lot of fun to see this exhibitor out there getting the job done with this lamb. Move into our lamb in second, probably just a touch deeper in rib shape in the second place lamb, and just as big a foot, not quite as much overall length, maybe not quite the extension we see in that first place lamb. Love this second place one. I would stretch it out, make it a little deeper in that twist if we're going to move it into the first spot. This lamb in 3 was very challenging for these showmen to take care of. They did a great job, but it just wants to fight, pull back, makes its spine look a little tight. When we put this one in motion, it actually looks better than when they're trying to get this thing to stand still. This is a really great sheep. It just doesn't want to give us a great view today. For that reason, we're going to put it in third. I would change maybe its hip structure and its spine ever so slightly if we're going to move it into that top pair. We've got one of the classiest, prettiest lambs in the group standing in 4. Certainly one that I think is very youthful, one that has a lot of come to it. Maybe one that we would like to make it just a little bit wider and broader when we get to that rear third of the body if we're going to get around some of these big structured lambs that win the class. But certainly we admire the youthfulness this lamb has, and we reward them and keep them in the top 5. We've got a lamb standing in 5th. I think handles better than a couple of them in front of it, but just doesn't want to run uphill the way I like to see it. I tried moving him to a couple different places. I was hoping this lamb would just look a little higher shouldered somewhere else in the ring, but even when we put it in motion, it tends to be a little bit low shouldered and downhill for us. If we could jack up that front end a little bit, give it a little better profile and better look from that front third, we certainly could run that lamb into the top pair as well. Congratulations on another good set.
Though there weren't very many numbers out here, these things could withstand quite a bit of competition. This is a fun show to get a judge. They're little packages, but there sure is a lot there, and it's neat to see what you guys are doing out here. That being said, for me it's a pretty easy winner. Your young lady in front here is going to be a champion. I'm going to follow it up with this little natural colored buck lamb in the middle.
For the Babydoll Southdown show, our champion ram went to the first place fall ram lamb, Bigwood 618, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. The reserve champion went to the first place in the February ram lamb class, Dakota Dolls 3168, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on class number 3 of the Southdown February ewe lambs, first place to Wallen 24023, Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Second place, Longenecker 2410, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Third, Brinley Kretz, Kmart, Maryland. 4, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. And 5 to Molly McCullough, Alhambra, Illinois.
a really fun class of yearling ewes to sort here. The ewe that wins this class, she is just the longest bodied, the neatest fronted, probably one of the trimmer yearling ewes in the class too. These things look to be very easy keepers, so a few of these are getting a little rotund for me. But I think this ewe just puts a lot of neat pieces together. She's big down her top when you get your hands on her. She carries out to a really nice straight hip. And her fleece, when you open it up, it's really pretty and uniform. The young lady here in second is probably the leanest ewe in the show. She has a little more wool than the rest of them. And you really appreciate her for her balance and her style and the way she gets out and moves around the ring. I think she just gets a little bit out-horsed by the one in first today. Another nice natural ewe that I'm coming in third. I just like to clean her front end up just a little bit to get her to move any higher. But there's just a lot of sheep there. You have to appreciate her for being able to get out and move around and still carry that fleece and still carry herself really well and stay up on her feet and legs. Ewe lamb here in fourth. I would like, or yearling ewe. I'd like to see her a few pounds ago. I think it would really help like clean up her front end. Make her a little bit more feminine, but a huge backed type of female, a really big hip female, and you appreciate her for that. And the ewe coming in fifth, she's a little bit different style, but I really like it. She's a little more up-headed. She's really straight down her top, really square out through her hip. Just a really pretty moving female.
Well, this is one of those classes where I really wanted to give two firsts. These two lambs are a little different, but I absolutely love both of them. This lamb that wins the class, essentially I just think she's got such a future to her that I couldn't help but just fall in love with her from the beginning. This sheep just has every little piece that I'm looking for. If I was going to change her in any way, I would probably give her a little bit more top and hip shape like what I see in my second place ewe. That's why the second place ewe nearly beat her, even though I think this is a really close placing. This is a sheep I couldn't get out of first place. I felt like I would regret it if I set her in second and had to talk my way through it. This ewe lamb in second, she's a piece to the puzzle most people can't make. She's so cool fronted and she's so big footed and big ribbed, and yet she handles so fresh. She's got a lot of muscle to her. This is going to be just one of those sheep that just keeps getting better. I don't project her being quite as big in terms of stature when we see these sheep all done growing, but this one's going to be plenty big enough for the way she's shaped. She's going to be awful tough. Maybe she never gets beat again this year, but she stands second to this one today because I just love her to death. The one standing in third, nice sheep, just doesn't quite have the hip shape that we see in that top pair. Maybe not quite that rear third that we see in that top pair, but just a super fun sheep to look at from that front third. Super long, travels really well. Get to our fourth place lamb. She's a little white for me. I'd like to just kind of make her a little mousier brown if I could in those points and or around that muzzle and foot. But certainly a big square top sheep with a good hip to it. Maybe gets a little choppy in its step, maybe inconsistent in the way it moves those rear legs, but certainly a sheep that we like when we see that one from the profile. We round out the class with one, certainly gives us a great look from the side, just doesn't hold together quite as well when we put him in motion.
In the Suffolk yearling ewe class, I'm starting with a ewe that just really checks all the boxes for me. She's beautiful headed, she's super nice fronted. I really love her when she tracks around the show ring. She's the nicest traveling female that's in here. So you get on the top of her, and she's just got a really nice wide down that top, beautiful tail head. Again, checks all the boxes that I'm looking for. The ewe I have in second follows the ewe in first rather closely. I want to clean her up in that brisket area a little bit. That's what's gonna put her here in second. She just doesn't have as much femininity as the ewe in extension as the ewe I have in first, but another nice female to be in this class. The ewe I have here in third, a very elegant female. I just need to lengthen her out a little bit to get her any higher than third place for my first and my second. Just a super cool sheep. Really belongs here in third. A ewe that I really thought I'd probably start the class with is the ewe that I have in fourth. But when I set her into motion, she really really wants to get those back wheels just flopping around and really hawks in quite a bit. That's what's going to keep her here in 4th place. We're going to round out the top 5 with a female that is just a big, massive female. She just needs a little bit more femininity to compete with these really pretty girls up ahead of her, but a nice class of Suffolk yearling ewes. Thank you. It's his on.
A nice fall ewe lamb here that could really withstand some competition. You really got to appreciate her up through a front end and the extension that she shows and the balance. She's a really pretty profiling type sheep. I really appreciate her when I get my hands on her, how big top she is, big loined, and she carries out to a big hip. I just maybe like to clean up her fleece just a little bit, but that's just kind of getting a little nitpicky for a very nice ewe.
Placing on the 4th class of Southdown February ewe lambs, 1st place goes to Wilson, 2428, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. 2nd place, Ryan, 2468, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 3rd place, Addison Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 4, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 5, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Placing on the Babydoll yearling ewe class, 1st place to Big Woods, 526, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 2nd place, Woolly Treasured Farm, 0122, Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. 3rd place to Vivian Stephenson, Baroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Vivian Stephenson. And 5 to Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown pair of yearling ewe class, 1st place to Vivian Stephenson, Baroqua, Wisconsin. 2nd place to Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the Babydoll Southdowns, Brennan Southdowns 23008 was 1st. Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the fitted Suffolk yearling ewe class, 1st to Burke, 2336, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 2nd to Van Grove Livestock, 2307, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 3rd to Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 4th to Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. And 5, Jessica Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks, 1st place, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 2nd place, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. And 3rd, Sawyer Peak, Hannacroy, New York.
In the Suffolk Fall ewe lamb class, I have just the 1 entry, but boy, she sure is pretty. She's good-footed, she's very sound, very smooth about that front, a lot of capacity to her, super cool in the head. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted fall ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to R&R Suffolks Red, 7-5, Sawyer Peak, Hannacroy, New York.
In the senior champion ewe drive, I think 3 really nice females standing out here. For me, the yearling ewe just kind of puts it all together. I love her length of body. I love her design through her front end. She's just a very powerful little ewe lamb, and I'm going to follow her up with the fall ewe lamb.
For the Babydoll Southdown, our champion ewe, senior ewe, goes to the first place out of the yearling ewe class. Big Woods, 526, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Reserve senior champion to the fall ewe lamb, Brennan Southdowns, 23008, Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana.
In the senior champion division of the Suffolk ewes, today I'm going to use my first and second place yearling ewes. They are just, that was a strong, tremendous class. I am not going to take away from the fall ewe lamb. She is just a super cool sheep, but that was a really tough class of my yearling ewes. Congratulations, first and second.
Senior champion ewe for the fitted Suffolk show goes to the first place fitted yearling ewe, Burke, 2336, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion goes to Van Grow Livestock, 2307, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Well, as we work our way toward the back end of these young females, certainly we don't expect the amount of power we see in some of those older females, but we want to see some freshness and some balance. And I think we combine that in this first place lamb. I think this one handles really fresh and true, and yet there's still a bunch of power in this sheep, so it's pretty tough to get around that one to win this class. Big flat hip, big top, plenty of rib shape. This one's going to be a good one. The one that stands in second, extremely youthful and fresh, one that handles extremely good in terms of its freshness of touch, but yet it's very firm. I'd maybe try to percentage this one just a little bit better if we were going to beat the lamb in front of it. Maybe just needs to have a little bit more in that hind quarter for me, but certainly we see this lamb as one that's going to come on and become quite the yearling ewe. We've got a super flat, broad hip here in the lamb that stands in 3. Nice rib shape to this one, travels out pretty nice. Female, I think, just puts herself together pretty well. Maybe doesn't quite blend from front to rear and balance quite as well as the two in front of it, but I certainly like the shape to this one. We get just a little bit bigger female here in 4 and 5. Ewes that maybe don't come together quite as nice out of their shoulder as we work into their rack. Maybe their spines just don't hold together quite as nice on the move as what we see in the top 3, but 2 nice individuals in terms of their overall build.
It a really nice ewe-lamb to start off this class. She really put some pieces together for me. She's really elegant fretted. She's elevated. She's straight down her top. When you get your hands on her, she's really big backed. I really appreciate the way her shoulders tie into the rest of her and the way she just carries out and just gets a little wider as she goes back. Taking nothing away from the ewe-lamb in second, another really nice, powerful ewe-lamb. Just not quite as smooth or down her top. I'd like to change her just a little bit behind her shoulders.
Placing on the first class of March ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First to Oldenburg, 4087, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to Bowers, 450, Kate Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Third, Hallie Scheller, Noblesville, Indiana. 4, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown January ewe lamb class, LR Livestock 24141 was first, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Second place to Big Woods 619, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
In the fitted Suffolk January ewe lamb class, I'm starting the class with a ewe that really caught my eye when she came into the show ring. She's super cool about that front. Love her head. Nice design down over that top. Good-footed. Just a nice sheep to win the class. The ewe that here's in second, when she finally settles in and looks the part, she really is a really attractive ewe as well. I just need to lengthen her out from that hip out to her tail head a little bit. Maybe just smooth her out through that shoulder, but really a nice ewe here in the second hole. A ewe that I love the overall design and thought for a moment I was going to use her for second. When I get her walking around the ring, she just wants to pop those pasterns a little more than I like when she walks on out, but what a cool pattern and a cool shape on the sheep. Probably one of the more taller females is here in the in the fourth hole. But when I also get her on the move, I really just need to see the arch to her foot just a little bit differently. Change her about that hip structure. Another nice female. We're going to round out a class with a ewe lamb that just when you get her out there, she sets up nice and beautiful. But she just wants to roach that back constantly when we get her out on the move. Nice class of January Suffolk ewe lambs.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to Knutson 24-2, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to Van Grove 12. Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third to Creed Harker, Oxford, Iowa. 4 to Jalen Osborne, Oxford, Iowa. And 5, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin.
The little ewe lamb I'm starting with, she kind of caught my eye in here. Granted, she's maybe not the most extended one. That would be number 2. But I think she just puts enough neat pieces together for me. I love her when you handle her, when you get your hands on her. She's just big and expressive down her top. She's got a pretty fleece on her. She's just a really neat package when she gets out and moves around the ring. The little ewe lamb here in second is really, really pretty extended ewe lamb. I'd like to change her down her top just a little bit. She gets a little softer for me compared to the first one, but a really nice package. The little ewe lamb here in third, another really pretty fleeced animal. If I was going to change her a little bit, I'd just straighten out her spine just a tick and drop her flank. I think it would help her with her back legs, getting them where they need to be. This little natural ewe lamb here in fourth, just not quite as much to her today. She doesn't have as much power as the ones ahead of her, and I think just some time that'll change. And the little ewe lamb rounding out the class here, she's just not quite as straight in her lines. I'd like to change her off her feet a little bit. There's a lot of volume in this ewe lamb and a lot of capacity, but just need to maybe straighten out her hip a little bit too to get her to move up any further.
Placing on the February class of ewe lambs for the Babydoll Southdowns, first place to 0624, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to LR Livestock 24149, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Third, Joby Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. 4, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to Joby Meisner, Ransom, Illinois.
Of ewe lambs, maybe not the most the fancy fit job that a couple of the other ones have, but boy, she sure is nice. When she walks around the show ring, she is just so smooth about that front. She's really thick top, good-footed female. Just really have to like her. She's going to fall in here easily in first place. The ewe I have in second sure is an eye pleaser for sure, but if you really get your hands on her, she shortens up in that hip area. Maybe not quite as smooth about the front as my first place lamb, but 2 nice lambs. The ewe lamb that I have in third, another nice pretty female, but when I get her walking around the show ring, she wants to hawk those legs in more than I like, and that's what's going to land her in third. Another pretty ewe here in fourth. what happens is once I really look at her and she's long-bodied, long-sided, but she just tucks herself up underneath as she moves around the show ring. She's really extensive about the front, but she just wants to drop that top on me and just really not show the way I'm looking. And rounding the class out in a perfectly nice lamb here that's in the 5th spot, she just doesn't have the overall glam that I'm looking for. I want to just smooth her in the front to get her any higher with the other lambs today. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Fitted Suffolk Show. First place to Lee Crest, 52, Jacob Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to Vangro Livestock, 1361, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third place, Cassandra Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Fourth place to Cheyenne Harker, Oxford, Iowa. And fifth place to Sawyer Peak of Hannacroy, New York. Placing on the pair of Southdown ewe lambs, first place went to Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin.
Nice class of late ewe lambs here. This little natural ewe lamb, these two are pretty close in my mind. I just kind of like the way her front end ties up a little bit better and the way she carries herself off those back legs. She has a beautiful fleece when you get it open. She's really, handles really well down her top, really straight and true, carries out a little bit better in her hip. And I think that's kind of where she gets this second place ewe lamb is kind of her hip and her back legs is where she excels. I love the look of this white ewe lamb when she gets out around the ring and how she kind of props up. She's really pretty profiling. This little ewe lamb in third here. She's showing in the shortest fleece. She just needs a little more time, I think, to compete, to get a little more to her. And I'd just like to straighten her spine out a little bit. She's just a little tight today. It could just be because she's fighting, but we need to fix that about her to move her up any higher. This little natural ewe lamb here in fourth. She just needs a little more time and groceries, I think, to catch up with the rest of them. Really pretty profiling kind of sheep, just not enough to her today. Then when we're rounding out the class with just a little bit, just smaller ewe lamb right now, just needs a little more time and to get her spine to straighten out. I think that'll help get her to set in her a little bit better and get her to move around the ring.
Placing on the Babydoll Southdown March and later born ewe lambs, first place to Big Woods, 655, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to LR Livestock, 24170, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Third place, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. Fourth place, Dustin Milroy, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. We've had a wallet turned in at the show ring desk, a young man's wallet found in the restroom. Does have a name in it, and it's Logan Minter. If you've lost that wallet or if you're Logan Minter, please come to the show ring desk.
This class of Suffolk ewe lambs, I'm going to start with a lamb that's just got a little bit more bone and substance to her. Maybe doesn't have quite the flash that the second place ewe lamb does. She's awful pretty with some extension. But I really look at this March ewe lamb here that I'm going to start the class with all that extra bone and substance and length to her. She's really up-headed around that front. The ewe lamb that's in second is a much flashier lamb, possibly. But I really, down the road, really feel like that this ewe that I'm going to start the class with is going to be a bigger yearling and when she hits into maturity. But two really exceptional ewes. Thank you.
I have, as I said with the senior champion drive, I have thoroughly enjoyed working through this set of females. Obviously, we probably have a set of weathers that'll come back out, and we got our overall drive here, so I imagine I'll get on the mic another time or two, but I just want to thank the exhibitors for having me, and just this has just been a whale of a set of sheep, and we knew the ewe lambs would be deep, there'd be a bunch of good ones, and it would be a tough sort, but yet when we find this set that's out in the front lineup and the ones that stand behind them, I'm super proud of the sheep that are here. As I said with the senior drive, it's not the same set of sheep that everybody else is going to pick, but it's the ones I liked, and that's what I got asked to do, and I'm proud to stand behind any one of these that are in this top lineup. Having said that, there's about 4 of them in this top lineup that hit me hard. They came out and they basically brought themselves to the front and made it very difficult for me to use any other sheep in that particular class. And without necessarily naming all 4 of them, I'm going to go out and name the 2 that I figure are the top 2 that can contend with those senior champions for our overall. And it's 2 of the sheep that brought the biggest tops, 2 of the sheep that brought the biggest hips, had some of the biggest feet under them, and yet they're pretty fronted. And that came out of 2 of these classes out of the middle. I'm going to go find your junior champion or reserve junior champion today.
In our junior champion drive here, I think there's a couple of females that really excel out here and have some really neat pieces to offer. I will go out and select your champion and reserve champion.
For the Southdown show, our junior champion was our Class 4 January ewe lamb, George Brothers 24-013, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve was our Class 2 February ewe lamb class winner, Oldenburg 4023, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. For the Babydoll Southdowns, our junior champion was first in the January ewe lamb class, LR Livestock 24141, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. The reserve champion was out of the February ewe lamb class, 0624, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. For the Suffolk show, our fitted March ewe lamb class results. First place went to Knutson 24-81, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place to Van Grow Livestock 16, Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the Babydoll Southdowns, first place Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second, Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois.
In the junior
I guess she's letting me win. In the champion U drive here, I won't speak long. They need the mic down there. I said what I needed to say. This has been my pleasure to work through this set of sheep. It's one of those things. Anyone certainly gets the opportunity to do it. It's more than worth the effort to get out here and see all these sheep, handle and make some decisions. I appreciate all the exhibitors coming out and doing a great job getting them ready. Certainly appreciate the quality they brought out. I'll go out and find you a champion in reserve.
In the Suffolk Junior Champion Drive, I'm going to make this really simple. I'm going to take it out of the first class. I'm going to use this female here for my junior champion, and I'm going to follow it up with a second place ewe as my reserve. Congratulations.
For the Southdowns, for the Southdown show, our overall grand champion ewe went to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe was Class 4 yearling ewe class winner, Longenecker 2317, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. The junior champion came out of Class 4 of the January ewe lambs, George Brothers 24-013, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. For the Babydoll Southdowns, our junior champion was our January ewe lamb, LR Livestock 24141, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. And the reserve was the February ewe lamb 0624, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And for the Suffolk show, our junior champion was out of the January class, Knutson 24-2, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. The reserve came out of second in that January class, Van Grove Livestock 12, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Pair of ewe lamb class placings, first Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third place, Sawyer Peak, Hannah Croy, New York. And 4, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin.
Well, this certainly was a fun breed to sort. I know there weren't very many of them, but the quality was really deep and just a neat set of sheep to look at. And there's 4 individuals out here that I have pieces that I like of all of them, but for your champion and reserve ewe, we're going to go with the 2 younger ewe lambs.
Grand champion ewe for the Babydoll Southdowns went to our junior champions. The grand champion to the January ewe lamb, LR Livestock 24141, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. The reserve grand champion to our reserve junior champion from the February ewe lamb class, 0624, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
The champion Suffolk ewe class, I'm really been partial to one female that's been coming in. I'm going to use my senior champion, my yearling ewe. She's going to be my grand champion fitted ewe. I'm going to follow her up with my junior champion ewe lamb for reserve. 2 really nice sheep. Thank you.
For the fitted Suffolk show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the yearling ewe class, Burke 23-36, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Reserve grand champion, the junior ewe champion ewe out of the January ewe lamb class, Knutson 24-2, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown Young Flock class, first place to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. White Lincoln exhibitors, we have two classes left on the Babydoll Southdowns, so please be getting your senior ram lambs, White Lincoln senior ram lambs, ringside and ready. Placing on the Babydoll Southdown best forehead of ewes, first place to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second to Jovi Meisner of Ransom, Illinois. Placing on the Young Flock class for the Southdown show, first place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third, Delaney Fakey of Hamilton, Ohio. 4, Hannah Needham, Danville, Indiana. And 5, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. For the Babydoll Southdown, best fleece went to Woolly Treasured Farm, Dixie. 24975, a yearling ewe, shown by Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. That does conclude the Babydoll Southdown show. Our judge has been Mona Lisa Estes. We are about ready to begin the White Lincoln show. Give us a few minutes. Placing on the Suffolk fitted best four head of ewes. First place went to Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second, Cassandra Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Third, Jacob Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to Sawyer Peak, Hannah-Croix, New York. Placing on the fitted young flock class. First, Cassandra Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Second, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third, Sawyer Peak, Hannah-Croix, New York. 4, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin.
A really nice Lincoln Ram to start out the show with. Just really correct when you get him on the move. Big top, who ties in really well from his shoulders into his rib cage. And he has a beautiful fleece on him. When you open it up, it's just super lustrous and super consistent front to rear. A nice way to start out the show.
Our Southdown weather lineup number 1. I guess we have one more group. We're going to have this lamb standing out front here. I just think puts a lot of pieces together. One that I think is long about its top and yet brings a lot of power. Certainly level and clean about that hip and yet brings some lower leg muscle to us. Lamb that blends really well and keeps a percentage of meat where I like to see it. The lamb standing in second, maybe just a little bit more powered up from behind in terms of that leg score. Maybe just a little bit bigger in that hip, but with that it brings a little higher percentage down into that shoulder. Certainly a big-footed lamb that we appreciate for the overall dimension this one gives us. A little bit bigger frame lamb standing in 3. One that I certainly appreciate the touch on this lamb. A long-bodied lamb, I like that about it. One that just doesn't have quite the squareness of hip or depth of muscle when we look at it from behind, and maybe not quite as deep in its flank as our top 2. We look at our lambs in 4 and 5, lambs that maybe run out of overall power, but lambs that give us some length and some thickness in the right places.
Placings on the White Lincoln Senior Ram Lamb class. First place to A. Anderson, 2402. Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on Class 1 of the Market Lambs for the Southdowns. First place to tag 2381, 110-pound lamb, Hallie Schuller, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place, a lamb 707, weighing 109, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Lillian Shutt, Belding, Michigan. And 5, David Welker, Medina, New York.
Starting the slick-sheared class, Suffolk class off, I'm starting with the rams here, the fall rams. I'm using the ram that is the most balanced for me. I love him about his front end. He's really thick down that top. He's super square. May not be the biggest lamb in the class, but I really like the way he is right down here from his hip out to his tail head. Super square, nice and straight. He'll be first. The ram I have here in second, again, a ram that's probably a bit longer. When I get him looking at him and out on the move, he's a little rougher in the chest, maybe a little bit more rounder in his lines, but a super cool sheep to be here in the second hole. A more traditional type slick-sheared ram is here in third. He's got just enough muscling. He really looks great. He just is a little more shallow made than the rams that I have in first and second. The ram that I have here in fourth, he's a heavy boned ram. When I get him moving around the ring, he just wants to get a little bit sloppy there on his feet and legs a little heavier fronted than what I like. I'd like to trim him up. The ram that I'm going to end this class with just is smaller in stature and overall length, but 5 exceptional rams here in the slick-sheared fall ram class.
Placing on the slick-sheared fall ram lamb class for the Suffolks. First place to Macaulay, 6332. Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place, Macaulay, 6374. Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third place, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. And 5 to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
Nice class of Lincoln buck lambs out here. There's a few just kind of type and kind differences. The buck lamb I'm starting with, I think he puts everything together in a really nice package. He's up-headed, he's really straight down his top, has a pretty lustrous fleece when you get it open. I'd like to clean up a little bit of the coloring on his feet, but that's pretty minor right now. The one in second, I think if he had a different fit job, he would look totally different. You got to appreciate him when you get your hands on him. He's a thick-made sheep. He's really correct. I love the breed type about his head. I'd just like to maybe straighten him up and lengthen him out just a little bit over his hip. The young lady here in third's got a really, really flashy buck lamb, really upstanding, really long-sided. I would just like to see him when he gets out on the move, just change him off of the way he walks off of his back end just a little bit. Another nice buck lamb here in fourth. He just shortens up a little bit on the side for me. It gets a little plainer in his look and a little rounder in his hip to get up any higher. And kind of the freaky one here is in fifth. Not quite as much to him today. They got him cut out pretty tight too, so it gives him a little bit different look. But he's a long-sided type of sheep, really extended. I just like to see a lot more to him today.
Placing on the White Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to Raider 2434, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to C&B 2401, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And 5, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
Close placing for me between 1 and 2, and yeah, there's a difference between the two animals. The ram I'm going to start with really is a heavy-muscled, nice, cool design kind of sheep. He's smooth about that front when you can get around to the front of it. Good-footed, just a nice sheep to start my class with. The ram that I have in second, it was really a difficult decision to put this ram in second, but I'd like to see a little bit more of him for the size that he is. You get him down on that top, he is really cool. You get behind him and maybe just doesn't have as much muscling, maybe a little bit coarser in the shoulder, but a nice ram to be here in second. Get into a coarser made January buck lamb here in the third hole. I'd like to smooth him up about that brisket, just his shoulder area, but really a nice ram by design. He falls in here in third place rather nicely. A really nice designed lamb here in the fourth hole. He's really long-sided. He's just gives up in overall size and scale from the rams I have above him, but another nice ram. And the ram I'm going to run the Klaus out with him, I just need to muscle him up just a little bit more. He himself, he's just a little shorter-sided than the rest of the rams ahead of him, maybe a little rougher in that shoulder area, but a nice group of 6-year January Suffolk ram lambs.
In our second class of Southdown market lambs here, we had some differences in these lambs. I chose to take the one that's just a little bit more in between in terms of body type. The firmest handling, trimmest lamb, cleanest fronted lamb that still has a big hip and a heavy touch to his top. He is not as deep in his leg or not as quite as wide in his top as what I see in the lambs in 2 and 3, but with that, he brings us a lot less shoulder and a lot less, in some cases, maybe a little bit wastiness to what we see in some of the other lambs. Lamb standing in second, huge top, huge foot, big rib, big rear end on this lamb, but a lamb that's maybe just a little bit farther along from a market lamb perspective, just has a little bit more flesh on it, maybe just a little bit more coarse in my opinion. Lamb standing in 3, certainly the difference maker in this class. Either had to use him or put him in 3rd in my opinion. He's got that huge rump on him, big hip on this ram. He's actually pretty trim for a ram that's got this much mass and bulk to him. He just carries too much shoulder for me. He's a little bit too much of a bulldog for what I like, but he's going to stand 3rd today. Very impressive in his stature, and he'd certainly hang an impressive carcass. We're going to look at this lamb in 4 and 5 and look and say to ourselves, there just isn't quite as much flank, quite as much rear end when we see these and we compare them to the top end, but good lambs in their own right when we compare them to the rest of the class. I'll go ahead and just shake hands with your champion and reserve in these next 2 classes. Thanks again for having me in this Southdown division.
Placing on the second class Southdown market lambs, first place to lamb 0564, weighing 129, Jack Thielen, Reading, Michigan. Second place to lamb 2091, weighing 147, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Third, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. And 5, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Placing on the Slick Shorn January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first to Harris Livestock, HA 24062, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Second place to Maple Leaf 2402, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third, Urban Schweitzerman, Arcanum, Ohio. 4, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois.
An interesting class of Lincoln Buck Lambs here. I'm starting with the little more extreme one. He's the greenest one out here right now. He's the longest sided one. I would like to see more flank in him. I don't know if that's some of the fit job, if it's just him or a combination of both. But I think he puts enough good pieces together to win this class. The little ram lamb here in second. I really love this guy's fleece. I love his look. I'd just like to change his spine a little bit for me. That was kind of my deciding factor there. He'd like to roach his top just a little bit and get a little weird off his hip on occasion. The young lady's here in third, a really nice little buck lamb. I think he's just going to take a little more time. He's got a little bit finer fleece on him. He's a little bit greener in his makeup, but a really nice package. And rounding out the class with a really complete type made sheep, his fleece just isn't quite where the other ones are today. It starts to run out and get a little straight towards the back end.
For the Southdown Market Lambs, our champion was the heavyweight class winner, 0564, weighing 129, Jack Thielen, Reading, Michigan. The reserve champion was 2091, weighing 147, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Southdown show. Our judge has been Dan Spildy. Dorset Advantage exhibitors, please give us just a couple of seconds so we can get things situated and get staff situated, and then we'll start with the Dorset Advantage show. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the White Lincolns, first place to Bigfoot, 420, Kate Hinkle of El Paso, Illinois. Second place, Campbell, 423, 187, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third place, Adeline Jester, Springport, Indiana. 4, Brandon Starkenberg, Whitewood, South Dakota. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs for the White Lincolns, first, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Second, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And third to Brandon Starkenberg, Whitewood, South Dakota. Placing on the
In the February slick-sheared buck lamb class, I'm starting with a lamb that is the longest-sided, smoothest fronted ram in the class. He's good-footed, he's got a lot of extension to him, just a nice example of a slick-sheared ram. The ram I'm starting to have here in second, probably one of the more heavily muscled, but he just shortens up quite a bit for me. I'd like to just stretch him out a little bit in his overall length, but again, another nice ram to be in the top 2. The ram I have here in third, a really long-sided, smooth-fronted ram, but when I get behind him, he just wants to drop on those pasterns, and I'd like to just beef up that butt of his just a little bit more to get any higher than third slot. The ram that I have here in fourth, gets a little bit rougher about his lines. He's good and long-sided, but he just doesn't have the overall muscle and mass that I'm looking for and the smoothness of that chest floor. The ram that I'm going to have here in the fifth hole, he's a little bit more flatter in his overall design. He's got some good length to him, but when I walk around him and I handle him, again, the only way I can describe it, he's a little flatter in that rib, a little plainer about those shoulders. A nice ram in his own right. The ram I'm going to round out the class with today, he's a good, thick-sided, heavy-muscled ram. What lands him here today is he really gets those back rear pasterns drop down when he walks around the ring, and I need him to just pop up on those to get any higher than he is. But a nice class of ram lambs. Let's give him a round of applause.
A nice White Lincoln Ram show here. I think there's a little bit difference kind of in your breed type and breed style, and the one I'm going to go with, he kind of hits all the buttons for me. I love his breed type, I love his fleece, I just love his look when he gets out around the ring. Your fall Ram Lamb is going to be your champion, and your early Ram Lamb is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
For our Lincoln show, our champion ram in the white division was our senior Ram Lamb, A. Anderson 2402, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. The reserve champion is our intermediate Ram Lamb class winner, Raider 2434, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on our Slick Shorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show, first to Huckowitz Farm 2431, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. Second place to Howe Farms, 2439, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Fourth to Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. 5 to Weston Paul, Hardy, Iowa.
in the slick-sheared March Ram Lamb Suffolk class. I'm starting the class with a lamb that just has the most mass and muscling to him today. He's really cool about that top. He's really smooth about the front end. That's why he's going to fall here in first. The ram that I have in second, I think give him a little bit more maturity and get him down the road another month or so, and he's going to come right into it just as much, if even not more, than the ram I started with. He's just got a little bit of immaturity to him because he is smooth around that front and good around the top. He just needs a little bit more time and muscle to him. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place to M&M Hornbostel, 2407, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Second place to Hankinson Farm, 2403, Nellie Hankinson, Leverett, Massachusetts. Placing on the Slick Shorn Pair Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Okay, Dorset Advantage exhibitors, the Continental Dorset Club requires the exhibitor to be at the head of the animal in the show ring. Also, please adhere to the CDC Slick Shorn policy for belly and leg wool. Inspections will be taking place prior to entering the show ring.
Round of applause for our slick-sheared Suffolk Ram division. Today I'm going to choose my senior Ram Lamb here, this out of Class 1. He's going to be my champion Ram, and I'm going to follow him up with this guy for reserve. Congratulations.
Of the rest of the buck lambs, who would you pick for a reserve champion? Not, senior.
This one. Yeah.
Holly. Holly. For the Suffolk show, our champion ram went to the first place fall ram lamb, Macaulay, 6332, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. The reserve champion ram, first place in the January ram lamb class, Harris Livestock, HA 24062, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois.
As we get started with our Dorset Advantage here, in our fall division, we've got a big stout ram to start the class, one that brings us a lot of overall top line, a lot of length of body, a lot of rib shape. This one's got pretty good muscle structure to him. He's a good place to start. One that stands second maybe isn't quite as big volume, not quite as much overall structure here. One that maybe is a little more challenged in the way he sets those rear feet down, but certainly one that gives us a good look from the side. Why don't you just hold your position until we're done here. We'll move into our third place ram, and one that I'd like to put just a little bit more rack shape and a little bit more overall depth of muscle in this one. But this one just gives us a little better design than what we see in rams in 4 and 5. Big structured rams here in 4 and 5. Rams that maybe just don't have the overall thickness or width or flank that we see in some of the rams in the top of the class.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Fall Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to Coleman Club Lambs 2379, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Second place to Stevens TS 2367, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. 4, Amanda Rapp, Pauxino, Pennsylvania. And fifth to Bauer Birch, Christiana, Tennessee.
Our second class, the Dorset Advantage Rams here. Two very appealing rams that certainly show some skeletal framework. They're really good in their tops. They're very muscular in their frames. Ram standing in 1, just a little bit better in the way he sets his rear feet down. I'll grant that our ram in 2 is maybe a little bit deeper in that muscle structure. Maybe brings us a little bit more depth of rear flank and certainly a little more depth of rear leg. But I use this ram in 1 just on his soundness on his feet and legs today.
Placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Dorset Advantage, first to Oldenburg 4063, Kaylee Shinold of Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place, Johnson 2576, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
Well, for our champion ram here in the Dorset Advantage, I think I really like this ram that came out of the junior class. I think he's really well designed. There's a lot of muscle there for his age and development at this point. He really walks about the ring well. He's good fronted. I think a ram that really puts a lot of things together. That's going to be our champion ram here in the DA division. I think it's really close after that. We've got the ram that was stood second to him. Not quite as powerful in the way he sets those rear feet down, but certainly he brings us an awful lot of overall mass and power in that frame. Then we've got the fall buck that's maybe just a little bit lighter boned, a little bit rounder in his framework. I'm going to stay with the ram that came second out of that first class. I think just a ram that really gives us some power in that structure, a ram that I certainly like the body on this ram.
For the Dorset Advantage, our champion ram is the first place spring ram lamb, Oldenburg 4063, Kaylee Shinold of Orlando, Oklahoma. The reserve champion was second in that class, Johnson 2576, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
A really fun yearling U class here to sort. There was a few different kind of types and kinds, and I know the one I'm starting with, she's not the biggest, and that doesn't matter. I think she's a pretty cool sheep. She caught my eye when when she walked out here, and she was kind of the one to beat, and I didn't find one to beat her. You open up her fleece, it's just super long, it's lustrous, and it's just bright and shiny, and very consistent all the way from front to back. And then when you get your hands on her too, she doesn't disappoint. She's big top, she blends well into her shoulders, she's not too fat, she blends out into a big hip, and I also like just the extension about her front end. It gets hard with these ewes sometimes to keep them trim and looking kind of cool fronted, and she's doing a good job of that. The ewe here in second, I love this ewe's fleece. I know she's been fighting these girls some. I wish she was a little more extended in her front end, but I know that it's hard. I understand. I've raised these. It's hard to do sometimes, but there's just a lot of sheep there. She's a really good-bodied female, carrying a really pretty fleece on her, and I just really appreciate that. The one here in third kind of follows the type and kind of the two above her. I love her, the look about her, the breed type about her. Her fleece is really pretty when you get up on her. Probably not as long when you get your hands on her. Maybe not quite as good out of her hip as the two in front of her. A little bit of different type of ewe here in fourth. She's a little bigger, a little longer. She likes to drop her front end when she gets around the ring and stand in there. I'd like to change that about her, but just a really straight top, big topped ewe, and just a nice female. And the one I'm finishing up with, the fit job I think is a little bit deceiving, and she looks heavier fronted than she is. I think if you clean that up a little bit, it'd really change the look of her and really help extend her front end and clean up her front end. But a really nice sheep, and you can tell when she moves that it's a lot of wool going on there, and I really appreciate this female, and her fleece could use a little bit of work. It's getting a little dry, but very consistent and very nice.
Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling U class, first place to Buckshot 2320, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. Second place, Heritage Hill Y70, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third place, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. 4, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. And 5, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. This evening at 7 o'clock in the auditorium here at the Livestock Pavilion, the Suffolk Ice Cream Social will take place, and United Junior Suffolk Association Awards are presented. Again, that's tonight at 7 o'clock in the auditorium. Suffolk Ice Cream Social and United Junior Suffolk Association Awards. Placing on the White Lincoln pair of yearling U class, first place to Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. Second, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 4, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
Last one, slick sheared fitted. It's been a long day. Class 1 slick-sheared Suffolk yearling ewes. I'm starting with a ewe that really just ties everything together. When I handled her and she first came in the show ring, she was very impressive. I'll tell you what I like about her. She's a slick-sheared sheep, but still looks like a Suffolk to me. It's very rare that I get to see one with just that nice pink hide to her, that realistic extended feminine front end. Just pulls together what I'm looking for in a slick-sheared Suffolk ewe. The ewe that I'm following in second, super cool sheep, she really is. What puts her here in second? She is shorter bodied from end to end than this ewe that I have in first. If you stand back and look at this ewe that I put into first, she's a very long-sided female and very attractive. This girl is a replica of her, just shortens up just a little bit in her overall length. Nice ewe here in second. The ewe that I get here in third, a really nice female, love her across the top, out through that back side. She gets a little plainer about her front and her overall makeup. I do love her about her lines, but she just gets a little plainer for me. That's what's gonna drop her here in this third hole. The ewe that I have in fourth, she gets a little rougher in her chest floor and in that shoulder area, but she is super extended down through that side. When I walk her watch out, she really wants to maybe hawk in just a little bit. That's what's gonna land her here in that fourth hole, is I just need to mainly smooth her up in the front shoulder area. The lamb that I've got, the yearling ewe that I have here in fifth, again, very long sheep. She gets a little posty on her back legs a little bit. Love her about her top, from her hip out to her tail head. That's what's gonna land her. The next ewe I have here that's going to be on the sixth hole, I left her out here so I could talk about her. She just gives up overall size and scale as the ewes ahead of her, but I'll tell you, she sure is a fancy one and belongs to be out here to talk about in the top 6. Congratulations.
The ewe lamb I'm going to start with, she kind of puts all the pieces together for me. She's extended in her front end. She's straight and true down her top. She's got a beautiful fleece on her. When she gets out and moves, I really appreciate the way that she kind of flows around the ring. The ewe lamb here in second, she's not as highly fit as a couple of the other ones, but you appreciate her fleece on her. There's actually quite a bit of sheep underneath it. So I think, that's what moves her up for me, is just body type and body conformation and a pretty fleece when you get it opened up there. The big ewe lamb here is in third. I know she's the biggest, she's the tallest, she's the longest, but that doesn't always put everything together for me. I think her biggest problem is her fleece. It really runs out when it gets down to her britch, and compared to the two in front of her, that's where she really falls off. Young lady here in fourth, a really pretty fleece little ewe lamb. We just like to change her about her hip structure a little bit to get her up any higher. And I love the breed type. I love the ears. And just like I said, a very nice fleece. The one coming here in the ends, it's just kind of a fleece issue for me too. It's shorter, it's harder, it's not as consistent as the ones in front of her. Thank you.
The Dorset Advantage Class 1 yearling ewes. We've got some real impressive females here in this top 5. I chose to start with you that I think really comes together with a long, big, heavy muscled frame. She's smooth through her shoulders, she's long in her build, she's really deep in her muscle structure, she has great sweep to her rib, she's good on her feet and legs, and I really like the fact that we can see the Dorset influence in this sheep. We move into a couple of darker faced kind of ewes that maybe we don't see the influence in so much, but they sure are impressive to handle. The ewe that's in second, she's much like our ewe that wins the class in that she's big and long in her frame. She has a lot of rib to her, maybe not quite as deep in her flank. That rear third of her body doesn't carry quite as much depth of muscle as I see in the class winner here, but certainly a big top, fresh handling ewe with a lot of feet and leg power under her. The ewe that stands in third, again, a super muscular frame, maybe not quite as long as the top 2 ewes, maybe just a little deeper flank than the ewe that stands in second, but also maybe not quite as clean when I view her from certain angles. Again, a ewe that walks about the ring extremely well, holds herself together on the move. We move into ewes in 4 and 5 that are maybe just a little bit heavier in terms of their fleshing. Ewe in 4 maybe isn't quite as long as the ewe in 5th, but she's a little more extended and clean about her front, so that's the way we laid them in today.
Placing on Class 1 yearling ewes at the Slick Shorn Suffix, first place to Slack 106.39, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place, Slack 3383, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. And 5 to Morgan Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the White Lincoln Show, first to A. Anderson, 2401, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Diamond J, 23-693, Braden Starkenberg, Whitewood, South Dakota. Third, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4, Adeline Jester, Springport, Indiana. And 5, to Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the Class 1 yearling ewes for the Dorset Advantage. First place, Cummins, 23039, Kristen Cummings, Coatesville, Indiana. Second place to WF Club Lambs, WF 833, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Third, Allison Poling, Richwood, Ohio. 4, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio.
Class 2 of your slick-sheared Suffolk yearling ewes. I really want you to know what I'm looking for out in these Suffolk yearling ewe. And again, I've been a Suffolk breeder for a very long time until I got into the wool breeds just a couple years back. But this is what I've done. The way I want to look at these Suffolks that I'm bringing in here is I'm looking for sheep that are to be slick-sheared that still have the breed type and style to them. I want them to be heavily muscled. I want them to be good-hided. This is what I'm looking for as I'm judging these Suffolk classes in these slick-sheared divisions. The class, the ewe I'm starting with, fits that bill the most. She sure is super pretty. She's extended up through that front. She's got plenty of muscle. She's thick down the top. She's the one I pegged to win when she walked in the ring. The ewe that follows her very closely is the ewe I have in second. She's a little bolder about that front, not maybe about as smooth about her lines, but boy, she is deep-bodied, heavily muscled, good-footed. She can go on to be the second place hole winner. The ewe I have in third, again, a deep-bodied, feminine-fronted female. When she moves around the ring, she really walks out with a lot of elegance and a lot of sheen. She's very thick down her top. I'm going to round this fourth place. In the fourth place, I have a ewe that's just a little bit rounder about her lines, maybe a little bit thicker on that brisket area, but she really falls into this place really rather nicely. The ewe that I have here in the fifth spot doesn't have as much extra muscle as the ewes ahead of her in that rear leg area, but she sure is correct. She sure has the style and the presence that I'm looking for. And then we're going to round out this top group with a sixth place ewe. I really wanted her to also be out here to be mentioned. She's got a really great top to her. If I could just have her move around the ring on those rear wheels a little bit nicer, she surely can move up. Nice class of slick-sheared Class 2 yearling ewes.
Results from class number 2 of our yearling ewes for the Slick Shorn Suffolks in the National Junior Suffolk Show. First place, Macaulay 6289, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place, to Slack 10716, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third place, Hannah Warnicki, Columbus Grove, Ohio. Fourth, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. And fifth place to Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana.
A tough class of Lincoln ewe lambs, and just if you aren't standing out here in the top 5, you still had a very competitive set of ewes. There was a bunch of nice females in here. There's kind of a couple different pairs in here for me. This first pair I think are very similar in their type and kind. The ewe lamb I'm starting with, I love her breed type. I love the color about her ears and her head. Then you open up that fleece and it's just beautiful from front to back. She progressively gets wider too when you get down to her top. She's really good hipped when you get your hands on it. So it's surprising how straight and how true she is out at that top. The little ewe lamb in second, she's a real flashy ewe lamb. I'd like to change the way her neck ties in just a little bit into her shoulder. I think it would just help her get going forward a little bit better. Her fleece isn't quite as nice or as lustrous as the one in front of her. She's super straight and super true down her top. And I'd like to just clean up the color about her feet just a little bit, but she's just a really pretty flashy ewe lamb. The ewe lamb here in third kind of follows her type and kind of the first two. Maybe not trimmed up quite as well, but just a really nice appearing sheep, really pretty profiling sheep. I'd like to change the color about her head just a little bit, but I think it's acceptable enough. I love the fleece and I love the silhouette. When you get your hands on her, she's big backed. She follows out through a big hip and a nice rump on this one. These last two are a little bit challenging for me. They're longer sided than the ones in front of her. Ones in front of them, they're a little prettier profiling. But when they get out on the move, they tend to tuck their back legs in a little bit. Their hip structures are just a little bit off, and that's why they're down here for me. Take nothing away from them. They're very pretty ewes, but that for me needs to be changed to how they move off their back legs. Thank you.
In our Dorset Advantage Class 2 yearling ewes, we've got some differences in type and kind out here, but I think a lot of quality. The ewe that starts the class, a little bit more moderate size sheep than I used in the last class, or than that the ewe is standing directly behind her. But for a sheep that's built with this much mass and structure to her, she really travels out well, and she comes together really nicely in terms of her front. She's designed good in her underpinning, and I think just a really well-designed sheep that certainly brings a lot of power and has a very unique place in the industry. The ewe that stands in second, certainly a bigger framed ewe, a ewe that doesn't give us that roundness of muscle when we see her from behind, but she gives us a little more length of body. She gives us great sweep to her rib, and certainly very long and big in her top. The ewe that stands in third, this is just a gorgeous female. She's big-footed, she's cool-fronted, she's designed about as nice as you can make one. She gives up a little bit of the raw power to the ewes that stand in first and fourth, gives up some size to the ewe in second, excuse me. I wasn't sure if I should put this ewe in second or fourth. Today I just felt like third's the best place for her. I think just a wonderful female. I think the industry is better with sheep like that in it. We've got a ewe standing in four. This ewe is extremely powered up. She's got a lot of midsection to that body. She's certainly developed well in terms of her bone structure and her length of body. She's big in her top. She's big in her rump structure. She's just a bit more coarse in her build. She wants to be a little bit more broke in her hip. She's maybe a little bit bolder about that shoulder. We put her in motion. She doesn't hold together quite as well, but we certainly admire those good qualities that she has. Round out the class with a ewe that certainly handles with a tremendous amount of muscle. She really handles big down her top, very firm to the touch. Though she does have some flesh on her, she really handles it well. This showman does a really nice job because this sheep wants to tuck her front end a little bit, so it takes a little bit of work for it to actually get it up there and show off, and they're doing a nice job with that.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. 4, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And fifth, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the White Lincoln Intermediate ewe lamb class, first place to A. Anderson, 2410, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Yeti, 400, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third to Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. 4, Emmylou Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the Class 2 yearling ewes for the Dorset Advantage, first place to Johnson Family Showstock, 23155, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place, Workman Family, 2345, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio. Third, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Dorset Advantage, first to Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio.
in our first class of younger females here. We've got, I think, a nice set of sheep. The one that starts the class really comes together nicely for me. She's got some added length of body over the others, but doesn't give up the extra power. She really has a good hip. She's loaded with muscle down into her leg. She's super balanced from front to rear. She shows me a feminine front end, and yet she stands on really good feet and legs. This is a pretty powerful female in my estimation. You standing in second brings us a little bit more depth of body than I see in that ewe that wins the class. She's just a little bit deeper in her frame, maybe even a little bit deeper in that rear leg. But with that, she comes with some extra flesh and quite a bit of extra bulk in that front end when we see that shoulder being just a bit more broad in her, down in her breastplate and coming up into her neck. She's just not quite as feminine as we see in that ewe that wins the class. We've got another ewe here that brings us a lot of thickness and a lot of mass, certainly one that touches us back extremely well when you put your hands on her, one that gets out and walks pretty good. She just shortens up just a little bit compared to our top two, just a little bit thicker about that front than what I see in my top female in the class, but certainly a very admirable female in terms of its overall power and its look. The ewe that stands in 4 certainly doesn't give us quite the extension to the front, maybe not quite the power. We see it a couple in front of it, but a really well-balanced lamb that certainly gives us a lot of thickness and depth as we view this one from the side. Round out our top 5 with one that maybe isn't quite as correct on its feet and legs or shows quite the power we saw in the top 4.
A really interesting class of Lincoln ewe lambs here. I know we're kind of all over the board in the top 5. The little ewe lamb I'm starting with, I know she's not the biggest, but for me, she's got the breast breed type, a beautiful fleece on her. She's still really green. I think the one thing that kind of bothers me about her is her top sometimes, but I think if the young lady could just get her head up a little bit more, I think that would fix a lot of it. But I just really appreciate this ewe lamb when you get your hands on her. She's smooth. She's green. She's still got some power and some width on her. She carries it out into a nice hip, and she gets around the ring really well. Kind of the two problem sheep for me were here in second and third. They're the longest. They're the tallest. I'd like to change a little bit of their breed type. I'd like to change a little bit of the color that they got down their legs. But two very nice sheep. They're big topped. They're long topped. They're long hipped. You got to appreciate that. The ewe here in third, she just has a little more color than the ewe in second. That's kind of the biggest reason she's down here. I'd like to darken up the skin on her ears a little bit and clean up some of that smut on her legs, but a really nice long-bodied sheep. A really young ewe lamb here in fourth. You just have to appreciate her for her body style. She's extended through her front end. She's straight down her top. She's pretty profiling. She just needs a little bit more time to get up any higher. And the ewe lamb rounding out the top 5 here, just a really nice, robust kind of ewe lamb. She's got a pretty fleece when you get it opened up. Just need to stouten her up a little bit and straighten her out through her hip to get her any higher.
In this fall ewe lamb class, I'm starting with a ewe that really is just a really fantastic looking female. You get over the top of her, she's got a whole lot of tremendous length to her. She's really smooth about that front, falls in here in first place nicely. The eye-appealing one is the one that I have here in second. She gives up a little bit of overall length to the ewe that I have in first, but boy, she sure is pretty to look at when she walks around that ring. The plainer made female is my ewe that I have in third. But boy, I can't knock her for being super long, very smooth about the front, good-footed and parading around the ring. But she falls in here third nicely. I need to maybe just smooth her up just a little bit tight on that front shoulder. A shorter made kind of female here. When I get her on the move, she doesn't walk out quite as nicely as my top 3 females, but a nice ewe in her own right. I get a female here that's in the 4th hole. She's a very long-sided female. I might want to make her a little bit smoother about her front end, but a nice Suffolk fall ewe lamb to fall in here. The ewe that I have here in the 5th slot, 6th slot actually, I'd like to make her, lift her up on those front pasterns just a little bit, smooth her up in that brisket area to get it any higher, but 6 excellent fall Suffolk ewe lambs.
Our Dorset Advantage Senior Champion Drive here, we've got individuals coming out of these classes that I thought rose to the top fairly handily. I think all of them won their classes by just being unique in their own way. I think what it comes down to when I'm looking at these individuals, I know they all have a slightly different purpose depending on what program they're coming from. Certainly, I see a little bit more of the Dorset influence in some than I see in others, but certainly I see some that are just made the way I like to see sheep made. Some are super impressive in certain areas, more so than others, but I think the sheep that really hits me the hardest in terms of just being super correct, super smooth, super fancy, and yet has some power to it is this fall ewe lamb. She's going to be our senior champion. We're going to come back and use this extremely heavy muscled yearling ewe out of class 2 for our reserve senior champion.
For the Dorset Advantage, our senior champion came out of the early/late fall ewe lamb class. Stoner Show Lambs G23108, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve senior champion from Class 2 yearling ewes, Johnson Family Showstock 23155, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Finishing the placings on that fall ewe lamb class and giving those results, second place in that class was Pal Show Lambs 3485, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Third place, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. 4, Shayla Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Placing over on the white junior ewe lambs for the Lincoln Show. First to Promised Farm, 2414, Adeline Jester, Springsport, Indiana. Second place to Mum, 2451, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. And 5, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. For the slick-sheared fall ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to Lazy 5, 4350, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second to McCauley, 6327, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois.
In the Suffolk side, we have just the one weather dam entrant in this division. Super cool ewe, very nice down her top, very, very smooth across the front. You walk behind her, she's got a lot of meat, muscle, and mass. She's a really good, stand some more competition. Nice female, congratulations.
Placing on the pair of white ewe lambs for the Lincoln Show. First place to Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5, Adeline Jester, Springport, Indiana. placing on the early weather dam class for the Slick Shorn Suffolk show. First place goes to Alpha Omega Genetics 2341, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
On the Suffolk side of things, I'm here to pick the senior champion and the reserve senior champion in this division. Today I'm going to use my Class 2 yearling ewe as my senior champion, and I am going to follow it up with my Class 1 ewe for my reserve. Congratulations.
This has been a lot of fun to get to sort your Lincolns here. I raised Lincolns for a lot of years, so this is lots of fun. There's a couple out here that kind of really catch my eye, that kind of put a lot of things together for me. They're not necessarily, you know, the biggest or the longest or the tallest, and I don't think that's the most important thing with these. So it's kind of fun just to be able to come out here and sort good stock. Some complete sheep, some really pretty fleeces. I'm glad we haven't lost that. There's, I think, all four of these class-winning ewes have gorgeous fleeces on them. So I will go out and select your champion and reserve.
For our Suffolk show, our senior champion was out of Class 2 yearling ewes, Macaulay 6289, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Reserve senior champion from yearling ewe Class 1, Slack 10639, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. For our White Lincoln show, our yearling ewe was our champion ewe, Buckshot 2320, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. And the first place intermediate ewe lamb was reserve champion A. Anderson 2410, Andrew Anderson of Grant City, Missouri. For the Dorset Advantage, our senior champion went to the early late fall ewe lamb class winner, Stoner Show Lambs G23108, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Reserve senior champion Class 2 yearling ewe, Johnson Family Show Stock 23155, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the white Lincoln Young Flock class, first place goes to Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second to Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5, Adeline Jester, Springport, Indiana.
As we work into our, again, our younger classes here, we start to see some of these females that really have potential, but yet bring us some power. This one that starts the class, she's thick and she's deep and she's big-footed, and yet she's pretty fronted. This showman does a great job with her, and she's just loaded up with power and mass, and yet she's really pretty. That's the kind I'm looking for. This ewe-lamb in second, it was hard to deny her of a first place bid just because she's so pretty. This sheep is put together. Her top line is so dead level and clean. Her shoulder is so laid in the way I want it. Her front end is so perfect. But when I analyze her against the ewe that wins, there just isn't near as much hip there. There isn't quite as much depth of rib and body. For that reason, she's going to stand in second. But boy, if you could make a bunch of them like this, they'd be fun to look at in the pasture, and you'd make a bunch of beautiful lambs. We move into our lamb in third. I believe this lamb is a combination of the top two. She's got all the pretty factor that we see in the second place one, but it takes a little more work to get it out of this one. She just doesn't quite want to stay together for these showmen the way it does in that second place lamb. She might be just a nickel longer bodied than her second place lamb, and I do like her for that. But when we put her in motion, again, she tends to fall apart just a little bit. Maybe doesn't have the overall power from behind that I see in the top lamb, or maybe even the second lamb as we view her from behind again. The lamb in four, this thing is just incredibly powerful on its top line. Big rack, big loin, big hip, really impressive, touches you back. I just lose some of the wow factor in terms of profile. She's not quite as up-fronted, tends to fall apart just a bit more on the move, but certainly when you put your hands on her, she's about as impressive as anything in the class. Round out our top five with one that just simply doesn't have the flank, the leg score, but certainly a lamb that has some length and some overall pattern, and certainly brings a little bit of muscle with that frame as well.
Placing on the white Lincoln Best Four Head of Ewes class, first place to Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third, Adeline Jester, Springport, Indiana. 4 to Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Winter Ewe Lamb class, and that's class 1 of Winter Ewe Lambs. First place to Smith Showstock, 2147, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana. Second place to Smith Showstock, 2144, Rain Gallagher, Boswell, Indiana. Third place, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4, Bryson Bays, Ashland, Ohio. And 5, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. For the White Lincoln Best Fleece, our winner was Campbell 187, a ram, shown by Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio.
She did? In this January ewe lamb class, two really eye-appealing sheep, two ewes that I really fell in love with instantly when they came in. The ewe I'm going to start with is the more heavily muscled, larger mass sheep in the class. She's very smooth about that front. She's good about her head. She'll be first place. The ewe lamb I have here in second, I think going down further down the road, she's going to get past this ewe that's in first, but she's extremely nice in that front end. I love her along that top. She's just a little finer bone made, but an exceptional ewe. A real long-sided ewe that I have here in third. She gets a little bit plainer about her overall design. I'd like to just make her just a little fancier for me to get her any higher than she is today. I've got a ewe that's just a smaller scale of my top three ewes. She's a little finer bone, but she sure is nice to look at, and she's got a lot of growability to her. I'm rounding out the top five with a ewe that's just got a little bit more a hide showing on her than my top five, and I really do take that into consideration, but she sure is a long-sided, good top girl. Congratulations.
Placing on that Class 1 January ewe lambs for the Slick Shorn Suffolk National Show. First place to Howe Farms, 2435, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place, McCulley, 6516, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
a nice buck lamb to start the natural colored show with. I think he puts the best pieces together. I much prefer his fleece. We have kind of 3 different types of fleeces out here. And I prefer the bolder lock, the little bit heavier fleece to these other 2 types of fleeces out here. I also think he's the longest sided, most extended, best moving sheep out here. The buck lamb that I have in second, I would like to change him about his fleece. It's light, it's not super consistent from front to rear, and that's kind of the biggest reason he is standing in second today. And the one in third just gives up some mass and body size and body length to the 2 in front of him to get any higher today.
With our next class here, next set of females here with the Dorset Advantage. We got some awful good ones. The one that starts the class, I think just a really, really cool female. Not only is she built really cool, but she's really cool in her color pattern, very unique in the way she's designed, both in color and in body. We put her in motion, she travels well, good fronted, just super hard handling, well-muscled lamb that balances good, doesn't look out of proportion, just a cool place to start. We've got 2 lambs in 2 and 3 that I think are very, very similar. I give the advantage in rear flank depth to our second place lamb, maybe just a little bit more rib cage on this lamb. I'll go ahead and admit that both these lambs give us a great profile. They're both super long. Both these lambs give us a good look. Again, maybe just a little bit more depth in this lamb standing in second. Super pretty profiling lamb here standing in third. Ladies do a nice job showing this one. She's great pattern. She's great footed. She moves around the ring well. Super extended about her front. I'd just deepen her up and give her a little more muscle in that rear third if we were going to move her up into second or challenge for first. We've got a really cool stout maid lamb standing in 4. If I could stretch this lamb out and make it just a nickel longer, for me, it just profiles a bit short when we compare it to our top 3, but just a super big-footed, good traveling lamb. Shows us a lot of rib shape, a lot of muscle. Certainly fits nicely here in the top 4. Round out the class here with our 5th place lamb. Maybe just a little plainer in terms of its build, but certainly one that gives us a real complete look. Very good in its top line. Its spine is very straight, gives us some depth of rib, moves about the ring well. Just needs to be just chiseled up a little bit more to beat these 4 lambs in front of it.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln intermediate ram lamb class, first place to Campbell, 400, 194. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place to Hayes, 424. Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Third to Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Placing on the second class of winter ewe lambs for the Dorset Advantage. First to Ruggles Showstock, 24630, Chloe Knuckles, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second place to W18651259, Mackenzie Abel, Hewitt, Wisconsin. Third to Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 4, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5, Zach Peterson, Ellsworth, Wisconsin.
Suffolk, February ULAM class. I'm starting a ULAM that just completes and checks a lots of boxes for me. She's super long-sided. She's pretty fronted. She's good-headed, straight up on that top. When I watch her walk around the ring, she's just a really cool sheep to watch and a cool sheep to handle. A different kind of sheep is here in second, but I really love that extension she has about her front end, that smoothness down her top. When you look at her from the rear, she's got plenty of meat and muscle and mass. Just a good sheep to follow my first place ewe. The ewe I have in third, a smaller in stature female, but she is really great from that front end all the way out to that hip set, all the way out to her tail. Super smooth about her front, just lacks in the overall style that I'm looking for that my first and second place ewes do, but a really nice sheep to be here in the third slot. A heavier made ewe here in the fourth slot. She just is a little bit shorter from her hip out to her tail head, a little bit rougher in her shoulder than the ewes above her, but a nice cool sheep to be here. We're gonna round out the top five with a ewe that's just, she's a little finer made, she may be a little bit finer boned, she's smooth fronted, long sided, nice group of ewe lambs, congratulations.
Placing of the Slick Shorn February ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First to slack A11081, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Second place, Krafka Harkema, 2419, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. Third, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4, Lily Rowe, St. Ansgar, Iowa. And 5, to Hannah Warnicki, Columbus Grove, Ohio.
A nice class of buck lambs here. The one I'm starting with, he puts the most pieces together for me. He looks a little heavy fronted, but he's actually not. He's just carrying a lot of wool up there. It's just not as trimmed down as much as the one behind him, I believe. I think he's truer and straighter out of his top and his shoulders, maybe and a little longer sided, a little longer hip than the one in second. Taking nothing away from the one in second. It's a really pretty profiling sheep. I think given a little time and a little more weight on him, he will mass up and he will be pretty impressive. The young man standing here in third is probably the prettiest fleece lamb in the class. He just gives up some mass and power and some look when you get him out here on the side and get him moving around the ring. The young lady here in fourth, again, another really a nice structured lamb. I would like to change him how he walks off his back wheels a little bit. And what kind of gets him down here for me is his fleece. I don't think it's quite as consistent from front to back with the lock formation. And the lamb coming in here fifth, it's a very the longest sided sheep in the class, very extended up through his front end. But his hip gets a little off when he gets around the ring. His front end's a little bigger than his back end, and that's where I'd like to change him today.
Placing on the natural colored junior Ram Lamb class for the Lincoln Show. First place to Hayes, 439, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second place to Rogue, 404, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place, Waylon Jester, Springport, Indiana. 4, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And 5, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois.
In this class of March Suffolk slick-sheared ewe lambs, I'm starting the class with a ewe lamb that just has the most things that I like about her. She's very smooth front-ended, very good topped. She's got a good Suffolk head on her. She's got really good feet and legs. Just easily wins the class for me. I've got a ewe that here in second who really follows the shape I like. I'd like to just pick her up a notch on those rear pasterns, and she could probably move up into that first hole. The ewe that I have here in third just gives up a little bit of the overall muscling mass that I'm looking for in that britch area, but really a super cool sheep. We're going to round out the class with this fourth place ewe that really I'd like to just fix her up on her back legs and back feet a little bit to get her any higher, but 4 nice March ewe lambs.
Results of the natural colored Lincoln pair of Ram Lamb class. First place to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second place to Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Babydoll Southdown exhibitors can come and get a sandwich in room 101B by the office. Babydoll Southdown exhibitors, come and get a sandwich in room 101B by the office. Placing on the Slick Shorn March ewe lamb class for the Suffolks. First place to Huckowitz Farm, 2444. Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. Second to Lazy 5, 4357. Vivian Stephenson for Roqua, Wisconsin. Third place, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 4, Autumn Long, Frankfort, Indiana.
Just one entry in the Weather Dam ewe lamb division. Really a upstanding female. She's heavily muscled. She's good down the top. Really could stand more competition. Congratulations.
Not a lot of numbers in our natural show, but a very nice showing indeed. There's a couple buck lambs out here, I think, that just excel in their body type. Their fleeces are nice enough. I think they're very acceptable. I just think their makeup is a lot better. They handle a lot better down their top. They carry out a lot better into their hip, and they get around the ring a lot better.
For the natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ram came from the junior ram lamb class. Hayes, 439, Ava Jo Hayes of Allentown, New Jersey. The reserve champion was second in that same junior ram lamb class. Rogue, 404, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk Late Weather Dam class, first to Harris Livestock, HA 24067, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois.
Well, we're getting into our younger ewe lambs here. This might be the last class of individuals here in our Dorset Advantage, and certainly we see a lot of power yet as we get into these ewe lambs that are up in front of the class. I think these two ewe lambs that are 1 and 2 are both just loaded with muscle. Both of them just big in their tops, very robust in their rib cage. Sheep that have big feet under them. I think this ewe lamb in first is just a little bit more complete. When I view her top line, she holds together better all the time, whereas this second place ewe lamb takes a little work. The second place ewe lamb, I'll grant, she's maybe just a little bit deeper in that leg muscle than what I see in my first place ewe here, but she's not quite as long, and again, not quite as good in her spine, maybe not quite as fancy about her front in terms of elevation and femininity. Move into our lamb in third, and this is a super cool female. She's really kind of a combination of the top two ewes. She's got the pattern and the balance of the ewe that wins the class. She's got some of the power that we see in the second ewe lamb, but she just doesn't have quite as much of either to get up in there and beat one of these two ewe lambs. So she's going to stand third, but I really admire this ewe lamb for the squareness and the build she brings. We've got ewe lambs in 4 and 5 that just don't bring the depth, the overall muscle, the flank. Maybe that's because they're a little bit younger. They may come with it. They've got nice stretchy frames. They hold together with some muscle. They just don't have quite the power we see in the top of the class.
Results from the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place to Northern Star Livestock Service, 24001, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place, Johnson, 2577, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place, Madison Kraft, Towanda, Illinois. 4, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. And 5 to Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio.
In the junior champion Suffolk division, there's a couple out here I really like that sparked me in class, and I'm going to go ahead and use them. I'm going to use this as my junior champion out of the second class, and I'm going to go back here to my first class and use that for my reserve. Congratulations.
For the Slick Shorn Suffolks, our February class winner was our champion, junior champion, Slack A11081, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. The reserve went to our winner from the January ewe lamb class, Howe Farms, 2435, Bo Howe. Of Danforth, Illinois. Placing on the pair of slick-sheared ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first place went to Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 5, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. Results of that spring ewe lamb class for the Dorset Advantage. First went to Northern Star Livestock Service, 24001, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second, Johnson, 2577, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third, Madison Kraft, Towanda, Illinois. 4, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. And 5, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio.
in the Slick Shirt Champion U Drive. Today I'm going to use your U's out of your class, your senior champions. I'm going to use the first place yearling U and also the second for my champion overall and reserve. Congratulations.
For our Slick Shorn Junior Suffolk show, for the National Slick Shorn Junior Suffolk show, our overall grand champion U was our senior champion U out of class number 2 of our yearling U's, Macaulay 6289, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, the class winner of yearling U class 1, Slack 10639, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Placing on the Dorset Advantage pair of U Lamb class, first place, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Third, Madison Kraft, Towanda, Illinois. And 4, Avery Adams, Herscher, Illinois. Fifth place went to Janice LeFew, Waldron, Michigan.
A nice group of yearling ewes we have out here. The one I'm starting with, I think she's the most complete sheep. I love the fleece on her. When you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint. She's actually a lot trimmer fronted than what she looks. The way that she's trimmed up right now, it just looks like she's super heavy funded. I think if you could clean it up a little bit, it would change the look dramatically of the sheep. I wouldn't have to be guessing because she looks a little deep and a little tight flanked as she's not. I went and handled her, but she puts all the pieces together for me, and when she gets out and moves around the ring, she keeps her legs where they need to be, she keeps her spine where it needs to be, and I appreciate that. The ewe in second place is very similar, and kind of the same thing with the fit job, that there's a little too much wool up front. She's not heavy-chested, she's not big brisketed, none of that. She has a nice front end, and you just got to really get your hands in there. Again, she's smooth through her shoulders. She's good topped. I appreciate her fleece. It runs out just a little bit. I'd like to change her off her britch and maybe straighten her out just a little bit on her hip, but a very nice ewe. The big ewe here is in third. She's long-sided, long-topped. She's a little coarser in her front end than the two in front of her and gets progressively narrow as you get behind her. So that's why she's sitting in third for me. And I'd like to change her fleece just a little bit when you get back to her britch. The ewe here in fourth, just a really nice, complete kind of sheep. Her fleece is getting away from you just a little bit. It's starting to get a little matted up in a few spots, but still, they tend to do that sometimes. You just got to manage them. But just a really straight top, big top kind of sheep, a long-hipped ewe, and you appreciate her for that when she gets out on the move. The young lady here in fourth with the ewe that really doesn't want to be here, apparently. She's a really pretty handling fleece on this ewe. You really appreciate her down her top. She's true down her top. I'd like to straighten her out just a little bit in her hip and clean up her chest just a little bit to get her any higher.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln yearling U class, first place to Hayes 322. Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second place to Hayes 314, Ava Jo Hayes. Third place, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. And 5, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio.
In our junior champion drive here in our Dorset Advantage, I feel like we've got 6 exceptional individuals out here. They have unique qualities that make them what they are and brought them forward in their class. But I think when I look at them, the one that strikes me the most is the one that came out of the middle class. I think that one it just hit me when it walked out. It hits me when I touch it. It touches me back. It moves out really well. It's going to be our junior champion today. Congratulations on that one. We're gonna follow up with the one that came out of the early class. I think that's the one that just really touches me back the most. I think it's got the most top, the most unique pieces. It's gonna be our reserve junior champion.
For the Dorset Advantage, the junior champion came out of Class 2 of the Winter Ewe Lambs, Ruggles, Showstock, 24630. Chloe Nicholas, Augusta, Wisconsin. Reserve went to the class winner of Class 1 Winter Ewe Lambs, Smith Showstock, 2147, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana. Placing on the pair of natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes, first place to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. All exhibitors and their family, you're invited to enjoy lamb brats and hot dogs over at the small pavilion or the sale pavilion on the other side. Those are being furnished to all family members and exhibitors.
I've enjoyed working through these Dorset Advantage females. I think the tops of these classes have been extremely competitive. It's been kind of fun to give my opinion. Certainly, as I mentioned in the Southdowns, it's not going to be the same as everyone else's opinion, but hope you can see the kind of sheep that I like. The two in these front row and the two that follow them certainly have been the kinds that I've been trying to find, and certainly they've rose to the top for me. I'll go out and find you an overall champion and a reserve champion here in this drive as we compare our senior champions and our junior champions for our overall.
Grand Champion Dorset Advantage U goes to our junior champion winner. The junior champion out of Class 2 Winter Ewe Lambs, Ruggles, Showstock, 24630, Chloe Nicholas, Augusta, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion. The senior champion came out of the early late fall ewe lamb class, Stoner Show Lambs, G23108, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
In this fall ewe lamb class here, a nice set of ewes. There's a little bit of difference in their type and kind. I'm starting with the ewe lamb that's just got a little more look about her. I like the extension that she has. I like the length of top she has. I think she's a little smoother from her shoulders back in her rib cage, and a little straighter out through her hips. So I think that's really where she excels. The ewe lamb in second. The ewe lamb in second. Beautiful fleeced animal, gets out, moves real well. But just like to change her hip structure a little bit to get her up any higher.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to Lean 2375, Kel Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Second place to Promised Farm 24F4, Waylon Jester, Springport, Illinois. Results of the Dorset Advantage Young Flock class. First place goes to Reed Coleman of Lakeville, Ohio. Results of the Young Flock class for the Slick Sheared Suffolk Show. First place, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 4, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. And 5, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Results of the best 4 head of ewes for the Slick Sheared Suffolk Show. First, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Justin Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. 4, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia.
In the Suffolk Market Lamb class, I'm starting with a lamb the smallest in stature, but she's really thick down that top. She balances the most from front to rear. Just a really cool lamb to start this class with. One of the larger frame lambs I have here in second. Just a long loin, long-sided, smooth fronted animal. Just doesn't have that muscling and meat that I'm looking for in that lower britch area to get around the sheep that's in first. The ram that I'm going to round the class out in, just a really nice animal, but when you get your hands on it, it really shortens up in that loin area, out on the way through. Just a nice class. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Results of the best 4 head of ewes for the Dorset Advantage. First place to Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Placing on the Suffolk Market Lamb class, first place to tag number 24074, a lamb weighing 104, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Second place to a lamb tagged 2466, weighing 126, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. And third place to Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. That does conclude our National Junior Suffolk shows. Our judge has been Julia Chute.
Just one entry in the Columbia Fall Ram class. What a really nice individual he is. You open that fleece up and it just pops and it shines. Super nice animal, could definitely stand some more competition. Congratulations.
Results for the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Columbia show. First place to Thiessen, 2339. Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa.
Well, as I finish up the Dorset Advantage, we got some weathers out here, and yesterday I gave you one of my favorite Rod Chrome quotes, and I'll give you another one, my Rod Chrome quote of the day. One time when he was judging some AOBs, he said, well, I've got a bunch of apples and a bunch of oranges, and my job is to make a fruit salad. So today when we look at some of these weathers, we've got all different shapes and sizes, we've got some different types and kinds, but I think the one that rises to the top is pretty unique. This one is big, it's square, it's long, it's big-footed, just has more muscle than the rest, and it kind of walks away with it today. The one in second, one that I think is built a lot like our first place one in terms of its hip and its lower leg muscle, maybe a bit more coarse in that shoulder, maybe it just comes together a little nicer in terms of its fleshing and condition than some of the others in the class, but I think it's got more time to come. But this lamb is very firm handling, very muscular, follows nicely in second. We've got a little bit smoother shouldered lamb standing in third, a little bit bigger structured, a little bit higher shouldered, doesn't have quite the thickness when we see it from the rear view, but it does give us a really firm touch, certainly a deep-bodied lamb that gets around the ring pretty nice, holds together on the move. I like the spine on this sheep, so it stands in third. We come to a lamb in fourth. I think a lamb that puts a lot of things together, a little smaller framed, it's built a little bit more frame size, it's built a little bit more like our second place lamb, maybe a little smoother than the lamb standing up in second place, but just doesn't have the overall muscle. We don't have quite the handle to this one, and certainly we don't have quite as much body and length that we see in this third place lamb, so we're going to drop it in fourth. And we round out the class with this huge lamb, one that maybe is bigger than we need, but certainly the industry has a place for those big chops, and this lamb holds together pretty well. It's not necessarily overfleshed for a big lamb, and certainly has a big top and some structure to it as well. So as we wrap things up today, thanks for having me. Nice set here.
The Columbia January Ram Lambs. I'm starting the class with a ram that's just really up-headed, really nicely styled. You open up, you crack that shell, and you got just a beautiful fleece inside. He's wanting to really pop his top right now, but when you get him on the move, he fixes that pretty nicely. The smaller buck here that I have here in second, what puts him in second, he's very stylish and very nice, but I open up his fleece and it just changes an awful lot for me from front to rear. That's what's going to get him in second. Congratulations.
A really deep set of ewe lambs here. I felt bad having to kick some of them out because there was a lot of good ones, a lot of kind of differences, but not a bad one out here. The ewe lamb I decided to land on here just kind of puts all the pieces together for me. She's flashy, she's extended, she's long enough sided. When you open up that fleece, I just think it's a really pretty, really soft handling fleece. She's true down her top. I think she's probably the best shouldered, straightest top, straightest hipped one out here. So a very nice little ewe lamb. The ewe lamb coming in second, I love the style about this one. She is the most correct down her top. She's gonna be big back. She is now, she's thin, but I think she's gonna be bigger back. I just struggle a little bit with the fleece. She gets a little inconsistent from front to rear on me. And she gets a little deeper fronted when she gets around, moving around the show ring, so I'd like to change that about her. The ewe lamb here in third, a really pretty ewe lamb. She shows really well for this young lady. She gets herself propped up here really nice. She's really good down her top, really good out through her hip. I just like to change her fleece for me. It's kind of just it's a little inconsistent from front to back, and I'd like to change the lock formation some, and that's the biggest thing for me is why she's in third. A nice ewe lamb here in fourth, a really pretty fleece one. I'd like to clean her up in her front end. Raise that front end up, get some of that wool off, get a little bit of that weight off her front end, and just change her out of her hip a little bit, raise that tail head up just to move her up any further. And to round out the class, a similar ewe lamb to the one here in fourth, a really pretty profiling, long-sided type of ewe lamb. When she gets out on the move, she tucks her back legs just a little bit and tilts that hip. So that's the biggest reason. I just like to change that and straighten that out a little bit.
For the Dorset Advantage ring in that Market Lamb class, our winner was tag number 24107, weighing 137, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to a lamb 24538, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 106. Third to Chase Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. 4, Riggin Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 5 to Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln intermediate ewe lamb class, first to Buckshot 2410, Alyssa Carpenter, Ashland, Ohio. Second,
That's another class that you
Granola
yes, it is.
391, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
That's
Third,
another class
Kinley
of ewe lambs,
Holleran,
yeah.
Waterloo, Illinois. 4, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And 5, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia class of January Ram Lambs, first place to Thiessen, 2405, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to C. Copeland, 549, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
In the Columbia ring, I have 2 February Ram Lambs. I'm starting the class with a really, really put together nice ram. He's really, really nice and smooth about that front. You see a lot of extension. He's got a good head on him. Falls in here really nicely in the first slot. The ram I have here in second, a smaller in stature ram. He's still got a nice frame and a nice shape to him. Just doesn't have quite the size and scale that my first place ram does, but 2 really nice rams. Congratulations.
With the conclusion of that Market Lamb class for the Dorset Advantage, that does conclude our events in the Red Ring, and that Dorset Advantage show has been judged by Dan Spildy. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Columbia's, first place to C. Copeland, 553, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second place to Bussinger, 61, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
champion ram division here in the Columbia ring. Today I'm going to go ahead and use this January lamb for my champion ram. I'm going to follow him up with a fall ram for my reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Columbia Ram, first place January Ram Lamb, Thiessen 2405, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve champion was the fall Ram Lamb class winner, Thiessen 2339, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Columbias, first place to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Remember, this evening, the Suffolk Ice Cream Social and United Junior Suffolk Association Awards will be presented at 7 p.m. in the auditorium area.
Another really nice class of late ewe lambs here. They're just a few different types and kinds, but they're all really nice in their own right. I'm starting the class with a really nice extended long-bodied ewe lamb. I like when she gets out and walks around the ring. She moves well around the ring. She has a very pretty fleece, and when you get your hands on her, she progressively gets wider from the front to the back, and she's just super smooth the whole time, and I appreciate that. The one in second, I know she's the littlest one out here, but once you get your hands on her, you really appreciate her, just how well she ties in from her shoulders to her forerib, how straight she is down her top, and how good she carries out through her dock. And she has a really pretty fleece on her too. It's a little hard to tell with the color and the cut, but it's a really nice little baby fleece on her. The ewe here in third, another really extended long body type of ewe. I just like to change her when she gets out and moves. She likes to tuck her back legs under just a little bit, and she it's a little bit wider up front than she is in the rear, so we'd like to make her hip just a tick wider to move her up any further. A really pretty little ewe lamb here in fourth. Really nice fleece little ewe lamb. She just gives up a little power to get up any higher in this class, but a really complete kind of ewe lamb. And the ewe lamb to round out the top five, just a really soft handling, pretty fleece when you get it opened up. She's really correct off of her feet and legs. We just like to raise her dock just a little bit to move her up any higher.
Placing on the junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincoln Show, first place to Mum 2421, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Grizz 413, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And 5, Waylon Jester, Springport, Indiana.
In the yearling ewe division here in the Columbias, I'm using the ewe that I really just like the way she holds it all together. She may not be completely the largest, but if you look at her, she walks out on all good 4 feet and legs. She profiles nice. She's super long. You open that fleece, it looks the way it's supposed to. She's a combination package. May not be the biggest, but she's the nicest female. The ewe that I have here in second follows the type and kind of the ewe I have here in first. She gets a little bit plainer about her lines. She disappoints me just a little bit more when I get down over that tailhead area. She wants to just kind of drop off a little bit where that other female's looking is a lot nicer. She hawks in a little bit. The biggest ewe in the class is my ewe in third. I really thought I was going to start with her. As I get her walking around the ring, she just wants to pop those rear wheels just a little bit, maybe get a little bit soft on those front, but she can't go any lower than third, as nice as she is in a fleece like that. I'm going to get into the yearling ewe that's in fourth. She's a little heavier fronted for me, a little shorter made than the ewes ahead of her, but you sure do open that fleece. She's a super cool sheep and ends up here in the fourth slot. The ewe that I have that I'm going to round out the class with here in the top 5 Gets a little bit rounder in her overall lines. She's really smooth about the front, but as you watch her walk along and you get her on a side profile, she shortens up quite a bit from front to rear as you view her from the side. Nice group of Columbia yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place to Thiessen 2259, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to Thiessen 2322, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Fourth place, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And fifth place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln pair of ewe lambs class, first place goes to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 4, Waylon Jester, Springport, Indiana. And 5, Colleen, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Columbias, first to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
A nice natural colored Lincoln show out here. It's nice to see the breed well represented by all these young people out here. There was a lot of really good classes, a lot of deep classes, and I know we only got to pick these 8 out here, but I think there's other ones that deserve a look again, and they might not have made it in the top 5 or the top 2 this time, but I think a little work or a little feed or a little fleece care, and they all have the possibility to do that. That being said, there's a few out here that really kind of hit me, and your champion ewe is going to be your yearling ewe. Congratulations. And your reserve is going to be this late ewe lamb.
Thank you.
For the natural colored Lincoln show, our champion came out of the yearling ewe class, Hayes 322, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Reserve champion ewe from the junior ewe lamb class, Mumm 2421, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois.
In this Columbia ewe lamb class, I'm starting with a ewe lamb that again may not be the tallest, but she is sure really correct. She puts it all together for me. You open up the fleece and it's really exemplary front to rear. Just a nice ewe to start this class with. I've got a ewe here in second that is probably one of the taller made ewes, but you open up that fleece and it surely is nice. If I was going to change anything about her, I'd like her to walk out on those rear wheels just a little bit nicer to get her around my first place female. The ewe that I have here in the third spot, she just is a little bit shorter in her overall makeup and her design. I'd like to just freshen her fleece just a little bit, give her a little bit more length. When you open it up, it just varies from front to rear more than my first and second place. We're going to round this class out with a U here in fourth. She's just a little bit shorter made again as well. She's not as long bodied. She's a little bit more shallow in her overall design, but 4 nice U's. Congratulations. Thank you.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the Columbia's, first place to C. Copeland 519, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second place to Bach 23-70, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 4, Morgan Davis. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Young Flock class, first place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Fourth place, Waylon Jester, Springport, Indiana. And 5, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the natural colored Lincolns. First place to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois.
In the Columbia ewe lamb class, I'm starting with a lamb that really just has a lot of youthfulness, a lot of potential to her. She's just really has a nice fleece. You open that up, and she's just attractive and really feminine. She's going to be first place. The ewe here that's in second, another really feminine, nice fleeced female. If I could lengthen her out just a little bit, she could give my first place ewe a run for her money, but this is where she's gonna be today. The ewe I have in third, again, a smaller made kind of ewe, maybe just a little bit plainer. She wants to just roll off in her dock area just a little bit more than I like to see, but three nice females. We get into a couple of ewes here. The ewe I have next is definitely a taller ewe, but she's just a little bit more refined, a little bit more shallow made. She's going to be your fourth place. We get into the fifth place ewe. Again, she's a little bit more shallow made. I'd like to see a little bit more substance to her. She's a very long female, but she just doesn't want to hold her top together as much. Then in the next one, we also have a lamb that's a nice lamb. It's just a little bit more coarser in that front end. When I get them to walk out, it wants to fall apart just a little bit. And we're rounding this class out with probably the most youthful lamb in the class. I'd like to just change her on those rear wheels a little bit to get her any higher. Nice class of Columbia ewe lambs. Congratulations. Nice ewe.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Columbia's first place goes to Thiessen, 2406, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Second to Arthur, 4411, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 5, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois.